Good morning, everyone. Welcome to those of you joining us here at Linklaters in the city, and to those of you joining us online. We're here for our Global Challenges Day, and it's really about thinking through what are the issues we have to think about as a country, but also as individuals. What kind of impact can we have on those? What can we ourselves do? We have a stellar lineup of speakers today, and after our introduction, we will talk a little bit more about the peace and security landscape. We're going to talk about how we can think about the African continent differently, particularly through a business and entrepreneurship lens. We'll look at the major issue of our time, climate change and the environment. We're also going to talk about soft power. What's the difference between what we hear on the news, the kind of rhetoric, but the work that is going on behind the scenes? And finally, I'm going to get you all to do a bit of work. As we're talking through the day, can you think about what international institutions have you ever heard of? What do you think they do? And do you think they've been successful or not quite so successful? We will come back to that in our last session. But to start us off, a colleague, a friend, Stephen Hopgood, former Professor of International Relations at SOAS and also laterally Deputy Director at SOAS, a real specialist in international human rights. And Steve has very kindly agreed that he will give us a kind of global overview. And how important is that today? Yesterday, we had the International Criminal Court. The judges said that they had issued an arrest warrant for Putin, for Vladimir Putin, because again of crimes in relation to the Ukraine war. So a lot going on, a lot to think about. Steve, welcome, and over to you.
Thank you, Valerie. I'm very pleased to be here today. What I hope to do is just raise a few issues for you to think about. I'll talk for a few minutes, maybe 15, but then hopefully there'll be questions in the room and questions from those online. I think you're able to send in questions. So the idea is to get a conversation going, not necessarily just to listen to me. I've got someone, Deborah will do the slides for me, so if we can have the first slide, please. These are the 5 global challenges that I'm going to talk about today. This PowerPoint will be available, so I think the bursary will share it with everybody afterwards, so by all means make notes, but you'll get a copy of the PowerPoint. And I should say at the end, I've added some further reading sources, and I've also added my details, and you're very welcome to email me, and I'll be happy to talk with you a bit more if you have any other questions. So these are the 5 challenges that I've identified for today. Transformation of international security, climate change, democracy, technology, and public health. Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. Now, there are many more challenges than 5. Just because I think these 5 are important doesn't mean you wouldn't identify others. These challenges also interact, as we'll see as we go through. They affect each other. Also, there are lots of opportunities here. There are many things that are not fair, don't work very well about the world that we live in. So there's no question that we can get some very positive results from change. Some are new, some are as old as human societies have existed. And in each case, we have to ask a series of questions. Any political scientist would say, okay, if we do it this way, who benefits? Think about the budget this week. Who's going to benefit from that? Who's going to lose from that? How is the decision made? How does that decision become legitimate? And this idea at the bottom here, we must confront trade-offs. What I mean is, it's very rare that any political decision, public policy, comes up with good things for everybody. Otherwise, every politician would be pushing it all the time. Some people lose, some people gain. And we must try to be as honest with ourselves and others as we can be about who's going to be a beneficiary and who's going to pay the costs of different kinds of policies. And at the root of many of these questions in our era particularly is one question overall. Deborah? Thank you. Which is the dominant model of fossil fuel intensive consumer capitalism fundamentally broken? And if so, what do the alternatives look like? And that will filter through several of the challenges that I'm going to look at. The question of the world we're in, what's wrong with it, and what might be done about it. In the past, people would have said we need more economic growth, we need more wealth, but many people are beginning to question this answer. So that sort of runs through several of these issues. Deborah, please. And that's just a slide to show that I can use the internet and put, but obviously that's the model that's broken. Factory farming, chemical factories, overfishing, the commuting, consumer culture, stock market, those sorts of, that's an illustration of that. Thank you. Okay, number 1, transformation of international security. The era that I grew up in, and some people in this room, but not many of them grew up in, is the first circle there, 1948 to 1989, the Cold War. And that was really a strategic competition, political, economic, cultural, between the United States and the West more generally, and the Soviet Union. The era that you were all just about born in is the 89 to 2011 era, which is post-Cold War, when really the United States and to a degree Europe, but we're talking about the West, that's what I mean there, dominated international relations through the 90s and the early 2000s. The era since 2011, I would date this from the NATO intervention in Libya, but there are many different ways to date it, has really fundamentally changed international relations because of the rise of China and Chinese influence in the international system. So if we think under the middle one there, the United States did many things through these years where there was relatively little pushback because there was really no way in which to push back against the United States. The era we're in now is clearly very different. Deborah, thank you. We see great power competition. Certainly you will not have experienced this in your lifetimes. Great power competition between China and the United States for influence. And something very new in the last few years, and certainly in the last few months, is the President of China, Xi Jinping, has launched two major initiatives which are really quite unprecedented in our era of international relations. He's brokered an serious improvement in relations between Saudi Arabia and Iran, and he's also going to Russia, I think, next week to talk to Vladimir Putin, and will also talk to President Zelensky in the Ukraine. This involvement of China in brokering international conflict and competition is very new and presents a really stark challenge to the United States, which broadly speaking is used to being the only state capable of doing this kind of international diplomacy at that level. So one issue here is the risk of conflict between these two great powers. I'm very happy to answer questions about that. We look historically, there's often been competition between large powers of this sort about whose interests are going to prevail. So of course there are dangers. Taiwan is a big potential danger. You may have followed some of that. The fear that China will try to militarily reabsorb Taiwan, and the United States having committed to defend Taiwan. And then lots of competition in Southeast Asia and the Middle East. But there are opportunities for cooperation too around things like climate change and nuclear proliferation. Human rights at the bottom there, that's my specialist field. And one of the issues I want to raise there is that China brings a very different conception of the role of a large power like China in the international system, which is sovereignty first. You do what you want with your people. You can have your LGBTQ rights. You can have your freedom of expression and speech. We have our system. We do what we want with our system. In other words, stop giving us a hard time about the Uyghurs, because that's how it works here. We're not going to bug you. You don't bug us. And at the bottom there, and Xi Jinping, one of Xi Jinping's spokespeople said very clearly this week, the US-style democracy promotion era has been a disaster for many places. So there's competition at the level of ideas there too, alternative kind of ways in which to organize your society. Okay, the second is climate change. Is the dominant economic model to blame? Can we continue to use fossil fuels? Will renewables be enough? These are just questions for you to think through. The next one, sub one there, do we need to change how we value economic activity? This would be a fascinating area in the next few years. Historically, by which I mean the last 40, 50 years, certainly since the 1970s, when governments stopped valuing so much full employment and started to talk about profit and growth, particularly gross domestic product growth, there's a real move now to rethink how we characterize the purpose of economic activity. If it's not just growth and profit, what should it be about? And so should it more be about our happiness? We might all make more money, but our commutes get longer, our jobs get harder, they're more precarious. So should governments start to think about something else? Well-being, happiness, the quality of life that people have. And you see that quite clearly, I think, in the reluctance that many people have to go back to work physically after the pandemic. I saw a survey this week saying a third of people said they would just quit if they were forced to go back into the office 5 days a week. And many companies are offering flexible working as an attractive way to get people to come and work for them. So this is a big shift. And this has other shifts too, like city centres are beginning to empty themselves out. Flight from city centres, if you don't need to commute, then, and you can work at home, then you don't need to work your way into a city centre to go shopping, to do. So the urban landscape will change radically. A whole series of things that come with rethinking what the purpose of economic activity is. And at the international level around climate change, I'm not going to talk about the science of climate change. You'll be familiar with that or can read up on that. I think I included a citation to this. But at the bottom there, the international diplomacy around climate change. Okay, it's clear that many poor and developing countries did not cause these problems because they're only recently industrialized, if at all. So what are the responsibilities of the wealthy industrial economies? Technology transfer has, since the late 60s, been one of the key demands of countries from the global south, which is, okay, we can cut out that really horrible polluting phase if you give us the technology that's much cleaner, and then everybody benefits. But you can imagine there's a lot of reluctance from corporations and from Western governments to hand over very valuable technology. And this question of reparations as well. Who should pay for the cleanup? Who should pay for Caribbean? I don't know about where the Caribbean sits in the sea level rise, but in the Pacific, for example, many small islands will disappear with a 2 or 3 feet rise. You know, who should pay for relocating those people? Who should deal the migration crisis? Bangladesh, for example, is a very interesting country to look at. Bangladesh will, if the sea level rise goes up there, we're talking about millions and millions of people trying to migrate. And that migration into India or elsewhere will be deeply problematic politically. So who should help deal with the complications of that? The countries who are perceived to have caused this problem, or should everybody share equally? And there's many historical examples around issues like the common heritage of humankind, biodiversity, where you can see those negotiations, and they're tough negotiations, in action. Okay. Democracy. One question here is economic inequality. Who wins and who loses from globalization? Do the rich get richer and the poor get poorer? And here it's also important to recognize that there's inequality between countries. So we can see the world's wealthiest countries in Western Europe, for example, and some of the world's poorest countries. You can see the wealth difference there. But of course, there are great wealth inequalities within those countries. Many, if you look at countries like India and China, there are many extremely wealthy people in those countries now. In China in particular, there's a rapidly growing, relatively wealthy middle class. So there's inequality within societies and inequality between. And there's this question of economic migration. And I want you to bear that in mind when I come to my last issue, which is about public health and social care. Because as you'll see, within more wealthy, developed industrial societies, the population is aging rapidly. You may have followed in the last week, and particularly yesterday, the fight within France about raising the retirement age. The reason this is a big issue is if the earlier people retire, the more quickly people who are still working have to pay more and more taxes for their benefits and their social care. So the government in France is trying to get 2 more years' work out of people when they're not claiming benefits and they're paying tax receipts. This will become a bigger and bigger issue. One way, of course, to deal with this is to get more people to come in and work and build the economy. And that raises difficult issues around migration, which we're familiar with from the UK case, but many other wealthy societies too. The next one is identity politics, which are fundamentally about overchanging many discriminatory and prejudicial structures which we would all want to change, and we're all committed to changing. So much of the identity politics are things that we would all support and be in favour of. But they have led to, if you like, a sort of emptying out of the middle ground of politics, particularly in many European countries, but we can see that elsewhere too, in places like Brazil and Eastern Europe and elsewhere, which is you get very radical activism on the left and you get very conservative populism on the right. And that middle ground, which is what, in principle, liberal democratic societies have been all about, there are fewer and fewer people competing for this ground. If you want a case study of how difficult it is to navigate, look at the Labour Party under Keir Starmer. Keir Starmer has to try to position that party in a way that keeps on board working class people in the north of England, who they lost to Boris Johnson's Conservatives last time round, to bring those people in. We're about jobs, we're about the traditional issues that a Labour Party is about, But of course he needs to keep metropolitans in and around London who are interested in a broader range of things about identity, about race, about LGBTQ issues, about trans issues. If you look at how difficult it is to balance those two things, you can see that in the way in which the Labour Party is trying to position itself. And that's a good example of how hard it is to bring these two things together. The question then is, does democracy still function effectively? And what will happen if this polarization becomes a feature of all these wealthier societies, democratic societies? Technology. CRISPR, I put in what CRISPR stands for with a laughing emoji just so I didn't try to fool you that I had any idea what CRISPR stood for. That is apparently what it stands for. But I know somebody who's working in this field, and it's astonishing stuff. So it's gene editing, and it's editing out, I think, in embryo potentially, but possibly some of this will happen when you're actually alive and kicking, as it were. Serious genetic inherited diseases like cystic fibrosis and things, 10 years maybe, these will be a thing of the past. You just edit the gene out and the gene sequence will regrow itself with healthier genes. And we'd all, I'm sure, be in favour of that and many other genetic illnesses that we would want to cure. But it raises a lot of issues. Eye colour, you can change eye colour, you just change the gene. And that will raise a lot of other issues that are about personal identity, appearance, about, for example, adults who are hearing impaired. You could change that gene in their children so their children could hear. There's very interesting conversations in communities of people with hearing difficulties about whether they want to have children who can hear when they can't. There's been very interesting legal cases around this. So, there's a huge number of issues you can obviously bring into that. If we begin, you know, the phrase that's used is designer babies. Second one, blockchain. Blockchain is normally associated with cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin and crypto more generally. But the blockchain technology is very, very important. And I've put a really nice article at the end and the further reading, which is well worth reading to look at and understand blockchain. The key thing about blockchain is now everything we do, like all the people watching online, they're going through various servers and nodes that are distributing the signal and connecting us. Blockchain will connect everybody, all the nodes. So you don't have to go through a bank, you don't have to go through a government, you can just connect directly, which also means you can begin to create currencies. You can say, okay, we'll take the X currency and so will we. So now you begin to trade totally outside government control. And the government will not be able to get into this because that blockchain technology makes it impenetrable. The sort of digital record of this. I'm not pretending I'm an expert in this, but the implications are significant. People doing financial flows, information exchange, political mobilization, beyond the reach of any government to control or monitor. Web 3.0. If Web 1.0 was companies produce all the material and companies make the profit, the early years of, you know, Facebook and others. Web 2.0 is users create the material and the company's profit. And we're all familiar with this model. You know the old saying that if you're not paying for the service, then you are the product. And we know this all the time. Every site we sign up to cookies is harvesting our data and selling it on. The idea of Web 3.0 is that users make and benefit content. Now you can just spread your music, your art. You can just directly connect with people, totally outside the Facebooks, the Googles. You'll be able to connect without paying, and that has an implications for taxes, for example, and and I'll come to some of the implications of that. And finally, ChatGPT and GPT-4. Almost overnight, several industries have been completely changed by this. Education is one of them. You know, we phased out handwritten coursework. Handwritten coursework will either have to come back, or it will be all exams, or it will be oral interviews. You can't let printed coursework be the model for an entire degree because you will have no idea whether or not that's been written by ChatGPT or GPT-4 or whether it's been written by the person themselves. And there'll be numerous other industries which have changed overnight. The legal industry will change overnight. You just say, give me a brief on X, and ChatGPT will produce you a pretty good brief on some legal issue, for example, but many other issues too. Okay, thank you, Deborah. And the fifth is public health. Future pandemics, we can talk a bit about that, not just with viruses, but also question of antibiotic resistance, and the question of fungi as well, the degree to which fungi are potentially a threat. And this bottom one here, affluent societies face a series of serious health issues. The first is obesity, and that seems to come with growing affluence. So in China, for example, it's a huge issue. As China becomes wealthier and wealthier, the more people suffering from obesity-related issues in China goes up and up. Next, diabetes and ultra-processed food. If you look through developed societies, diabetes becomes a more and more prevalent thing. The number of people who are admitted to hospital in the UK, for example, because of diabetes or diabetes-related illnesses is incredibly high. And that obviously has implications for the kind of lifestyle, going back to what I said earlier about the sort of consumer-driven lifestyle. And this social care. Populations are aging, and a vast amount of research goes into trying to keep people alive for longer. The numbers in the United States are astonishing about the amount of health spending which happens in the last couple of years, and particularly often the last 2 weeks of life, trying to keep people alive for as long as possible. But if you're going to have a lot more people still alive into their 80s and 90s, many of whom are going to get cognitive impairment through Alzheimer's, dementia, and other illnesses of that sort, who's going to do the work that's going to pay the taxes that's going to sustain them? Okay? And that raises questions, as I was saying earlier, about immigration, about growing the, you know, the sort of the I'm not judging anybody on the Brexit question, but the sort of pro-Brexit idea that we can somehow draw a wall around this country, it just can't possibly happen. Like, of course, societies need immigration. They need to evolve. They need to develop. New people need to come in and do the work. And in most developed societies, of course, the birth rate is dropping significantly. They're not producing enough indigenous people to keep the economy even the same size. So immigration is going to be an essential part. If you want a good example of this, look at Japan. Japan is very restrictive about people from outside Japan going to work there. It does very well on the kind of full employment for Japanese citizens, but there's a massive aging Japanese population. Property is led to collapse in property prices. All sorts of things are happening there because Japan probably needs to allow primary immigration of people from outside Japan to come in. Or China. China's now trying to encourage, you'll know perhaps that it famously had a one-child policy to try to control the population growth. Now it's trying to encourage people, young women in China in particular, with incentives to have more than one child. But lots of young women are like, actually, I kind of like my life. I really don't. After decades of being told I could only have one child, so there's a real difficulty there in growing the labour force in order to pay again for a huge ageing population. And that's just an illustration of that. And obviously, you're going to talk about a bit more about Africa specifically later on. This had huge implications for immigration from Africa. Because one of the ways in which to deal with some of these issues is to be a bit more generous and a bit more open about primary immigration from Africa in order to bring more people into the economy. So is this the future? It's just a pathetic attempt to show that I'm up with popular culture. I don't know whether anybody has been watching The Last of Us, which is kind of gripping. Okay, and then the final slide. No, I would, if it were my undergraduates, I'd probably say, well, probably, but anyway, no, I'm going to be optimistic, and I'm going to be, okay. So, societies have always changed, the speed of change, its global reach, and the amount, we know about everything all the time. 100 years ago, you wouldn't have known what was going on anywhere. No, there's a war in Ukraine, you'd get a newspaper, that's the best you would do. Now we know all the time, instantaneously, what's happening. And if you're not careful through social media, you can just spiral out of control in terms of anxiety because there's just all this stuff coming at you all of the time. We're evolving. That's what I want to say. Deborah, thank you. So we should ask some tough questions about governments. What are governments for? Why do we give our government taxes? What are we getting in response? If the blockchain non-government interaction model is right, then it's not clear why we need the government. But some things, like climate, COVID, financial stability, are very, very difficult to manage without governments talking to each other and coming up with an overall answer. In climate, for example, if you don't have the governments to regulate who produces harmful chemicals in the atmosphere, then it's a kind of free-for-all. And companies just produce as many chemicals as they want and nobody regulates this. There's no way to begin even to deal with the problem. However, many of the things we've been talking about are either going to undermine governments, or they show we're much more demanding and critical of our governments than we have been in the past for good reasons. And so that question of whether governments can get back their legitimacy will be a very, very important one. Life will be very hard without governments. If you're interested in what it might look like, just Google Thomas Hobbes and look at his Wikipedia entry. But governments are also, in many ways, parts of the problem. And the sort of lame duck governments that we have in various places, maybe perhaps including in the UK, which are not really solving many problems, that are just kind of, this does nothing. I mean, another good example is the reputation of the Metropolitan Police. You'll see that report that's about to come out. Like, the police are the institute, when my grandparents were young, they would always look for a policeman. Like, they would just, but now, would you trust the police? And if you don't trust the police, then in a sense, you're not trusting the state. But the state has to earn that trust. And if that's gone, then the question becomes, who do you trust? And the government loses its legitimacy, and then you begin to ask, why are we giving the government money, obligation, commitment? We need to look for other ways to organize ourselves, other places where we might get a kind of fairer hearing. I think that's it. Yeah, selected reading, and then last slide is just my email. If you want to ask me any questions after this session, please email me. I'll be very happy to help. Thank you very much. I'm just going to get my water.
Steve, thank you very much indeed for setting us off on such a great start. You identified a number of issues, but also you raised a number of questions for us to address. So let me open it up to you, and you're going to help me with the online questions as well. So why don't you come up here and join me up here. Any questions from here in the room? And when you ask your question, please say who you are.
Hi, my name is Hilary, and I'm an Amos Bursary scholar. And I found that really interesting. It was really concise kind of description of everything that's going on today. I was wondering about the democracy problem that we're facing, and especially the part you mentioned about like a liberal democracy. And obviously, because of the state of the world right now, we're seeing like a polarization. But do you think in an alternative democracy, for example, like a social democracy, those sort of issues would be as amplified as they are? Or do you think it's like an essential part of liberalism that we're going to have that sort of chasm in the middle when it comes to our democracy and how we participate in society, etc.?
I'll answer that, but you'll chip in too if you want.
This is your session, Steve. I'm just moderating.
Given Valerie's done this at the highest level, I think it's so social democracies, liberal democracies are still democracies. So there's still the core question for them is about how you make decisions and the legitimacy of those decisions. And if democracies have been successful, it's because, broadly speaking, they've tried to include a reasonably large number of people. We all know there are ways in which people are excluded and marginalised, but in general, they're trying to do something which the people they represent want. That's the principal legitimacy of a government. So if by a social democracy, what we mean is a democracy which is, as it were, more concerned about more people and the quality of life of more people than about profit or competition or growth, then I think there's no question that in the UK, fingers crossed, again, not other political parties are available, I'm sure we're going to have an era that's a much more social democratic era, akin to the late 90s when, as it were, what's happened in the last 10 or so years, we need a big redressing of investment in various public services, education, health, welfare. So if by social democracy we mean that, I think that will create broader legitimacy for the government. But it doesn't necessarily solve some of those more fundamental issues with democracy. So, for example, people are rarely keen to vote for things which negatively affect them. But it's part of the function of a government to say, you guys will lose out, you won't like it, but in general, we think this is the best thing. Now, the current government in the UK, in my opinion, does not have that balance right. But, you know, President Macron in France was elected, or President Biden in the United States was elected through a broad, you know, with a majority of the... And they're, in the case of Macron, for example, trying to do something incredibly unpopular in France. But if you take off your sort of, you know, activist lens and look at it the other way around, what Macron is saying is there'll be nobody to do the work and pay the taxes. If you're retiring at 62, we only want you to retire at 64. We only want you to do 2 more years. It's incredibly unpopular. It is. He's not a hard right politician. He's slightly centre right, but he's broadly speaking in the middle. But the level of pushback, I mean, in the UK, you'd do a petition or send a badly worded email or whatever. But in France, they put vests on and set fire to everything. But he is saying, and again, there's our counterpoints. But he is saying we need to make a very unpopular decision in order to be able to sustain the quality of, you know, French healthcare, French education. I just want people to work for 2 more years, and I want to phase that in. And now he's going to have to push it through. So that government is, I think, slightly more centrist than the UK government. It's not on the left. But if you look at other more socially democratic countries, you don't escape from the issues. Fixing the NHS, you might have seen a few weeks ago, I think it was Wes Streeting floated the idea of slightly more private sector involvement with the NHS. I don't know about politics, Valerie, I'm sure won't say. I imagine he didn't do this without Keir Starmer's awareness, just to see what the response was, and it was... And so he backed off, and Keir Starmer backed off. But the NHS is in trouble. The NHS needs to be redesigned in a way that provides this stellar care, but how that's funded, how it's organised, is not straightforward. So even though we will hopefully have a more left of centre social democratic government, the question of where the money comes from, how these things are organised will not go away, and there are very polarised camps on both sides. Some would want a much harder left solution, some on the right side of the spectrum will want, you know, what we've had for the last 10 or so years.
Thank you.
Let me just pick up on 2 quick things.
I knew you wouldn't be able to not say anything.
On your last point about the NHS,
yeah.
There is already a lot of private sector involvement in the NHS. You know, people will know that sometimes when they go to their GP and they need to have a cataract operation, for example, they might be told, you know, you can go to one of the national hospitals that's an expert in this, or there's a private hospital down the road that the NHS has an agreement with that you can go to. So there's a lot more of that private sector involvement, but we don't acknowledge it in that way. And I think trying to float that idea of a more open relationship with the private sector is the thing that there's been a lot of pushback on. To come to your point about, you know, is there a crisis of social democracy and so on, I think that we really have to think about political parties. And I say this as a member of a political party where over time we have seen the membership of those political parties on the whole decrease. You know, I'm not including in that those who are able to pay a very small amount of money and perhaps vote on the leadership of that party. The core membership of our political parties has been decreasing over many years. There's a lot more interest in, as it were, single issues. It may be that you're interested in, climate change and the environment, or you're interested in peace and security, or in energy, or how is that reflected in the way that our governments operate? And of course, there's a huge amount of lobbying and so on, but people very often feel that their voice is not heard. And how we include those voices in a different kind of political settlement, and I don't call it a constitutional settlement, because you say the word constitution and people sort of start yawning. It's not the thing that they are particularly interested in. But if you look at, some of the more the social democratic governments on the continent, which have a much broader spectrum of people in government, it sometimes means decisions can't be taken as quickly, but people feel more included. So I think that there's quite a lot of conversation that we have to have in Britain. I mean, look at the debates around Northern Ireland and Scotland and everywhere else. I mean, how are we going to retain a union if people aren't feeling that they're being heard? Are there any questions online?
Yes, there was one from Jeremy. He asked, it was in reference to technological developments, and he was asking, do you believe that AI programs utilised in the correct way could possibly change the education system in helping teachers and students alike? And also if AI could be used to solve global issues as well?
Of course that's the case, absolutely the case. And the best way in which to use...
Sorry, you may have to repeat the question. Was the question not heard online? No. Could you just repeat the question? Yeah,
so do you want to do it? Or?
Sure. So do you believe that AI programs utilised in the correct way could possibly change the educational system in helping teachers and students alike, and also that AI could also improve on global issues as well?
Absolutely. The answer in terms of education is an adaptation of the education system. How it will adapt, I don't know, but clearly this is an incredibly powerful tool. And so what you want to do is incorporate that in some way in education, rather than have to originate text for yourself, as it were. You originate this through some artificial intelligence, and then you work on that text. One of the questions to raise is, the difficulty of puzzling through stuff is how one sort of trains one's mind. As you grow, you get more information in, you begin to think, if you're not required to do that anymore, then will we lose some of our cognitive skills? As the human species, will we lose some of our cognitive skills? As an example of this, someone was saying to me the other day, most of us write stuff down on our phones as a memory aid. So when we think, I must remember this, so you write it down. But it's not the same as using your mind to remember it. And as you get older, you're encouraged to do more of this memory stuff, because that's how you keep the synapses connected. If the answer is, I'll just keep everything valuable on my phone, will we begin to lose the ability to do certain things cognitively? Because our brains will not evolve in the direction of cognitive problem solving if we have these very powerful tools to solve them for us. In terms of global issues, I think there's a couple of things here. Always the question is regulation. I mean, I'll date myself by talking about the Terminator films. I'm sure people have seen certainly Terminator 2, but the issue with the Terminator films are where it's the artificial intelligence, the technology, that becomes the problem. It takes over. There was an article in the New York Times yesterday by somebody who's an expert in this, saying that they tried the new version of ChatGPT, which is GPT-4, and this is a program that's pretty close to thinking. It starts to ask questions that you haven't asked it to ask, and it starts to, it's capable of, I think it's capable of lying, because it understands in certain situations that it wants to manipulate the person asking it questions. So there's that question, the regulation of this technology. How, and if governments are going to be decentered and less important, then who can possibly regulate that technology? Will we get, many science fiction movies come up with these kind of government corporate entities that run the world that we have no access to. That's a vision of the future. which is an AI might empower that. On the other hand, a tool that powerful at analysing issues, about providing data, about potentially giving us solutions. You know, ask this supercomputer, as it were, what's the best solution to climate change negotiations, or the fairest solution, and it may well come up with an answer that we can then try to work towards. You know, we know what we're like as human beings. We're impassioned, we get angry, we're resentful, we can be all of those things. In theory, the computer will say, okay, all that's true, but this is the kind of answer you're looking for from historical perspective. So, as ever, it can be it can cut both ways.
I'm going to take one last question, because we've taken a long time answering those questions.
Oh, sorry, you mean me?
Well, I also chipped in. Just here, the mic, please. Could we just pass the mic over here really quickly? And could we keep the questions short? Thank you.
So, good morning. Thank you very much for everything. My name is Nicholas. And my question to you is, we've seen firsthand the effects of AI, ChatGPT, etc. And we've seen that it's starting to take over a lot of roles in terms of law, as you mentioned earlier. I've seen at my GP placement that some patients are even referring to it for clinical advice.
Oh, that's interesting.
So
really
it's very interesting to see.
Yeah.
But I was going to say, how far do you think it's going to go? And do you feel like it's something that can be suppressed, monitored, or stopped? Or do you feel like stopping the growth of AI is virtually, you know, pointless or inevitable?
I mean, that is the question. If you link it up to things like blockchain, you create a world of AI outside government control and outside government purview. I don't see how it can be stopped. It does put it puts a lot of pressure on what, you know, the sort of Chinese model of a very strong state. It's very difficult to see how this sustains itself once AI and blockchain are embedded, because it'd be almost impossible. You know, governments often try to suspend Twitter and Facebook if there's some, but you know, this is you don't even know where this network is. You don't know who's talking to whom. There's just no way to suspend it. So the question of regulation makes you ask, who could possibly regulate this? At the moment, the major, you know, the companies that dominate our social media lives are regulated by the US government and the EU in the main. But they're global corporations. They could potentially leave the United States. They could, and then, you know, set up somewhere that's a tax haven. It's not obvious who would regulate them then. So your GP example is fascinating. I mean, we all Google if we have a symptom, especially as you get older. You're like, oh, God, that's what it is. And of course, it's nothing. But yeah, if you ask, you know, your first port of call, probably within the next 10 years, will be a digital doctor. And you'll say, these are my symptoms. And the digital doctor will instantaneously, so, you know, because your regular doctor is partly reaching for the textbook sometimes from the shelf, will just instantly search these symptoms, a billion possible bits of information, and say, given your demographic profile, your age, all those things, this is the most likely outcome. They'll be right 95% of the time, probably. So, yeah, huge changes. I think it will be almost impossible to regulate. And, well, we'll see. We'll see. I think nobody really knows.
I'm sure we'll come back to this issue during the day. I'm sure that technology will crop up time and time again. Steve, thank you very much for coming. Thank you for getting us off to such a great start. We will share the slides and also the list of resources that Steve had at the back of his presentation.
But please email me and I can send you other things if there are questions. There's just a few resources. It doesn't cover everything.
You will be inundated. Steve, thank you very much. For those of you online, we're just going to have a minute to change over, so you will just see the backdrop for that minute. But can we all thank Steve very much indeed? Thank you. Steve, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to hang around for a while.
Oh, great. Can I ask those of you who are sitting at the back to come and sit with us at Welcome back, everyone. We're into our second session where we're going to probe a little bit more into these major issues around global peace and security. And I'm absolutely delighted that the US editor of The Economist, John Prideaux, has joined us. John has had a stellar career. He has worked for the Financial Times, for The Economist, for The New Statesman. He's been a correspondent in Brazil. He's been a Washington correspondent. John, I think you were also in India?
I spent a bit of time in India as well, yeah.
So absolutely well placed to talk to us. I'm going to hand over to John, who will speak, I think, for about 15 or 20 minutes.
Sounds good.
And then we'll turn to you for your questions and comments. John.
Thank you very much, Baroness Amos, for that very kind introduction. And Stephen, I really enjoyed your talk. That was fascinating. I was meant to be thinking about what I was going to say, but I found myself so absorbed thinking about how ChatGPT might change education that I didn't do much of that. So I'm John Prideaux. I work for The Economist. I edit other people's stories, mainly about America there, and I write The Economist's opinion pieces about what's going on in the US. I've been covering America for The Economist for about 10 years. So I moved out to DC when Barack Obama was president, covered the tail end of his presidency, and then went through the 2016 Trump election and then the 2020 Trump-Biden election. And I also work on podcasts at The Economist. So that's a sort of another thing I spend quite a lot of time thinking about. I'm going to do a little kind of tour of some of the sort of foreign policy things we've been thinking about at The Economist recently, and then I'd love some questions from you guys. I might say, just as a sort of foreword, that this topic of conversation, sort of global peace and security, can be quite depressing, because you can get the impression that we're living in some, sort of disastrous time where everything is going horribly wrong all over the world. What I would say to that, and I'd be interested if you guys would agree, is that I've been around for long enough that it's sort of always like this. And so for those of you who are thinking about, sort of making your careers, maybe some of you are thinking about politics or international relations, there's no sort of golden era where everything is great, right? What I'm probably going to describe now might seem a little depressing, but I don't mean to give the impression that actually, things were great 10 or 20 years ago. The world's always pretty unstable, and there are always things going wrong. So I thought I'd begin maybe by talking a little bit about Ukraine, just because that's so much at the front of people's minds at the moment, and so much in the news. I was in Kyiv last year. I hadn't been before, and the day before I went, I was talking to a couple of people here in the UK, one of whom used to be an MP, and I told one of the people I was talking to that I was going to Kyiv the next day, and he said, I'm very worried about this war because it's going to push up energy prices, and that's going to be really bad for pensioners in the UK, and I'm also worried that we're going to end up in a nuclear war with Vladimir Putin, and no good will come of this. And then the other person who I was talking to, who was the ex-MP, said, I have completely the opposite view. My view is that we should increase taxes on old people in the UK who have lots of money, and we should use that money to buy weapons and defend liberal democracy. And so that's pretty much the debate that's going on in America at the moment. I spend most of my working life looking at the US. There is a sort of liberal internationalist view about what's happening in Ukraine, which President Joe Biden has been at the forefront of, really, and that I think has majority support in America. And then there's a very active, contrary view in the US, which you see particularly from Donald Trump, who remains the leading Republican, and also Governor Ron DeSantis in Florida, who most analysts think at the moment is his most likely challenger, credible challenger in the Republican primary. And there, the view is that, it's important for America to put America first. There are lots of problems at home, lots of people dying of, opioid overdoses. There's this competition with China. Essentially, Ukraine is a kind of peripheral concern for America. It's a territorial dispute. What are we doing, spending all this money supporting Ukraine? So I went out to Kiev with sort of this in my mind. You know, the Economist is very much on the kind of liberal. You know, it's a very worthwhile thing to support Ukraine's independence, to support its democracy, and I suppose even more than that, or equal to that, letting Russia just invade a sovereign nation and get away with it sets a terrible precedent for the kind of world we want to live in. But I had these sort of arguments going around in my head when I went to Kiev last year, and it's an amazing thing going there. So you can't fly in because there's the risk that any airplanes will get shot down by Russian missiles. So the only way in, you have to fly to Poland and then go to the border, and then you get on this train, which is an overnight sleeper train, which is the one that, you know, whenever Boris Johnson or Joe Biden or whoever kind of pops up in Ukraine, they all take the same train, and you hop on it, and as soon as you cross the border into Ukraine, somebody comes around and says, okay, at this point it's lights out, so nobody's allowed to turn the lights on in the train. You need the blinds down because they're worried about it being seen from the air and potentially targeted. And then you get on this train, have this train journey. It's about 8 hours, and then you wake up in Kiev. And Kiev at the moment looks kind of like I imagine London might have looked during the Second World War. I mean, I'm interested in Second World War history. I've always wondered, as someone who's born in London, you know, what it must have been like being there, you know, when the air raids were going on, when people were, you know, worried all the time that they might go to bed and not wake up in the morning, and when people were using the tube as bomb shelters. I mean, all of us, I don't know how many of you guys are Londoners, but if you're a Londoner, it's impossible to walk around the city and not notice the places that were destroyed in the Second World War, where you've got you know, buildings that were built in the 60s in the holes that those bombs left behind. And so in Kiev, you get off the train now, and almost everybody you see is in military uniform. There are sort of tank barricades all over the place, and you go and check into your hotel, and everyone's very nice and friendly and kind of delighted actually to see people from the UK, because there's a very strong sense there at the moment that Britain has been very supportive. But I remember checking into the hotel, and I was given my hotel key card, and they said, okay, there's room service, you often want to call this number, you know, there's a gym on the second floor, and the bomb shelter's on -2, and, you know, have a nice stay. And so it's a very strange place at the moment where people are living in sort of constant fear, and yet normal life kind of goes on. There are cafes and there are bars, and there's a curfew at night time. You can't be out at night unless you've got permission from the military. So you have to have like a little piece of paper that says you're allowed to be out at night. Otherwise, everyone has to be when I was there, tucked up by 10 p.m. And you're always listening out for the sound of these air raid sirens. So I was there for a few days, had some interesting meetings, was taken to Bucha, which was the site of a civilian massacre by Russian soldiers, and came back with a very kind of strong impression that Ukraine is highly determined to fight, you know, really until the very end to keep its sovereignty. That there's an extremely brave group of people there who, you know, want their own country and want to be able to determine their own destiny, and that they are highly sensitive and appreciative of the support that they're getting from other countries in the West, Britain and the US having been at the forefront of that. And that, you know, has been an interesting thing to observe, partly because, in a way, it closes a loop on a sort of 20-year period in thinking in the West about international relations and what good a country can do when another country is under threat or has a dictator in charge. So, you know, Monday, I think, is the 20th anniversary of the beginning of the Iraq War. That was before I started as a journalist at The Economist, but it was or as a journalist, period. But as Baroness Amos, who was, you know, heavily involved in politics at the time, can speak to better, you know, that was really the sort of dominating subject of politics sort of 20 years ago. And the Iraq War, which in, you know, The Economist, which I worked for, supported at the time, both parties in the UK supported, both parties in the US supported. When you look back at it now from 20 years on, it was a kind of collective madness at the time. I think it's really worth going back and looking at what happened and studying that a little bit for an example of how really smart people can get convinced of an argument and can take hugely consequential action. I mean, the invasion of Iraq was a huge military campaign, depending on which sources you go to for the amount of casualties. We're talking, several 100,000 people killed in the course of that war, and it's extremely hard looking back to see kind of what it was all for. The justification of the war turned out to be frankly non-existent. That there were a lot of people, particularly in America. I think the UK was less bad than this, but there was incredible over-optimism in America about, particularly among the sort of neoconservatives around George W. Bush, around what would happen in Iraq after the invasion. There was this view that it would just be like sort of Germany after 1945. The invaders would be welcomed and the country would be rebuilt and it would all be fantastic and you'd have this flourishing democracy, living at peace in the heart of the Middle East, and that would be an example to other nations in the region, and you'd have this kind of flowering to it. It was totally crazy in retrospect, and yet widely believed. If you guys have time, I would urge you to go back and look at the speech that Tony Blair gave before the war started, where he was arguing for Britain's involvement in the Iraq War. It's incredibly convincing, even if you know what subsequently happened. And my sort of time as a journalist really looking at foreign policy and foreign affairs has been dominated by a kind of reckoning with that mistake, and a sense in the West of a kind of loss of confidence, a sense that, for example, when something, another crisis comes along, like the civil war in Syria, where Bashar Assad, killed huge numbers of his own citizens, was happy to use chemical weapons on them, drop barrel bombs from the air on civilians. The West, I think, having been so sort of traumatized by the errors of Iraq, didn't manage to do very much. And yet that was pretty much, the Syria war was pretty much had all the ingredients and the kind of all the awfulness that America and Britain and some other countries thought they were going to war to prevent in Iraq. And so the reason I say that kind of Ukraine sort of closes a loop 20 years on is that, this is a war that seems fully justified in the sense that it's a real war of independence. It's a defensive war with Ukrainians trying to defend their democracy and defend their sovereignty. And also, from the point of view of Ukraine's backers in the West, this is not a war where soldiers from our countries, from Britain, from the US, from France, Germany, other European countries, Australia, Canada, lots of countries out there supporting Ukraine quite actively. It's not a war where they're putting their own soldiers at risk. They found in Ukraine a partner that's extremely brave and willing to stand up for itself if it can be given the weapons to do so. And so what we've seen over the past couple of months really is a very large quantity of weaponry going into Ukraine with a view to Ukraine conducting, the armed forces there conducting a kind of counter-offensive, which I think you'll start to see, maybe not this month, but maybe in April or maybe in May, and hopefully that will turn the tide of the war and bring it a bit closer to a close. I did want to talk a bit about China, but I think my time is up. So maybe we could do a bit of China in the questions.
I think it would be great if you just said a couple of things about China.
Yeah. Okay. So the other sort of big thing that's preoccupying me from a kind of foreign affairs point of view at The Economist is the US-China relationship, which, again, over the course of my time as a journalist, has basically just got worse and worse. And now it's really hard to see how the two countries can sort of accommodate each other in a peaceful way. I don't mean that to say that I think war is about to break out, but there's obviously, huge tension over Taiwan, which China claims as part of China, and which the US, has a more and more explicit policy of trying to support. It's a democracy, 23 million people. It's a country that's been a country, independent, recognized as such for a long time. And we're seeing a really alarming build-up of arms there, with the Chinese getting more and more ready to make some sort of military assault on Taiwan. Hopefully it won't happen, hopefully it's bluster. And on the other side, the Americans preparing more and more to try and repel an assault like that. And so that's, the US-China relationship, that's the kind of most worrying aspect of it. But then it also affects, it's getting into all sorts of things. I don't know if you guys, who uses TikTok? You guys TikTokers? So there's a very real possibility that TikTok's going to get banned in the US. It's already, if you're an employee of the federal government, you can't have it on your phone. If you are work for most state governments in America, you're not allowed it on your phone. There's like next week in Congress, the US CEO of TikTok is testifying, and it seems really likely to me that that's going to get banned. And the reason being, it's owned by ByteDance, which is a Chinese company, and all Chinese companies ultimately have to do the bidding of the Chinese Communist Party. And there's a concern in America both about data from US users' phones ending up on, in the hands of the Chinese Communist Party, but also a kind of bigger concern that a very large share of Americans now get their news from TikTok and think of it as like a primary news source. And plenty of Americans worry that having a news source which is owned by a company that answers to the Chinese Communist Party is not a very good, it's not a very good thing. That TikTok in a way is a kind of trivial example, but one that affects a lot of people, of how these two countries are just, rubbing up against each other in kind of every sphere, in trade, which again affects all of us, and in tech, a lot of the things that Stephen was talking about, the kind of AI foundational technologies, there's going to be a huge conflict for primacy between the US and China over those. And so that, if you guys are kind of thinking about things that you might want to pay some attention to in terms of thinking about how the future might look in the next kind of 10, 20 years, I would add kind of US-China relations to your thinking about how ChatGPT and AI and blockchain and things might change the world. At the end of the day, kind of hard military power matters a lot, even in an era when we're all kind of obsessed with and fascinated by tech. So I'll leave it, Valerie, I'll leave it there, but I'm sure you guys have questions, and I'd also be really interested in if you wanted to talk about any of,
I will chip in.
Yeah, please.
I'm going to ask you a question going back to Russia-Ukraine.
Yeah.
And particularly the decision yesterday by the ICC to issue an arrest warrant for Vladimir Putin. What do you think the impact will be on any possibility of a negotiated settlement to the war in Ukraine?
So the argument against the IPCC, thank you so much, that's really kind, issuing that arrest warrant and saying Vladimir Putin is a war criminal, is that it makes the end game harder in Ukraine. By end game, sorry, that's a terrible cliche. What I mean is, this war has to end by some kind of negotiated settlement, right? No, unless there's some sort of coup in Russia and Vladimir Putin is kicked out, which looks really unlikely. At some point, these two countries are going to have to live side by side, and so by saying this man is a war criminal, that makes it, pretty hard for him to find an exit, right? Because if he goes off into retirement, then he knows that he's going to be sent to the IPCC. The argument for is that it's clearly true, right? The guy is a war criminal. I think the particular grounds on which this case has been made is that a very large number, I think it's several thousand anyway, Ukrainian children have been moved from Ukraine, where they were, born and where their parents are, to Russia, and then they've essentially been abducted, and that's that's a war crime. There are other war crimes as well. I mean, as I said, I was in Bucha last year, where a very large number of civilians were killed by Russian soldiers. There's been widespread use of, execution, torture. So the argument for is that, as I say, it's just true. I mean, clearly the guy has committed war crimes. And I suppose the other argument for is that I think it probably provides some comfort to people in Ukraine. Some kind of recognition, really, of their reality. So given that, I think that the chances of kind of Vladimir Putin being pushed out in a coup or resigning are close to zero. I sort of see this as a kind of, it seems to me a kind of okay move, but I'd be interested in what you think, because clearly there's a calculus there, right, between doing the thing which reflects reality and is actually true, and doing the thing that makes a political solution harder. Yeah.
From where I sit, it's very hard to see how this conflict is going to end, because even if the kind of major pieces of it with kind of armies and everything else, that dies down a bit, you are still going to have the equivalent of conflict going on in Ukraine that is, I hesitate to use the term low level, but just ongoing, as we have seen since 2014. And your point about, Ukrainians are absolutely clear that, one, they can win this war, and two, that they're not giving up. And that view has got stronger, not less strong. I think the number of people who fled as refugees, so many have returned. So it's almost as if this is the opposite of what we think about in terms of what happens in a conflict. On the Vladimir Putin thing, I don't know, I have no idea what might have brought him to the table. I think a lot of us have been thinking, and people who are real specialists in Russia, which I'm not, have been thinking about what would bring Vladimir Putin to the table. Nobody seems to know. So in one sense, it may make no difference whatsoever. I don't know.
It seems sort of morally useful and important, and I agree with you. I'm not sure practically it makes a difference, because I mean, one of the scenarios, I agree with you about the war, by the way. Hopefully this phase of very high casualty numbers will come down. But one of the comparisons we've been making with the Economist is that it might end up with a sort of North Korea, South Korea situation, where there's just a kind of standoff rather than a peace. And as you say, Valerie, there's a very long border between these two countries, and Russia has been crossing it and violating Ukraine's sovereignty since 2014. So even in peace, you can imagine that continuing to happen. And also the other thing that Russia loves to do is send in soldiers who claim to be separatists or freedom fighters, and they're not wearing their usual military uniforms and stirring up trouble. So there will be, even in a kind of peace scenario, relatively peaceful scenario, there will be efforts by Russia to undermine, Ukraine's stability, interfere in its elections, which again we saw, way before the beginning of this war.
And just in relation to that reference to North Korea and South Korea, those two countries are technically still at war. They have never signed a peace agreement. So let's open up to questions. I'll go to someone online first. Microphone. Here it comes.
It's very high tech. I'm super impressed by this.
Thank you, Daniel.
So there was one question from Ahlam, who asked, how do you think politics affects the healthcare sector?
Oh, in a very fundamental way, in the sense that politics is how we collectively, in a messy way, make choices about, how we're going to allocate resources, and the healthcare sector is, one of the places you see that most clearly. So, again, to use I actually started The Economist covering British politics at the time when Baroness Amos was in government. And there it was interesting to hear the question earlier about private sector involvement in the NHS. I mean, one of the things about politics is you see the same thing, if you stick around for long enough, you see the same thing coming around again and again. In the early 2000s, when Tony Blair was Prime Minister, one of the big flashpoints was NHS reform and the degree to which you could involve the private sector. And it was neuralgic for the Labour Party, but he pushed it through. In the US, which I'm sort of more familiar with, because I have a British accent, I've spent the past 10 years covering America. Barack Obama obviously passed the Affordable Health Care Act, the ACA, also known as Obamacare. You have a very different healthcare economy there to the UK's, where it's largely a private sector one. So the majority of Americans have private health insurance, and the minority have a sort of government funded scheme, either Medicare if you're elderly or Medicaid if you fall below an income threshold. But it's a totally different, it's a totally different system, one that has some advantages. I mean, I think if you've got a sort of rare disease, then the amount of money in American medicine means that there are just kind of, incredible specialists doing cutting edge work, and sort of money is no object. On the other hand, if you are, lower income in the US and don't have a job that provides you with private health insurance, I would much, much rather be in the UK, where you have a sort of, a kind of a floor, in a sense, a guarantee that you will be able to get some decent level of care through the NHS. Yes, it may not be perfect. Yes, it may be rationed through queuing, but you're not going to kind of fall through the net entirely. In the US, there are people who fall through the net entirely. So it makes a massive, massive difference. And those are all, political choices. The US has, ever since the 1970s, really talked about getting to a universal healthcare system and hasn't managed to do it quite. And that's ultimately the result of a political process and political choices.
Yeah, thank you. Questions here in the room?
Hi, my name is Amos Bursary, scholar. And in regards to China and America's relations in the future, you can see that America's getting quite anxious recently. They're trying to catch more Chinese spies, and the FBI is taking more of a forefront on this specific topic. How do you feel like someone like Donald Trump would do if he becomes president, because he's most likely going to run for it, especially because he really does promote America being a great domestic country first. So how do you think that will look like in the future?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I agree with you. There's a decent chance he ends up being president again. So that's something people should take seriously. I know that might seem slightly wild given how things went last time out. So we've had a preview because he was president for 4 years and he made some pretty big changes to US-China policy. So under his predecessor, Barack Obama, America was still sort of trying to work with China where it could on areas like climate, find areas for cooperation. And if you wind back a bit further, there was this hope that China would become sort of more open, more free, a bit more Western. That had sort of gone by the time Barack Obama was presidency, but there was a kind of practical approach to dealing with China. And then I think some things changed in China, right? So I think the government there did become more repressive. They have built this extraordinary kind of surveillance state. And it was interesting hearing Stephen talking about things like blockchain and AI. I mean, I think the Chinese government is going to try and use all those technologies to perfect its surveillance of Chinese citizens and trying to get the maximum amount of information, not just about what they're kind of doing online, but kind of what they're thinking or who they're talking to, with a view to perfecting the kind of repressive sort of surveillance state that they've built in Xinjiang. And then we have Xi Jinping, who's now leader for life essentially. China's become more and more sort of nationalistic. The West, I was talking to a friend who's in Beijing the other day, and on the kind of state news in China every night, there's stuff about how America, the West, is the enemy, is out to get China, and so some stuff's changed in China. And when Donald Trump came in, I think he looked at that relationship purely through, or largely through trade. So he saw, crudely, Americans buying more stuff from China than China bought from America, and he didn't like that. And so he came in with a very tough, he's a very sort of aggressive person, right? Came in with some very, very tough rhetoric about China, which is very different to the sorts of things that American presidents had said about China in the past. But mainly he cared about trade. But there were a whole load of other people in the Republican Party, and actually even more in the Democratic Party, who really care about the human rights stuff, really care about the fact that there are very large numbers of people, of Uyghurs in Xinjiang, who are being sort of forcibly re-educated by the state to drop their Muslim faith, are being treated appallingly. People that care that political distance in China are locked up. So you had this kind of weird thing. Donald Trump didn't actually care about that very much, but he did mind that he thought America was getting the wrong end of the stick when it came to trade. And he really changed relations with China. It became much more confrontational, and Joe Biden has kind of continued in that in that vein. And so now what you see in America, particularly I'd say in the Republican Party, is there's a competition just for who can be the toughest on China. There's a committee in Congress at the moment on US-China relations, which is pushing this. There's TikTok has become the kind of one of the focuses of this. And I don't see, it seems like it's only going one way in the US. And so you've got this kind of, dynamic where the US is getting kind of tougher and tougher and tougher on China. And I think Donald Trump will be like even tougher than he was last time if he was president again. And meanwhile, the Chinese official line is the Americans kind of hate us and like want to keep us down and want to stop us from developing and becoming rich and strong. And those two are kind of becoming mutually reinforcing, because it's kind of true in a way, actually. Like America, if you look at what people, particularly in the Republican Party, say, but also, frankly, some people around Joe Biden say, like, if there was a kind of off button for China, that they could press, they would press it. They just haven't found the button, and it probably doesn't exist. And so that's why I worry about the kind of the spiral, that it's becoming like a self-fulfilling prophecy in a way. Sorry, that was a long answer, but it's a great question.
But can I turn it round?
Yeah.
And if you're looking at it from China's perspective, and particularly their role globally, what are their ambitions looking forward?
It's a really interesting, I mean, I might turn that one back on you. It's a really good question. I mean, China's a different kind of power to the US, I think, right? It doesn't have an ambition, even a kind of soft ambition, to export its political model to other countries. I think it thinks that it's come up with a better system of arranging a society where you have, the party in charge and one man in charge of the party, and the deal is the country gets richer, and the party is the kind of guarantee of stability and prosperity, and that's better than kind of liberal democracy. But what you don't hear much is that we've come up with this great model and we're going to export it around the world. Whereas America, post-Iraq does not talk so much about exporting democracy, but it's a core belief of, pretty much all Americans and all American politicians that, a political system that involves elections and not locking up your opponents is a superior one. So I think they're kind of different powers in that sense, in that they have different ambitions. But I also think it's really important for America and other Western countries to kind of create room for China to be the great power that it kind of is and kind of should be, if it hadn't had completely mad government for a large chunk of the 20th century that basically prevented it from being from realizing those ambitions. What do you think?
Well, the question that I keep struggling with is, given that China is a member of the UN Security Council, at what point is China going to feel that it can play a more active role? I mean, very often on these conflicts, and Russia-Ukraine is a good example, China kind of stays back and, as it were, abstains.
Totally.
You know, doesn't engage, doesn't fall on one side or the other, which partly goes back to that sovereignty principle that Steve was talking about in the introduction. And I still don't have a real feel, because as China gets stronger economically and so on, regardless of whether you want them or not, you have international responsibilities. And it's not clear to me what role China may want to play in relation to those international responsibilities.
Yeah, and it's interesting seeing Ukraine is a particularly interesting test case, right? Because the way that China deals with that question is just to say, well, we just believe in sovereignty and non-interference in other nations' affairs, right? You just shouldn't. One of the things we China object to about the US is how it goes around the world getting involved in Iraq, in Afghanistan, you know, all over the place. We won't do that. We're not that kind of power. And yet, you know, the invasion of Ukraine by Russia is the biggest violation of a nation's sovereignty. You know, it's the biggest war in Europe since World War II. And so when kind of called on that principle, China didn't do anything, right? Yeah. It sort of said, well, you know, it's a matter for those countries. We just want peace, you know, and we think both sides should stop fighting.
Yeah. Not helpful.
Not helpful.
Okay, I'll take you, and then I'll come to you, and then 1, 2, 3.
I've got
and then we've got more online.
Answers. I'm sorry, you guys ask such good questions, and then Valerie, you need to
I do, because we're time's running.
Okay.
Really quick.
We'll do a quick fire round. Not in the questions, but in my answers. I promise I won't talk for an hour.
Hi, thank you so much for coming to talk to us about China, Ukraine, and I'm a really avid listener of Checks and Balances. I really enjoy it, which brings me to my next question, which is about AUKUS.
Yeah.
So you talked about it in the past, and it's still going on right now.
Yeah.
I was looking, and I was like, oh, they've had a deal that happened a couple days ago, and Beijing are not really happy about it. What do you think what do you think has happened? Do you think, in hindsight, what do you think has come out of it? Do you think it's going to be as instrumental as they originally planned in the next decades to come? And
so that's a great question. Thank you, and thanks for that. So I have a podcast called Checks and Balance, which is about US politics. So we did have a pod about that. It's nice that you listen. Thank you. So I think. So AUKUS is a deal that provides American nuclear submarine technology, and these are not nuclear-armed submarines, but nuclear-propelled submarines. And the amazing thing about nuclear-propelled submarines is they can just stay underwater pretty much indefinitely, so they can be super stealthy. China is pretty cross about Australia having this capability because it worries about rivals in its neighbourhood. With these sorts of arguments about military technology, it seems to me that I'm less worried about it kind of ending up being a sort of cause of conflict in a way, but it seems to me more important as an example of a sort of strengthening an alliance, a kind of military alliance between the US and Australia. And that's clearly with China in mind, right? The Australians, again, who, if you go back 15, 20 years, were just thinking about how can we make the maximum amount of money selling our minerals that we mine to Australia, has become a lot more kind of worried about selling our minerals to China, has become a lot more worried about a kind of expansive, assertive China, and is looking to improve its own military capabilities. So I think AUKUS is mainly about kind of strengthening that sort of Western alliance, and kind of bringing it into the Pacific. I can see why the Chinese are cross about it, but equally they've spent quite a lot of time trying to bully their neighbours and have been pretty aggressive towards Australia, and so I think it's. I personally, it seems like a kind of good development to me.
Okay, I'm going to change the order slightly as we're doing quick fire. So if you would just pass it down here. Quick fire question, and then if you pass the mic onto that table.
Okay. Hi, my name is Hilary. I was going to ask, because I'm actually studying this currently in schools, which makes this really relevant. I was going to ask about the kind of perception of America moving forwards as these things keep happening. So obviously after the Iraq War, there's kind of been dents in sort of the hegemonic view of America as like the liberal power. And I was wondering if intervention in Ukraine and potentially with China in the future could end up, I mean, we don't know how these things will go and how history will look back on the events of this year, but if there's a potential that this sort of attitude of China viewing America as an antagonist on the global stage will end up kind of dissolving this sort of a power that America has as a whole. Like the idea that we have at the moment is that, like, despite some of the criticism, liberalism is still sort of the broad consensus that we have across the West particularly, but we're also seeing a lot of non-liberal democracy states rising up. And do you think if America keeps intervening, it's going to sort of further that challenge towards liberal democracies?
Yes, so that's a really good question. So in terms of how the rest of the world views America, there are kind of there are a couple of things. One, perceptions in the rest of the world of the US tend to be much better when there's a Democratic president in charge. So basically the rest of us wouldn't vote Republican. So you know, when Donald Trump was president, also when George W. Bush was president, you've got much more negative attitudes to America in the rest of the world. And I think that reflected a view that those Republican presidents were, I mean, George W. Bush wasn't isolationist, but was very kind of assertive in the way he chose to use American power, as was Donald Trump in a way, though from a kind of more isolationist point of view. So now you've got, you know, Democrat in the White House, America's reputation seems a bit better. If you look at the kind of polling from people like, there's a survey called Pew Global Attitudes, which looks at this stuff, there's some other stuff. But then on your point about sort of America throwing its weight around and kind of, and sort of intervention, I mean, I think that's where the Biden administration and the British government, to give it its due, have been smart in the sense that in Ukraine they found a way to do the kind of intervention in support of a, you can't really describe Ukraine as a liberal democracy, but it's getting there, I think. And I think if it manages to fight off Russia, it will become one and will become a kind of, you know, they want to join the EU, you know, want to join NATO, it will become a kind of proper part of the West. It's a very different kind of intervention because it's not actually imposing, you know, American troops or American sort of, you know, kind of will on a country. It's supporting sort of freedom fighters, and that seems to me to be a much better model for the kind of, you know, military support, intervention, whatever you want to call it, than the, you know, than the Iraq, to state the obvious, than the Iraq or kind of Afghanistan model, which involves sending in lots of troops. So I'd actually think there's an argument when it comes to China that lots of China watchers spend their time trying to work out when China will invade Taiwan, and people who look at that have looked at Ukraine and have looked at US support for Ukraine and said, okay, China's now going to, you know, if you're in Beijing, what previously maybe looked like quite a straightforward military, not straightforward, but a military operation that you could pull off, now looks really difficult because you're going to face a lot of resistance, and the US and other allies are going to send arms. So those things are kind of relevant to each other. But my take would be that the way that the West has backed Ukraine has restored a lot of sort of integrity and a sense of kind of values to a set of allies that had kind of lost their way really and had lost a bit of that.
Quick question here, and then I'm going to have to wrap this session
I said
up.
I'd be short.
I'll come to you first next time for us to have a bit of a break.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts on such crucial issues, and just extending this line of conversation a bit. President Biden has made clear his belief in the narrative that there is sort of a camp of liberal democracies against some rising authoritarianism across the world. And my question is it indeed true that there is a coalition of or authoritarian leaders colluding to somehow undermine the US, or is this just the paranoia that comes with being a global hegemon?
So I think that one of the things about American foreign policy and the way people in America talk about foreign policy is they're almost always thinking about domestic policy when they're talking. So that framing, which I think has something to it, right? Like there are, you know, if you look at Britain's closest allies, they are all, you know, kind of liberal democracies. And if you look at the countries that we kind of worry about most, you know, kind of places like Iran, North Korea, Russia, they have a different political system that has some, you know, they have some similarities. But I think the attraction of that framing for Biden was partly that it basically puts Trump on the side of the kind of authoritarian sort of non-democrats. You know, he saw, particularly January the 6th, you know, when people broke into the US Capitol, as a sort of rightly as a kind of anti-democratic act and a kind of stain on America's democratic reputation, because one of the fundamental things about a democracy is that the peaceful transfer of power, and this interrupted that. And so that framing in a way is almost a way of casting, you know, Donald Trump and his backers as being on the same, you know, in the same sort of political family as kind of authoritarians around the world. So it's kind of useful for him in a way. I mean, I think there's also something to what you say about you know, America is a bit of a paranoid power. You know, whenever there's a kind of challenger nation, you saw this in the 80s with Japan, you see it with other countries now, America kind of gets jumpy. It's the sort of, maybe that's just what it's like when you're, you know, the richest, most powerful country in the world. But there's I think there's an element of that as well.
There's clearly a lot that we can talk about in this session. We haven't even touched on India, Pakistan, the Middle East, Latin America. So this is a conversation that will continue. John, a huge thank you. For those of you in the room, we're going to break for coffee, and I hope that John will still be here and can answer some of the questions we couldn't get to. For those of you online, if you did have further questions, do please send them to us, and we might prevail upon John to answer them, and we'll send you the answers back. So we're going to have a 15-minute break. We're going to come back to talk about the African continent, and particularly about how we see that continent in a different, how we can look at that continent in a different way, particularly through a business lens. But let's thank John very much indeed. Thank you for your time. So for those of you online, you're going to have just a blank, well, not quite a blank screen, just the Amos Bursary logo for the next 15 minutes. We're back at 10:02. Thank you very much, John.
That's a pleasure.
Thank you.
I think being a black man, a black young man, I think that what is taken for granted and it's kind of surface level with a lot of friendships. But brotherhood means, honestly, like I can cry on your shoulder, even though you might banter me like 2 weeks time about the fact that I cry, but I can cry on your shoulder and you will understand what I'm going through. Because the struggles that a young black man goes through in this country, even in the world, is mad. And to have someone that can understand that, be like, bro, listen, I'm here fighting with you. I'm here sharing in your struggle and we're gonna make it through. I think that's priceless.
Hi, I'm Adesina. This year, I decided to make a documentary that addresses the current narrative of the young black man. So, I'm focusing on the charity called the Amos Bursary, which was founded by Baroness Amos and her sister Colleen. The Amos Bursary has played a key role in the development of some of the country's most influential black boys. And I'm here to discover exactly how they've learned to thrive in a society that works against them.
What makes the Amos Bursary way different is mindset.
So being surrounded by a lot of like-minded young black men, who are all aspirational, who are all trying to achieve the best that they can. I'm not saying that there aren't other boys that are doing that, but I don't know, it's just that environment that just pushes you to another level.
I think it's the fact that we're all similar ages and we kind of we get to go to different events which kind of bring us all together. It's kind of like that kind of brotherly kind of atmosphere that you get.
I feel like we get the polish that not a lot of young black men get. So for example, whether that might be dinner in the House of Lords or a networking session at an investment bank, we manage and we learn through people's advice and through mentoring and through presentations and workshops how to kind of like facilitate ourselves in those situations and how to make the best of those situations.
Can't ride without the training wheels, can't ride without the training. Them man can't ride without the training wheels. I said them man they need training, can't ride without the training.
Looking through your window, maybe you're not home. Bye.
Can you just tell the camera what you were doing?
Huh?
Can you just tell them what you were doing?
So basically they're doing a 24-hour session of volleyball to raise money for a charity. So they want to get involved. And my friend that went to my sixth form, he's now second team captain for the volleyball. So good man.
Hi, my name is Victor CBK. I'm a final year student at the University of Warwick where I study politics and international relations. So obviously I wasn't the best student during secondary school. So secondary school I got excluded quite a bit. So I got excluded from like year 7 to year 10 about 25 times. Like different things, fighting, aggressive behaviour per se. And what happened is like year 11, that's when I kind of like found my primary aim in that year was that I found God, and it was basically the things that led on from that. It was the turn of 2013 and I was on Google and I was basically like, after night vigil, you know there was night vigils, and I was like, I need to change, like I need to be better. So I typed into Google opportunities for young people in London, and I just remember I went through like Google, I went on the first page, didn't like opened a couple tabs, didn't see anything, and I think it was on the third or the fourth page that I found Excel free, which is, and then basically that led me to the Amos Bursary. So I was like, right, okay, I've never heard of this, but it looks sick in it. So I said, I'll apply. So I quickly made my application, applied, then I got an interview. And in the interview, it was weird because this is the first time that I went to central London. I think it was like they told me to wear business attire, but them times I didn't have business attire there. So I thought I would want a jumper and like chinos or something, but they were like mashed up chinos. Then I went to one session and I was like, right, this is pretty cool. This is really, really interesting. And through that, I got to go to New York. I've got to go to Nairobi to intern. I got the opportunity to speak at the House of Lords, where I met Anthony Jenkins, who was at that time the CEO of Barclays. And it builds confidence. It builds the fact that I can walk into places now and it's like, I belong here. There's a seat at the table for me.
Victor has clearly grown into himself and is comfortable in professional environments. He's definitely not forgotten who he is or where he's come from. However, getting to this point is not an easy process. Many boys are aware of how hard they have to work in order to attain their goals and to break social barriers. Resilience is a term that comes to mind when they describe their journeys.
You're more than wherever you're in. So whether you're struggling through school, you can be at Cambridge, you're still more than what you're in at that time. Because the harsh reality is that you'll be judged no matter where you go. In one way or another, you will be judged. I've come from this area. I'm part of this demographic. But I've been able to achieve so many things. I've come to a top 10 uni in the UK. But at the same time, I'm at this uni, but this uni doesn't define me. I'm Treasure, I'm myself. I'm not Warwick University, if you get what I mean.
Ocean. In a world that judges everyone by outward appearance, black men are constantly forced to acknowledge the way that they are perceived by society. But in themselves, they choose how they respond to these perceptions.
How you look is important because that's how, essentially, that's the first step of your first impression. Like, before you even say anything, like, people kind of guess who you are which is a bad thing, but it's human habit. People guess who you are just by the way you look.
When people see you and they don't know you, what do you think they see?
Probably like I don't know, probably a guy that isn't too smart, probably kind of a typical black boy, you know, with my puffer jacket and everything.
When people see young black men, they assume X, Y, and Z, but obviously there's more to you than that. So when you're in a corporate environment, for example, and they're trying to fill their quotas or whatever it is, so you've got your foot in the door, you're in the role that you're in because of maybe you come from this demographic, and sometimes that happens, let's be real. But once you show them that you've got the skills for the job, you've got the passion, you've got the drive, then they'll see past that. They won't just see you as, he's here because he's black. They see you as, he's here because he deserves it.
It's sad to see how calculated the actions of black boys have to be in order for them to be seen in a positive light by those around them. But it's interesting learning how they maneuver themselves in these situations. Something that has come across consistently in these conversations with Amos Bursary boys is the power of decisions and making the right choices.
Being black and being focused and educated are synonymous. They're not separated. A lot of the time in my secondary school, and it's no fault of externals. What I fed myself is the fact that I thought to be black and to be a man wasn't to be smart, wasn't to be focused about academics or professional life. I thought it meant gratifying yourself in the present.
I was talking to one of my boys, I found out that one of my friends, that he's a normal guy, just calm, but just hanging around the wrong people. Going to jail, 24 years. He's got more years than he's lived. And it's just that sort of thing that I just think, if I wasn't in AV, then, not to say I would be there, but anything's possible, that sort of thing. It makes me feel grateful for making the right decisions and surrounding myself with the right people. Because there's nothing to say that, well, apart from my God, but there's nothing to say that I wouldn't be where he is now.
Me and my boy were speaking the other day, and we was like, what is the most effective way we can help change the situation of young black people in the United Kingdom? And it came back to role models, having positive role models for people to see, whether it might be MD in a bank or MP here, or a videographer that's like making such amazing screenwriting. That is so amazing, because what it provides you with is representation, and representation makes you understand that I can do that. And I feel like that's so important, and I feel like it's our job to do that.
Yeah, so the older guys, they're kind of really, for me anyway, they're kind of an inspiration. So they've obviously achieved quite a lot right now, and they're so willing to kind of help us, the younger generation, try and emulate them. So for me, they're kind of, they're figures that you can look to and think, actually, there's hope.
Some of the boys recognise how important it is to help those who are less fortunate than them. James and David discuss how they've tried to give back to society.
Right now, I'm working with London Youth on their youth board, and we kind of try and help shape the policy of the organisation. So what it is basically an umbrella organisation for youth, other youth groups across London. So with my youth group, Creative Opportunities, we've actually collaborated with the charity Crisis in order to help combat homelessness. So I guess that's helping to kind of impact the local community in Islington. Eventually, if we become, the next lawyers, the next doctors, the next bankers, we can actually help society as a whole.
I went to Gambia for 3 months in 2015. It was meant to be for a research project, which I did do. But before I went, I knew that I didn't want to just go there and I kind of just see the country, do the work and come home. Because I recognize that there probably are people there that are in a less fortunate position than I am. So I want to do something to kind of help while I was in Gambia. I wasn't sure how, but I knew that if I just took some stuff like old clothing, stationery, just anything I could find and could do, and I thought this is a great opportunity. These are children who are less privileged than myself, and it would be a great way for me to give back.
The narrative of a person can change depending on the opportunities that they're exposed to. The Amos Bursary makes a conscious effort to send boys all over the world in order for them to become well-rounded individuals who make an impact in their society.
The statistics have shown that in order for you to have to compete compete well in the job market, you need to have some sort of international experience that builds cultural awareness, that builds also emotional intelligence and social kind of like capital in terms of understanding different things. So when I finished sixth form, I applied to get to the New York Exchange, and I got the New York international experience, spent a month in New York, was working in Manhattan, lived in Brooklyn, absolutely loved it.
Yeah, New York was good. New York was really good. So obviously, I got to go to KPMG and work in KPMG US. We were staying in Brooklyn, and actually the house that we were staying in, have you heard of The Wire? One of the actors in there, his name was Chris Partlow in the TV show. We were actually living in his house, so that was like, yeah, that was pretty sick, yeah. Obviously there's 9 boys living in one house, that's obviously gonna bring like a lot of fun as well. Trying to get by in like life, like cooking, yeah, cooking caused a lot of problems.
Can you cook?
For me, yeah, I can cook.
What do you cook?
I can cook like fried rice, pasta. Okay, when I say I can cook like, yeah, I can cook like to get by. I wouldn't say I'm a great cook, but I can cook.
Although cooking may not be their forte, we cannot deny the maturity of these young men. When looking at the success of these boys, it's essential to acknowledge the people who are willing to invest in them and allow them to recognise that they have the power to write their own narratives. The Amos Bursary boys share their views about Colleen, a CEO who has dedicated a lot of her time into ensuring that these young men reach their full potential.
Colleen's my mom, man, my corporate mom.
Colleen is, yeah, she's just amazing.
Colleen, fantastic.
She's almost like a corporate mother figure.
Colleen is the mother of Amos Bursary.
What Colleen teaches you is she loves you, but she loves you enough to the point where she wants you to reveal who you have been called to be. Like, what is your best ability? She wants you to always achieve that.
I just want to say thank you to Colleen, because she's personally invested a lot of time into me, a lot of effort and energy, and a lot of what I do is just so that I can do as much to kind of give back to Amos Bursary and help her as much as I can.
From hearing the thoughts of these young men and learning about the different environments that they've been exposed to, I thought it would be great to hear the advice that they would give to young black boys, and they seem to have quite a lot to share.
My advice to young black boys would probably be believe in yourself, believe in your greatness, and understand that your potential is unlimited. Society will never tell you how great you are or how great you can be, but knowing in yourself that you can do whatever you want is already a great start.
I want people to kind of see a role model, in essence, in the idea that, okay, cool, Victor's done this. It's not the extent where people say Victor's done this, but oh yeah, Victor's super amazing, so no one else can do it. It's the fact that Victor's done this, so because Victor's done this, you can do this also. I'd say that's the most important thing that I want people to see, the fact that when I tell you we're up next, do you believe me kind of thing, and you're up next, trust me, the spaces that we think are denied to us, they are crying out for us. Follow the narrative that you want, create your own narrative. The world is so big, and stay focused.
Being a black man in the UK is not easy. However, when people are provided with the opportunities, their journeys can be taken to another level. For many, it's hard to even believe that they can accomplish the extraordinary. But understanding the consequences of your actions and making the right decisions is something that the Amos Bursary has clearly instilled in these young men. They have learned that brotherhood comes from the solidarity in the journey. Knowing that you don't have to do it alone gives these boys the confidence to step out and write their own stories.
Place is a mess. No, G never not me. Yeah, I see you on the set. Let me shut it down, do it properly. Me and you, we ain't the same. See, I got Wembley for days. I'll be around for a while. Yeah. So you better sit down and be time to go cold, cause you know some.
Welcome back, everyone. Our session now is really focusing on the African continent, and in particular thinking about how we can think about that continent in a more positive way. There are so many representations of what's happening on the African continent that are negative. So this is very much about growth, development, partnerships, looking at business and entrepreneurship. And I'm delighted that we are joined by Yaa Enescora, who is a Senior Vice President at Unilever, worked on the continent before coming to Unilever in London as Senior Vice President for Ghana and Nigeria. He's also on the board, he's a non-executive director of the board of the Development Bank of Ghana, and he tells me is a committed Pan-Africanist. Yaa, welcome, and over to you.
Thank you very much. Thanks. I'm glad to be here with all of you, and I just need to add that my definition of Pan-Africanism is global Africa, so it includes all of you and the people in the Caribbean and all of that. Pardon me, because when I'm giving tight timings, I like to make sure that I'm very clear what I'm going to talk about so that I don't waffle and go out of the time range. So if you find me referring to my notes a lot, it's because when you give me shorter time, then I'm much more careful. If you give me longer time, I come without my notes, and I can just go on and on and on. So good to see you all. My understanding is that the overarching theme for your sessions is addressing global challenges, overview of the changing power dynamics in the world, and impact on major global issues. And I've been asked to speak about partnerships for growth and development, focusing on business development in Africa. I've been given, my time slot is 40 minutes, but I've been cautioned and cautioned again that I need to leave enough time for Q&A, and I intend to do that. If I am speaking a little bit at pace, is because I really want to make sure that I fit in the time that has been given to me. My remarks will start with a little bit of a global overview, it will seem, but we will zoom in and we will answer the question and address the theme. So don't start to panic. Fasten your seatbelts and let's go. So the world is changing at pace. That is no big news to anybody. Everybody knows that. But I like to make things a little bit specific. When I started to work at Unilever, whose head office is just a walking distance from here, in 1992, there were no mobile phones, let alone smartphones. To you guys, that's probably a big surprise, but there were no mobile phones. There was no internet. And think about it, the very first text message that was sent in the world was sent relatively recently on the 3rd of December, 1992. It simply said, "Merry Christmas." There was no accompanying beep. Think about that. That was an innovation that was to come later. I've been working in Unilever, that's why I say relatively recently. I know 1992 is not relatively recent to all of you, but I had started my working life actually. A guy called Neil Popworth actually in the UK, a software engineer, sent the SMS from a computer to his colleague Richard Jarvis. Neil had been working as a developer and test engineer to create a short message service, which is what SMS is, for his client Vodafone. However we read change, this is an age, yours. I mean, when I say this is an age of discontinuous, exponential, rapid, revolutionary change. The world is changing at a rapidity of pace that has never been seen before. I'll quote a few statistics to try and make my point, sourced from Oxford University Press Research and the Pew Research Center. From the solitary text of 1992, and keep in mind that therefore, from creation day to 1992, the number of text messages that had been sent in the world was 0. And then in 1992, it was 1. In 2022, the world now sent text messages at 6 billion a day. 1992, 1, before that 0. 2022, 6 billion a day. Not talking about the full year, 6 billion a day. That is unbelievable. and explosive growth to an extent. When I was coming here in the Uber, the driver and I were chatting about just how we have become used to rapidity, and I was telling him an interesting incident that when my mother lived in Canada and I was a boy, I would write to her. It took me 2.5 weeks if I was fortunate, for the letter to move from Ghana to her. She would reply. It was 2.5 weeks, and that was a 5-week cycle, therefore, to be able to get a page of communication. In handwriting, it meant that it was probably half a page of an email. And then 2 days ago, the way the world has changed suddenly really became crystal clear to me. It fell in perspective because I was on a video conference with my wife and a business associate of ours. I'd sent pre-reads, but they hadn't got them. They had got them, but they couldn't find it in the jungle, the forest that the email accounts of many people are. So we got onto the call and they said to me, can you please resend? I said, fine. I sent it. And in 10 seconds when they hadn't got it, I was falling apart. And then I sat back and I said to myself, it used to take 5 weeks and I would celebrate when it was 2.5 weeks. And I can't wait 10 seconds anymore. This conversation came up because we got to a traffic light and the driver was so impatient. I was telling him, hang on, the world is not about to end. It will change. Just relax. All of us no longer have that sort of attention span. We've all become used to rapidity. Now, you say to yourself, how does this all matter to Africa? Africa was not left out of this explosion. According to the World Bank and the Africa Development Bank, there are 650 million mobile users in Africa. That number surpasses the United States and Europe. And it's not difficult to understand. We didn't have landline infrastructure, so Africa leapfrogged a generation of telephony. In many African countries, about 1/3 of those are smartphones. It's not too long. I remember the mobile phone revolution starting in Africa. My wife worked for a mobile phone firm. My brother worked for one. One of my best friends works for them up till today. So I was very close to it. Now, before the mobile phone revolution, there were a few landlines. The statistics are well known. 40,000 in some countries, 100,000 in some countries. And generally, telephony was seen as the preserve in Africa of the rich and powerful. If you had a mobile phone number, you counted for something. You definitely were among the aristocratic elite. And that's just the way that we knew it. I can tell stories about when I wanted to make international calls in those days. You had to drive like 10 kilometers to a communication center. You had to book and pay. And if you got 5 minutes, there was somebody there was a beep. He was telling you your time was up. So we usually went with what you were going to say on the phone call, actually written down, so that you go very quickly and you send the person on the other end you don't interrupt. First listen to the message that I have to give. And this is all in my lifetime. I know for you guys this sounds like we're talking about the Stone Age, but I'm talking about stuff that I experienced in my lifetime. Some of it I'd actually started working, and I'm not yet a dinosaur. Maybe I'm headed that way, but I'm not yet a dinosaur, so you know how recently that has been. Now, with that happening came the mobile connectivity explosion. And in Africa, you know what that has led to. The explosion of mobile money, the fact that one of the big concerns of my parents when they were expatriates and their generation was exactly how you got money to people. I remember carrying £1,000 to the mother of a friend of mine. He was a schoolmate, and how stressed his mom was when he told his mom that he had given his friend £1,000 to bring to her, because the mother was like, what if the money disappears? And when I turned up at her house, she actually prayed for me and blessed me and said that we should stay friends for the rest of our life, because a young man of such integrity is difficult to find. I literally drove straight from the airport and gave her the money. And today we do all these transactions on our phones and we take them for granted, and we shift money around continents in seconds, and we take these things for granted. I never have to worry about somebody running away with my money because I do all these things on my smartphone. So this is how fast circumstances change. And this is the reason why I'm telling these stories. The enabling of e-commerce is due to mobile in Africa. Connectivity through shared experiences. I often, when I talk to expatriate communities, and I do that a lot, I say, you have no clue what the loneliness that the generations before us felt. My father worked in the city in the 1950s, and he used to say to me, first of all, that he would come here and he was the only black person. That was the first thing. He would walk around the city and not see any black people. But think about it. He would go for months sometimes without any contact with any of his friends. Or today, I mean, I'm more informed about what is going on in Nigeria than the Nigerians in Nigeria are, because there's an explosion of news. I'm on WhatsApp with them. We're talking every time. So the world has changed in a way that sometimes we ourselves do not realize. And when you think about it, that's the way that you have to look at the African continent when you're planning for the future, that things happen and they happen very quickly in ways that are unimaginable. Today, it feels like these things have always been part of the human race. I know for your generation as digital natives, that's the way that it feels. But I can tell you that my late father, who was himself a very educated man, he was a university professor with 2 doctorate degrees, and an avid user of mobile phones all his life, found, he died in 2009 at the age of 78, all his life found SMS is too complicated. He said, why can't human beings just make a call? And you know, you send me this SMS and I have to go and play around. So if you sent him an SMS, he wouldn't read it. And until he died in 2009, he never sent an SMS. It was too complicated for him. Today, it's impossible to imagine that there's somebody with 2 doctorate degrees who can hack an SMS. But it's not too long ago. I'm talking 13 years ago when he passed away. Even the great Lee Kuan Yew, who's known big innovator, extra intelligent man, Lee Kuan Yew would often shock people by saying until he turned 70, he had not sent an email in his life. He didn't know how to use email. He was 70 years old, the Prime Minister of Singapore, one of the great leaders of the 20th and 21st century. He had not sent an email until he was 70. And he said even that came from the pressure of junior ministers, talking a lot about communicating on email. And he thought, what the hell is this email? I better learn it so that I can also feel like I'm with it. Your generation will see what no other people have ever witnessed throughout human history. And I'll give you just a few examples. We take these things for granted. That's why I'm trying to talk about them. The world has never had a nation of more than 1 billion people reaching out for development with intensity and determination. It has never happened. Your generation has too. China and India are attempting what has never been done by the human race. And sometimes when people are very prescriptive to them and want to tell them how to do things, we must remember the world has no example throughout history from the beginning of time of a nation of more than 1 billion people that became a prosperous developed nation. It's the first time that it is being experimented. So we cannot just foist models on them and say, do it, because we have no clue. The human race has absolutely no clue what they are experimenting with. And all of us must pay attention and learn. I'm in China on the 12th of April for about 2 weeks, and exactly that. I'm fascinated by what is going on there. I want to learn, I want to understand, because I know they are confronting issues that the world has never seen before. And we have to be humble and try and understand. And the African continent must be looked at in the same way. It has specific challenges, it has difficulties, it has unique elements of its existence that many people don't understand. So we cannot just go there and be prescriptive and say, this is what we want you to do, do it. There are ways that an entrepreneur looks at life. The very overused story of the 2 salesmen who were selling shoes, I'm sure that you all know about. One goes into a town and says, disaster. No one here wears shoes. And the other person arrives in the same town and says, fantastic opportunity. No one has started wearing shoes yet. So the market is there for us to develop. Life is about perspective and is about framing And opportunities emerge depending on the way that you look at them. If you take Britain, not too far away from here, William Lever started the Unilever, which has been my employer for 30 years. I must announce publicly that I leave after 30 very fulfilling years in 2 weeks' time on the 1st of April. So you are almost the first people that I'm addressing as a non-Unilever person. UK was going through a period. Laundry, which was the responsibility at the time of the housewife in what was a very patriarchal society at the time, was not exactly a pleasant chore. They used smelly soaps because they were made with fats that had not exactly been refined in the way that we know them now. They were not scented. They didn't understand product chemistry enough at the time to do enough for them not to be harsh on hands. So it wasn't exactly a pleasant experience. I don't even say now it is a pleasant experience, but at the time it was even worse as an experience, yet it was necessary. William Lever, seeing that problem, said to himself, what can I do to improve the lives of the housewife? Starting point. He thought about a solution that improved people's lives and therefore improved society. And that's how Sunlight came about, Sunlight Soap, which became the foundation of today what is the global Unilever. Or Lever Brothers at the time was what, and then it merged and became Unilever. So he brought a soap that was kinder to skin, that was well-scented, and therefore made the housewife's life much more enjoyable and bearable. The same man, while the UK was going through problems of morbidity as a result of poor hygiene conditions and had a particular epidemic, introduced Lifebuoy because he understood that if people washed their hands with antiseptic soaps, it solved a huge amount of the problem. And actually, we now have a huge amount, he probably didn't know at the time, but there's a huge body of knowledge around how hand washing extends lives of children, especially in the developing and emerging world, beyond the age of 5. So you think about these early examples, their starting point was that they were looking for a solution to improve people's lives. That was always the starting point. Africa has some challenges. And it is important that I say, after these examples that I have given, we are in the middle of a big debate right now, so I will send this clip to those people about what is the essence of marketing. And there are those of us who say, at their best and most purposeful and powerful, brands provide solutions that improve people's lives. This is the only real reason why people patronize brands. I know that some people disagree, but on this, we are immovable rocks. And when I say we, there are quite a few of us who say this is the purpose of marketing is to build brands as relationships, brands as respectful entities, brands that understand the people that they are working for, who offer their services through well-crafted and well-thought-out products and vehicles and service vehicles. That's what marketing is about. And the idea is that those are offered to improve people's lives and improve society, and if it is done well, those people reward them with their custom and they make some money from it. The idea nowadays that some people say marketing is about selling, about pushing stuff. That's the way they talk about it. There's a famous report that has come out, but just to be charitable, I don't want to refer to it by name, which we define the essence of marketing as selling stuff to more and more people at higher and higher prices. I defined it as the equivalent of intellectual genocide on the profession, that anybody can say a shocking thing like that. But we're having another debate on that, and that's not why I'm here. So I'll say it again. At their best and most purposeful, brands provide solutions that improve people's lives. This is the only real reason people patronize brands. Africa has some challenges, but each is also an opportunity. It just takes a smart business person, a will to adapt and innovate, and boom, you can have a business, just like William Lever and the others. For each challenge, And there are challenges. I don't run away from it. I'm not one of these romantics who gives the impression there are no challenges in Africa. There are challenges. For each challenge, there are matching opportunities. It depends on how you frame. Chinua Achebe, the great novelist, most of you know, at the dawn of independence on the African continent in the post-colonial era, he was one of the people who came up with a novel at the time, Things Fall Apart, and you know, he became famous for several other books. In an interview, Achebe was asked whether they were intimidated by the fact that Africans were going to have to produce the novel in a language that was not theirs. And that what was his reaction. As always with Achebe, his answer was perceptive and telling. He said not only were the Africans not intimidated, they were going to do things with the English language that had never been seen in the world before them. For me, that's the same way Africa must approach business going forward. We must do things differently from the way that other people have done them. We must not repeat the mistakes of neoliberal capitalism because we have it before us and we can learn from them. So we can leapfrog, just like we leapfrogged with telephony. The African people are resilient. We generally look forward to a better tomorrow. Those who are from Nigeria know that you go there, we say you go better. Everywhere you go in Nigeria, say you go better. We are generally an optimistic people, sunny, bright. That's the way that we look at life. Wole Soyinka wrote the book, The World's Happiest People, Chronicles of the Land of the Happiest People in the World. And I say, if you haven't lived in Nigeria and you hear about all the difficulties of Nigeria, you find it difficult to believe that people are so happy. But go to one Lagos party and you will be convinced that there are very many happy people in Nigeria. I have never seen a people who party like the Nigerian people party, in spite of all the difficulties. And we used to joke after parties that God knows why he didn't give this country so much electricity, because I don't know what they would have turned the world into. Even with scant electricity, they party like none other in the world. To serve the African people faithfully, businesses must be forces for good in society. It can no longer be just about extracting sustenance from Africa to enrich the global north. The approach must be multi-stakeholder, respectful of everybody who is involved. Multi-stakeholder approaches require empathy and compassion for everybody involved in the value chain, especially the community and the ecology. We must respect them. They also require tremendous capabilities in the formation of alliances and coalitions and partnerships and networks. We should not try to do everything alone, the Victorian model. There are many people who can do things better than us. They are within our networks. We must find them, partner with them, and then move. And then we will make an impact. I dare to say these capabilities in your generation, as well as learning to build brands in the shared economy, which is something that you guys know about a lot, the Ubers and the Airbnbs and so on and so forth, will be among the defining criteria for making great leaders in your generation. In summary, in case the Baroness is getting worried, I'm ending now. There's lots to take in as present-day challenges in Africa, and I make the point again, I don't run away. I am on record. Most African leaders will tell you that I describe many of the policies that they have pursued as policies that have resulted in miracles that led to nowhere on the African continent, and have saddled the African continent in too many places with what I call Robinson Crusoe societies. So I'm not one of these people who is a romantic. I face the reality, but I say within that reality, there are many opportunities. I'm very honest about Africa's challenges, but remember that I say in each challenge, there is an opportunity. It depends on how you frame it. So young people, never give up, never fear, never fear. Making mistakes will be inevitable. All of us have made many mistakes. Just learn from each mistake and never fear. Above all, in my view, one of the most important books of the 20th and 21st century, Viktor Frankl remarked, and I will quote to you verbatim, "We who lived in concentration camps can remember the men who walked through the huts, comforting others, giving away their last pieces of bread. They may have been few in number, but they offer sufficient proof that, and I'd like you to really pay attention, everything can be taken from a man, but one thing, the last of the human freedoms, to choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances, to choose one's own way. End of quote. In the end, this is why you and I are here, above all else, to grow with the right attitude. With the right attitude, even you will be surprised how far you can go. I wish you success in life. Best wishes. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Please do join me here. And thank you in particular for pointing out the rapid change that we've seen on the continent and the way that technology is transforming business. You made a comment I'd like to come back to, if I may. You said that on the African continent we should do things differently and not repeat the mistakes of neoliberal capitalism. What did you think those mistakes are?
Shareholder primacy has led to a considerable amount of short-termism. What we call in the city, we're always battling this, the quarterly rat race. So we take the wrong decisions. Business, and I'm a part of it, if you look at our history, has a lot of blood on its hands. We are not proud about it. Some people try to run away from it, but I say we have to face it and then promise the world that we will do things differently going forward. But it's not because people were genetically bad that slavery or colonialism came about. They were looking for more profits. It was business that led to those sorts of outcomes. It is business that is responsible for selling sugary foods to young children, for advertising alcohol at peak watching hours for children. We can go on and on and on about the things that have not been done right as a result of shareholder primacy. The pressures on business leaders to deliver the quarter's number, not even the long term, the quarter's number leads to all sorts of things that will surprise people. And we were not like this at the beginning of time, by the way. In the African society, we're very caring, the concepts of Ubuntu and so on and so forth. So we need to be careful that we don't just swallow that hook, line, and sinker, and we also become the... Unfortunately, there are very bad examples. My country, where I come from, is being blighted by mining practices that are destroying water bodies and so on and so forth. So this is what I'm talking about. Let's, from the beginning, present things in a sustainable and an organic way and try to be concerned about securing the long-term health of society.
So I'm going to open up to questions in a moment, but I must ask you a second question associated with that last point, which is, you know, there's a kind of generic understanding that we have, which is that you need, you know, governments that are pro-business to help to foster growth and development, and yet, you know, very often on the African continent we see leadership that's been in place for a very long time. It's not necessarily forward-looking. There are all the allegations around corruption and so on, and yet you have a very strong entrepreneurial culture in many countries. What is it that drives that entrepreneurial culture, in your view?
Well, some of it is just necessity. When you don't have the infrastructure in place, you become, as they say, necessity is the mother of invention. So you take the mobile phone revolution. We were going to leapfrog the world because we didn't have the landline base. So you jump and you find other ways to do things. So when I was in Lagos, for example, a lot of what is described as entrepreneurial behavior is simply that they do not have the facilities that other people have. So you see Nollywood, it springs out of smartphones being used to film. But those people who were using the smartphones had no other alternative. So they made good with what they had rather than give up. That's what drives the enterprise. However, where, to answer your question directly, in my view, we've got it wrong, is that we have bought these concepts of the private sector is the engine of growth, the government, the business of government is government and not business and so on, not realizing that no people at our level of prosperity and stage in history actually did that. You point one country to me where the state was not the driver of development, where the state was not, go to the US, Silicon Valley and so on and so forth. These are all outcomes of proper planning of the state. So I define the biggest challenge in Africa to be how do we get competent, responsible states, clean up our electoral process so that clean people, the point that you were making, can come through, and therefore reverse that neoliberal paradigm. What we need in Africa is states that pull away from everything. No, in my view, what we need from Africa is a partnership between a competent state, between civil society that ensures that there's popular participation in governance, and then you can plant the private sector in fertile soil. Often when I say this, I get into trouble because they say you're trying to supplant years of orthodoxy, and I say, yeah, but this is where the orthodoxy has got us. Do we like it? So we have to redefine it and move forward.
Thank you. I'm going to take questions. There's lots in the room.
Oh,
but I did promise
nice.
we would start with online because we only had one question from, we have a lot of people who were not able to be in London because of the rail strike. So Daniel, do we have any questions online?
Yes, there was a question from Mariam, and she was asking, do you think African countries will be able to become as developed as Western countries?
I'm not sure whether that should be our goal, that we want to be as developed as Western countries. I think what we should care about is that our people live in prosperity and in harmony. And if that resembles the Western outcome, fine. If it doesn't, that's also fine. We don't need to go by any path that anyone else has beaten. I often say to people, no matter what became of it, the goals of the French Revolution, more liberty, more egalitarianism, more fraternity, are very noble goals in society. And that should be what the development effort is looking for. So the starting point is that the goal is to try and reduce mass misery in our society, give people more prosperity, let them live in dignity, and whatever the outcome is, that's what it is. I don't think we should start out by trying to say somebody somewhere and this is what we are chasing. We do the right thing. For me, that's the difference between the Asian trajectory and Africa. The Asians seem to have confidence to go with models that work for them, and we are trying to be Westminster and White House and so on, and it just doesn't work for us.
Okay, let me take some people who haven't asked questions before. So I'll start with you. Mike, please. Yep. Thank you.
My name's Ian Kaigo Mala. I was going to ask, how do you think Africans in the diaspora can work with like native people that live in Africa to like make a better Africa?
Good question, and it's a little bit of a false divide. I know that the perception and it's demarcated, and we talk about it in remittances and so on, but what is it? Am I an African in the diaspora? I spent a huge amount of my life on the continent. What is the diaspora? My friends used to say, when I'd contribute to discussions in Ghana about people in the diaspora, at the time I was in Lagos, they said, no, Lagos is not diaspora. I said, well, why is it not diaspora? I'm not in Ghana, so why is London diaspora but not Lagos? In there, something is revealed. So it's a little bit of a false divide, but in the real world it exists. And I think the truth is that those who are in the more developed parts of the world usually have access to certain capabilities. Science is usually a little bit more ahead. So if they can respectfully engage in conversations, because it's not every form of advancement that is better. There are some traditional modes and practices that are not that way better, and we must go back and reclaim those. But if we can have respectful conversations amongst ourselves, and the exchange of ideas around those things are, in my view, the best way to collaborate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hi. I just wanted to say I really loved what you said. By the way, I was just writing a lot of stuff and a lot of questions. And one thing's like,
please tell us who you are.
Oh, sorry. My name is Sophie. I'm an Amos Bursary associate.
Which country are you from?
I'm Nigerian.
Oh, okay, my people.
Yeah. So one of the things that you picked up on was young people and how they can. There's obviously we are the future, and the things that we do are really, really important. However, there has been a current trend or like a recent trend where you know, a lot of my cousins, especially like under 25 or around that time or around that age, are leaving the country. And so my question now is, how do young people like impact this change and take advantage of Africa's potential leapfrog in a way that's not hopeless and it's not like, oh, there's nothing to do here? Because I feel like a lot of people back at home are like, you know, Nigeria doesn't provide opportunities for us to grow as young people. And as someone who's really interested in the development of Africa and Nigeria specifically, how do you think we should navigate that?
Well, there's only one way. I often encourage people. I say, don't get too sentimental about Africa. And it sounds like a contradiction. Don't get too sentimental about it. We are human beings with rational instincts, like human beings all over the world. Actually, the first time I heard somebody talk like this, I was a bit surprised. But we were in Singapore, and the foreign minister of Singapore at the time, George Yeo, came to address us, and he said that one of the principal paradigms of the Lee Kuan Yew era was that too much flag waving can be a dangerous thing. And it sounded very counterintuitive. I thought, isn't that what you're trying to do with your citizens? But the point he was trying to make is that if you allow flag waving to get in the way of rational decisions, so he said one of the things they had to battle with is their citizens saying there are too many expatriates in Singapore. And they showed them with statistics. Without the expatriates, Singapore doesn't exist. So this idea about reserve everything, make life difficult for expatriates and so on, you have to be careful, because this model will not work without them. Well, we live in the country of Brexit, you know it, you've seen it, the consequences. That is, in my view, too much flag waving or people being over sentimental. Many years ago, a very brilliant guy who was the Vice Chancellor of the University of Ghana, he was called Professor Alexedum Kwapong, a Cambridge scholar. He was actually Lee Kuan Yew's mate in Cambridge and beat Lee Kuan Yew, so he liked to point that out all the time, that he made a triple first class and Lee Kuan Yew made a double first class. If you met Professor Kwapong, he would always say that to you. Someone posed this question to him, and he said human society follows the rules of osmosis. If you create a difference in concentration gradients, things will move from one place to the other. So it's not that the youth of Nigeria are bad or that they are not patriotic. The conditions, and I know this firsthand, the conditions that they live in are such that I spoke to many people who worked for Unilever Nigeria. Why are you leaving? And I was involved in actually trying to find jobs for them. And many times the answer they gave was simply, if I live here and my child gets ill, I don't know what I do to save that child. So I'm moving for a better life. So you want them to stay, or we all want them to stay, there's only one thing we have to do. We have to clean up the system. That's it. That is, if Bola Tinubu asked me, what's the #1 responsibility you have? I say, it's to make the system work. Don't go preaching to the young people to stay. They won't stay. The reason that these big guys are there is because they are billionaires. When I lived in Nigeria, I had to make the special effort every week. If I hung out with the billionaires, every week I went and looked for the area boys or went to Maiduguri or something. Because otherwise you start to say to yourself, where is this problem that everybody's talking about? Because when you're at the top of the society, Nigeria is the best place to work. Everything works. You can afford help in your home, which you can't afford here. You get everything. So that is, for me, is a very simple, straightforward issue. It's not any problem of the youth or anything of the sort. If conditions are not made livable, people move. That has been the truth of all societies all over the world. People become proud. Again, the Singaporeans used to say, superior achievement breeds respect. So when people do well, don't we see this in football? The country that does well in the World Cup, everybody identifies with them on the African continent. So that's what it is. That's the way that I look at it. Maybe my view is simplistic, but let's focus on getting the basics in place. The rest of these problems will be resolved.
But if you're focusing on getting the basics in place, which I absolutely agree with you on, and this concept of livability, which I also agree with you on, you need governments that actually care about those things. And I think that we have seen successive elections on in different countries on the African continent where there's been no sense that there is a leadership here or a government here that actually cares about the government playing a role in determining that livability, in putting the resources into the things that will make education better, health better, that will deliver jobs. So in a way, what you're saying is there's democracy, but it needs to be a different kind of democracy to deliver a different kind of result. I mean, we saw the elections in Nigeria. It was interesting to see somebody like Peter Obi coming through, to see the young people being critical, but at what point is that really going to make a difference in Nigeria, for example?
No, it's a very interesting question. I was nodding because I go with you all the way. Everything you said, I absolutely agree with. But now she's invited me to now start really dropping the Molotov cocktails. And
yeah, this is what they want to hear.
And I will. I'm no longer, and I fought at the very peril of my life. When I was in university and straight out of the university, I was on the front bench of the resistance to the military government. I've recently been acknowledged in a book that was written. My father thought I was going to be killed before I was 30. So I was one of those. This is those who came out of the university in the early 90s, a very big believer in the return to democracy. I still think it was the right thing for the African continent. But I now realize that we were supremely naive, and that after I've just finished writing a paper, which will be published by the end of the year, where I describe neoliberal democracy in Africa as a miracle that led to nowhere. And I'm questioning deeply whether what we have is democracy at all. It is over-monetized. I was talking to somebody at the break, I was looking for you, and I was saying the disappointment for me in the Nigerian elections was that you had an elite who thought that they could beat Bola Tinubu in Nigeria in the conditions in which Obi was competing. So I wrote a piece where I said Peter Obi behaved, in my view, like a man who was standing elections in Norway against Mother Teresa. But he was competing against Bola Tinubu, who I used to live walking distance away from. I know Tinubu well. And if you want to take on Tinubu in an election, you have to be prepared to fight. And the elite must be prepared for that. Nobody's going to hand us our freedom on a silver platter. So to go into an election like that without a political structure, in most states of Nigeria, he had nobody on the ground. He had 8 months of campaigning against a candidate who has no shortage of funds, who since 1992 has been an actor on the political scene in Nigeria. You have no chance. And I was telling my colleagues here in London, and they said to me, "Oh, obedience, there's a revolution." I said, "Revolution where?" And then they told me soon after the elections, "You see, yeah, he beat Bola Tinubu in Lagos." I said, "But when you say somebody dominates Lagos, what does it mean? It means that that person has produced the governor. You have poked Bola Tinubu's eye at this stage. You will see what will happen in 3 weeks. He will win Lagos by the highest, and if it takes him putting $10 billion into Lagos in those intervening 3 weeks, he will do it." So the question is, how do we reform this? That is if you go to Singapore, they have the most inexpensive elections in the world in Singapore. South Korea, I think, follows. So the Southeast Asians have figured this out. If you over-monetize politics, this is the big danger to the African continent as we speak. We are unable to track the funds that are going into politics. There is a lot of anecdotal evidence that, for example, drug money from Mexico and so on and so forth is taking over our politics, corrupting our institutions and so on, and we're helpless. The biggest transformation that my generation at least has seen, and I think it's true for your generation and true even for the generation before, which we have not, our academics and intellectuals have not paid attention to because the man who is leading it is a bit controversial, he's not without blemish, is the post-genocide reconstruction of Rwanda. Let's face it, that country was totaled by genocide. And where it is today is not somewhere where in 1994 people could have predicted. I think that our intellectuals must sit back and say, what has worked in Rwanda? How is it that they become an ICT hub in Africa? How is it that that society has become so disciplined? If the starting point is that, unfortunately, there are some people who are saying that African countries must first go through genocide before they can recover. I mean, for me, That is not a serious prescription. I mean, we're not going to kill 1 million people before we get development. So without that, that is a charge that I make in the paper that I just wrote, that why are scholars not talking more about the lessons? Yeah, now you may like Kagame, you may not like him, whatever your view is, but what is it that has worked in Rwanda? Maybe if we can distill that. I often make Nigerians laugh when I say Kagame is in many ways like Lee Kuan Yew, and I know that he worked very closely. Giorgio told me that. They both had Michael Porter as their professors, Kagame and Giorgio. So Giorgio was asked by Professor Michael Porter to be, Singapore is the mentor country for Rwanda. So a lot of things that Kagame does come from, he's inspired by that. But we need to sit back and say what has worked there. There are many parallels. Lee Kuan Yew was also, today he's hailed almost universally, but he was a controversial man in his time. That's the way that he was seen. But he did what worked for Singapore. So what does the African continent learn from Rwanda? I think more and more Africans, our political scientists, our philosophers, must try to understand that. Because in addition to all the other things that you talk about, it's a livable city. You go to Kigali, it is so clean, it is unbelievable. They are disciplined. And when I say to West Africans, you say what you want about your democracy. But in Rwanda, when the state says stop, everybody knows it means uppercase S-T-O-P, you stop. When you go to Lagos and Accra, when they say stop, it's the beginning of the debate. What do they mean? What do you mean when you say stop? That's rules. Everybody has a point of view. It means I can go 5 kilometers more. This one says, I mean, I can shout. Kagame, we are facing a problem of the rise of irresponsible religion in Africa. We are facing a big problem. We cannot run away from it. It's uncontrollable. And people, instead of thinking about the development of the future, feel that they can just pass it on to religion. Kagame has passed a law in Rwanda. It says you have to have a degree in theology before you can become a preacher of any religion. And it has worked for Rwanda. Now, yeah, people will say it's anti-libertarian, whatever, but he has done it and it is working. Go into Nigeria or into Ghana. Productivity is going down because people can't sleep at night, because their next door neighbor in a residential area is having an all-night. I mean, this is the degree of indiscipline. And those are the opportunities as well for governance. But when you start to speak like this, what you get, maybe the labels are going on in your mind. I get told, oh, you sound like a communist, and you sound like an anarchist, and you're causing problems. And what? Because I was once addressing some people in Ghana, and I said, you cannot, in 2023, the bulk of your land is in the hands of unelected chiefs, and so we have to reform the system. And when I walked out, the government guy, they said, you're a dangerous man. We're never going to invite you here again. So I said, why? He said, you're asking us to go to these powerful chiefs and take the land back from them. If we do that, we are not going to be elected again. So there as well, neoliberalism has created a system where all our political leaders think about is the 4-year cycle. The moment they come into power, they're looking for money for the next election. And that corrupts them totally. They pay no attention to any other development agenda, that's all. So the fundamental questions of the country are not dealt with, but go to China, to Vietnam, to South Korea, to Thailand, to Taiwan. Now Rwanda is also doing it, even Cuba. What is the fundamental thing that was done before anything took off? Land reforms. The social relations around the means of production were reordered. That then gave a disciplined foundation on which you could plan development. How does Africa think that we will be the only continent, only people in the world that can reach development without tackling the land question? Is there a Kenyan here? No, there isn't. 2 families, I won't mention the names because one of the families is a friend of mine. 2 families in Kenya own 800,000 acres of land. One family owns 12.5% of the land of Kenya. And yet, how can you expect that the system will not explode? So we can talk about these as the challenges, but they are also the opportunities. If we address these, then we unlock them. So as my friend, Professor Chuamegashi will often say, we have all these big issues and we talk to the policymakers about them. But let's also start with the low-hanging fruits. Ghana has a problem of food supply. We have to import food into the country. So does Nigeria. And Ghana is, by the way, by no means near the bottom of the league table when it comes to African countries. But do you believe that in a country that is struggling to get food, and here, if you are an entrepreneur, this is, for example, an opportunity. One of the main crops of the country is cassava because it produces gari, is used for industrial purposes, etc. Now, listen to this. 45%, 45% of all cassava that is planted in Ghana is never harvested. It's never uprooted from the soil. I'm not talking about post-harvest losses. I'm saying it's never, 45%. Think about if we could just solve this problem, what dramatic impact. And that's where her question comes up. And this is the question that I throw to African presidents and ministers and so on when I see them. Say, how can you have these things and you're doing nothing about them? And then you're blaming Ukraine crisis and so on and so forth. These are within your reach. You can sort them out. But when you meet them in private, what are they talking about? Can your company contribute to my party? No, I can't do that because I work for an organization. Okay, then I'm not interested in talking to you. I just shoved away. And that's the opportunity that you guys have. The person who cracks this in Ghana, and it doesn't take much. It's a value chain that's broken. A few of us are trying to do something about it, so I'm involved in a team that is working. You get transport, you get storage facilities. Suddenly, you have 45% more food supply. And you capture the market because prices will drop, people can buy and so on. So the model is not difficult to understand. So one of you could pick it up and they become a billionaire. So every time we have these conversations, we must also think about what is the opportunity in there.
Yeah, thank you. We have overrun significantly.
Oh, sorry.
No. Absolutely fascinating and a very different perspective, I think, to one which traditionally we think about when we talk about the opportunities and challenges on the African continent. We have a break until 1:15 because we have another speaker coming at 1:15. It's not very long. You're going to need to get your lunch. For those of you online, please go have a comfort break, grab something to eat, and we will restart at 1:15. Thank you all very much, and please, a round of applause for your fantastic session. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And best wishes to you all. She's kindly invited me for lunch, so I will join you.
Yeah. Thank you. And he is.
I think being a black man, a black young man, I think that word is taken for granted and it's kind of surface level with a lot of friendships. But brotherhood means, honestly, like I can cry on your shoulder, even though you might banter me like 2 weeks time about the fact I cry, but I can cry on your shoulder and you will understand what I'm wearing. Because the struggles that a young black man goes through in this country, in the world, is mad. And to have someone that can understand that, be like, bro, listen, I'm here fighting with you. I'm here sharing in your struggle and we're gonna make it through. I think that's priceless.
Hi, I'm Baroness Amos. This year, I decided to make a documentary that addresses the current narrative of the young black man. So, I'm focusing on the charity called the Amos Bursary, which was founded by Baroness Amos and her sister Pauline. The Amos Bursary has played a key role in the development of some of the country's most influential black boys. And I'm here to discover exactly how they've learned to thrive in a society that works against them.
What makes the Amos Bursary way different is mindset. So being surrounded by a lot of like-minded young black men, who are all aspirational, who are all trying to achieve the best that they can. I'm not saying that there aren't people boys that are doing that, but I don't know, it's just that environment just pushes you to another level.
I think it's the fact that we're all similar ages and we kind of we get to go to different events which kind of bring us all together. It's kind of like that kind of brotherly kind of atmosphere that you get.
I feel like we get the polish that not a lot of young black men get. So for example, whether that might be dinner in the House of Lords or a networking session at an investment bank, we manage and we learn through people's advice and through mentoring and through presentations and workshops how to kind of like facilitate ourselves in those situations and how to make the best of those situations.
Can't ride without the training wheels. Can't ride without the training. Them man can't ride without the training wheels. I said them man they need training. Can't ride without the training.
Looking through your window. Maybe you're not home. Bye.
Can you just tell the camera what you were doing?
Huh?
Can you just tell them what you were doing?
So basically, they're doing a 24-hour session of volleyball to raise money for a charity. So they want to get involved. And my friend that went to my sixth form, he's now the second team captain for the volleyball. So good man.
Hi, my name is Victor Simike. I'm a family student at the University of Warwick where I study politics and international relations. So obviously I wasn't the best student during secondary school. So secondary school I got excluded quite a bit. So I got excluded from like year 7 to year 10 about 25 times. Like different things, fighting, like aggressive behaviour per se. And what happened is like year 11, that's when I kind of like found my primary aim in that year was that I found more, and it was basically the things that led on from that. It was the turn of 2013 and I was on Google and I was basically like, after night vigil, you know there was night vigils, and I was like, I need to change, like I need to be better. So I typed into Google opportunities for young people in London, and I just remember I went through like Google, I went on the first page, didn't like opened a couple tabs, didn't see anything, and I think it was on the third or the fourth page that I found Excel free, which is, and then basically that led me to the Amos Bursary. So I was like, wow, okay, I've never heard of this, but it looks sick in it. So I said, I'll apply. So I quickly made my application, applied, then I got an interview. And in the interview, it was weird because this is the first time that I went to central London. I think it was like they told me to wear business attire, but them times I didn't have business attire in it. So I thought I would want a jumper and like chinos or something, but they were like mashed up chinos. Then I went to one session and I was like, wow, this is pretty cool. This is really, really interesting. And through that, I got to go to New York. I've got to go to Nairobi to intern. I got the opportunity to speak at the House of Lords, where I met Anthony Jenkins, who was at that time the CEO of Barclays. And it builds confidence. It builds the fact that I can walk into places now and it's like, I belong here. There's a seat at the table for me.
Victor has clearly grown into himself and is comfortable in professional environments. He's definitely not forgotten who he is or where he's come from. However, getting to this point is not an easy process. Many boys are aware of how hard they have to work in order to attain their goals and to break social barriers. Resilience is a term that comes to mind when they describe their journeys.
You're more than whatever you're in. So whether you're struggling through school, you can be at Cambridge, you're still more than what you're in at that time. Because the harsh reality is that you will be judged no matter where you go. In one way or another, you will be judged. I've come from this area. I'm part of this demographic. But I've been able to achieve so many things. I've come to a top 10 uni in the UK. But at the same time, I'm at this uni, but this uni doesn't define me. I'm Treasure, I'm myself. I'm not Warwick University, if you get what I mean.
In a world that judges everyone by outward appearance, black men are constantly forced to acknowledge the way that they are perceived by society. But in themselves, they choose how they respond to these perceptions.
How you look is important because that's how, essentially, that's the first step of your first impression. Like, before you even say anything, like, people kind of guess who you are. Which is a bad thing, but it's even a habit. People guess who you are just by the way you look.
When people see you and they don't know you, what do you think they see?
Probably like I don't know, probably a guy that isn't too smart. Probably kind of a typical black boy, you know, with my puffer jacket and everything.
When people see young black men, they assume X, Y, and Z. But obviously there's more to you than that. So when you're in a corporate environment, for example, and they're trying to fill their quotas or whatever it is. So you've got your foot in the door, you're in the role that you're in because of maybe you come from this demographic, and sometimes that happens, let's be real. But once you show them that you've got the skills for the job, you've got the passion, you've got the drive, then they'll see past that. They won't just see you as, he's here because he's black. They see you as, he's here because he deserves it.
It's sad to see how calculated the actions of black boys have to be in order for them to be seen in a positive light by those around them. But it's interesting learning how they maneuver themselves in these situations. Something that has come across consistently in these conversations with Amos Bursary boys is the power of decisions and making the right choices.
Being black and being focused and educated are synonymous. They're not separated. A lot of the time in my secondary school, and it's no fault of externals. What I fed myself is the fact that I thought to be black and to be a man wasn't to be smart, wasn't to be focused about academics or professional life. I thought it meant gratifying yourself in the present.
I was talking to one of my boys, I found out that one of my friends, like he's a normal guy, just calm, but just hanging around the wrong people. Going to jail, 24 years. He's got more years than he's lived. And it's just that sort of thing that I just think, if I wasn't in AV, then, like, not to say I would be there, but like, anything's possible, that sort of thing. It makes me feel grateful for making the right decisions and surrounding myself with the right people. Because there's nothing to say that, well, apart from my God, but there's nothing to say that I wouldn't be where he is now.
Me and my boy were speaking the other day, and we was like, what is the most effective way we can help change the situation of young black people in the United Kingdom? And it came back to role models, having positive role models for people to see, whether it might be MD in a bank or MP here or a videographer that's like making such amazing screenwriting. That is so amazing, because what it provides you with is representation, and representation makes you understand that I can do that. And I feel like that's so important, and I feel like it's our job to do that.
Yeah, so the older guys, they're kind of really, for me anyway, they're kind of an inspiration. So they've obviously achieved quite a lot right now, and they're so willing to kind of help us, the younger generation, try and emulate them. So for me, they're kind of they're figures that you can look to and think actually there's hope.
Some of the boys recognise how important it is to help those who are less fortunate than them. James and David discuss how they've tried to give back to society.
Right now I'm working with London Youth on their youth board, and we kind of try and help shape the policy of the organisation. So what it is basically an umbrella organisation for youth, other youth groups across London. So with my youth group, Creative Opportunities, we've actually collaborated with the charity Crisis in order to help combat homelessness. So I guess that's helping to kind of impact the local community in Islington. Eventually, you know, if we become, you know, the next lawyers, the next doctors, the next bankers, we can actually help society as a whole.
I went to Gambia for 3 months in 2015. It was meant to be for a research project, which I did do. But before I went, I knew that I didn't want to just go there and I kind of just see the country, do the work and come home. Because I recognize that there probably are people there that are in a less fortunate position than I am. So I want to do something to kind of help while I was in Gambia. I wasn't sure how, but I knew that if I just took some stuff like old clothing, stationery, just anything I could find and could do, and I thought this is a great opportunity. These are children who are less privileged than myself, and it would be a great way for me to give back.
The narrative of a person can change depending on the opportunities that they're exposed to. The Amos Bursary makes a conscious effort to send boys all over the world in order for them to become well-rounded individuals who make an impact in their society.
The statistics have shown that in order for you to have to compete well in the job market, you need to have some sort of international experience. That builds cultural awareness that builds also emotional intelligence and social kind of like capital in terms of understanding different things. So when I finished sixth form, I applied to get to the New York Exchange, and I got the New York International Experience, spent a month in New York, was working in Manhattan, lived in Brooklyn, I absolutely loved it.
Yeah, New York was good. New York was really good. So obviously, I got to go to KPMG and work in KPMG US. We were staying in Brooklyn, and actually the house that we were staying in, have you heard of The Wire? One of the actors in there, his name was Chris Partlow in the TV show. We were actually living in his house, so that was like, yeah, that was pretty sick, yeah. Obviously there's 9 boys living in one house, that's obviously going to bring like a lot of fun as well. Trying to get by in like life, like cooking, yeah, cooking caused a lot of problems.
Can you cook?
Me? Yeah, I can cook.
What do you cook?
I can cook like fried rice, pasta. Okay, when I say I can cook like, yeah, I can cook like to get by. I wouldn't say I'm a great cook, but I can cook.
Although cooking may not be their forte, we cannot deny the maturity of these young men. When looking at the success of these boys, it's essential to acknowledge the people who are willing to invest in them and allow them to recognise that they have the power to write their own narratives. The Amos Bursary boys share their views about Colleen, a CEO who has dedicated a lot of her time into ensuring that these young men reach their full potential.
Colleen's my mom, man, my corporate mom.
Colleen is, yeah, she's just amazing.
Colleen, fantastic.
She's almost like a corporate mother figure.
Colleen is the mother of Amos Bursary.
What Colleen teaches you is she loves you, but she loves you enough to the point where she wants you to reveal who you have been called to be. Like, what is your best ability? She wants you to always achieve that.
I just want to say thank you to Colleen because she's personally invested a lot of time into me, a lot of effort and energy, and a lot of what I do is just so that I can do as much to kind of give back to Amos Bursary and help her as much as I can.
From hearing the thoughts of these young men and learning about the different environments that they've been exposed to, I thought it would be great to hear the advice that they would give to young black boys, and they seem to have quite a lot to share.
My advice to young black boys would probably be believe in yourself, believe in your greatness, and understand that your potential is unlimited. Society will never tell you how great you are or how great you can be, but knowing in yourself that you can do whatever you want is already a great start.
I want people to kind of see a role model, in essence, in the idea that, okay, cool, Victor's done this. It's not the extent where people say Victor's done this, but oh yeah, Victor's super amazing, so no one else can do it. It's the fact that Victor's done this, so because Victor's done this, you can do this also. I would say that's the most important thing that I want people to see. The fact that when I tell you we're up next, do you believe me kind of thing, and you're up next, trust me, the spaces that we think are denied to us, they are crying out for us. Follow the narrative that you want. Create your own narrative. The world is so big, and stay focused.
Being a black man in the UK is not easy. However, when people are provided with the opportunities, their journeys can be taken to another level. For many, it's hard to even believe that they can accomplish the extraordinary. But understanding the consequences of your actions and making the right decisions is something that the Amos Bursary has clearly instilled in these young men. They have learned that brotherhood comes from the solidarity in the journey. Knowing that you don't have to do it alone gives these boys the confidence to step out and write their own stories.
Place is a mess. Najee never knocked me. Yeah, I see you on the set. Let me shut it down, do it properly. Me and you, we ain't the same. See, I got work for days. I'll be around for a while.
Yeah.
So you better sit down a bit. Have to go cold, 'cause you know some
The first time I ever spoke publicly at Amos, I cried in front of everybody. And it was really difficult for me to speak in front of people. It was really scary. I just didn't like it. And then I had the opportunity to speak at the gala, and it was really fun, and I really enjoyed it. And I felt that joining the program would help me do it a lot more confidently, because at the gala I was scared, but I was still able to pull it off. And I feel like now, after going through the program, I can do it more confidently, and that's really what I wanted to achieve. The biggest thing that surprised me was finding my own voice. I really hated hearing my own voice, but now I quite like it. I like speaking, I like being able to tell my story. There was a very big push on keeping your own space and taking up space. For me, it was very difficult to kind of take up space. I always was someone that retracted, but something that definitely benefited me was the big emphasis on being you and just taking up space. What I learned during the process that I'd like to share with others are the different types of motivation, like public speakers. So there's the inspirational, there's the motivator, there's the storyteller, there's the comedian, there's the professor, and there's the expert. And it kind of shows to other people that not everyone is in their own box, even though you're speaking and everyone might be saying the same thing. Everyone's going to do it differently, and it's just that you need to find what really works for you. For me, I'm the storyteller. I'm very good at telling stories, and that's just what I want to do. And even though it's the same story that everyone could be telling, I'm going to be doing it differently because I'm my own person. I'm my own type of storyteller. And I think that was something I learned that I would really want other people to know. I would recommend Amos Voices more specifically to people that are very to themselves, very insecure in their voice, because it definitely helps you to break out your shell. It's a very safe space to make mistakes, and everyone is very enthusiastic and collaborative. Even though you're saying your own things and you're writing your own speech, it's something that is very much self-improvement, and other people help you with that. It's a very big journey that is not by yourself, and that's why I'd recommend it. People find it very hard to smile in any situation when they're talking, but it's very engaging. It's very friendly, and even when you're talking about something that is not as happy, you can still smile, and I think that's something I've definitely learned, and it helps me connect with people. In the future, it would be nice if there was more one-to-one time with the actual script. I felt that there wasn't much overlooking on my script to see if in writing it made sense, because we were writing scripts and not memorizing it, but knowing what we had to say. And if it didn't make sense in the writing of the script, then it wouldn't make sense when you put it across in word. So I think I would have liked more one-to-one on, does my script look okay? Do you think I could definitely make this make sense?
The opportunity that the Amos Bursary provided me to improve my public speaking was something that I knew was going to be important to me, because stepping into the working world and stepping into any new role that I was going to be into, I knew that I would have to be public speaking a lot. I knew I'd have to be interacting with people a lot, and I knew that the skills that I was going to gain from the Amos Voices program were going to be invaluable for me in the working world. I picked things up a lot quicker than I thought I would. public speaking itself is quite difficult as a skill in order to be able to really nitpick the certain things that you need to do and the things you need to improve. But the coaching that was provided to us was very, very, very intricate and very detailed, and they broke things down for us really well. So I was able to understand things a lot quicker than I thought I was going to initially, and able to implement those things into my own speaking style very quickly. I enjoyed the program and I guess the amount of practice I was able to get within the program, because as much as you are taught certain things and as much as you are given so much information, there's only so much you can do with that information without putting it into practice. And for us, we were able to put it into practice a lot, and we had a lot of test runs and we had a lot of things that we could do with our group where we could project and present, and we can get feedback and tweak little things here and there. So it was really, really good. I would say the key thing that I learned from the Amos Voices program is that confidence is key. And when you're doing public speaking, you might feel vulnerable while you're on stage, or you might feel a bit of discomfort while you're talking to people. But if you have the confidence in yourself that you know what you're saying and you know that what you're about to deliver is something that's going to be useful for the person who's listening to it, then that confidence will come through in your voice, and it will come through in the way you present yourself. And that in itself is the best thing that can happen for your speech, because it allows people to really grab onto what you're saying. I would 100% recommend the Amos Voices program because it's given me an opportunity to grow. It's given me an opportunity to really develop myself as a person as well as a public speaker. And it's given me skills that I can use not just in public speaking but in life in general. With the program, it was really good in the way it was delivered and the way the coaching was delivered to us, that I would say the only real improvement would be if we were able to expand it and deliver that training to more people so that we can make that much more of a difference for everyone.
It was important to me to join the Amos Bursary public speaking program because it allows me to speak about things that are important to me and share a bit of my story to motivate other people going through similar stuff as me. When I started, I struggled a lot to stand in front of people, and I often shaked and wobbled around. Now I feel like I can talk in front of people without having to move too much and distracting them, and it has really made me more confident in the way I speak in front of people. I benefited from Tambo's one-to-one help to improve on my posture and the way I spoke to people and my confidence. And I really enjoyed the program because I managed to produce a good speech at the end to share a lot of my personal experiences, which is something that I never tried before. One thing I learned during the process that I would like to share with others is that your body posture really affects the way you can project your voice. So if you speak like this, probably people are not going to be able to listen to you, but when you go like this, your voice gets projected more and people can really hear you from the back of the rooms where you're going to be speaking at. I would strongly recommend Amos Voices to people because it has helped me understand how I can focus on the way I speak in order to be more impactful on people. Being an immigrant and English not being my first language, sometimes when I speak I can become very repetitive, and the Amos Voices program has helped me kind of polish that and be able to be more concise on the things I say. One recommendation I have to improve the program in the future is having alumni such as Joel and Max to share their experiences and their journeys, because to me it really impacted me to see that everyone kind of started at the same point of confidence and skills in public speaking, and it was good to have all the points of feedback except for Kim and Tambo.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good break, but that does not mean that you are going to rest during this session. We have heard a lot over the last few months and years about the environment, about climate change, about the science, what it means for our world going forward. And I'm absolutely delighted that our speaker for this next slot is Mattia Romani. Mattia is a partner of an organization called Systemique. He'll probably tell you some more about that himself. Prior to that, he was at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. And before that was the chief economist and deputy director general of the Global Green Growth Institute. I managed to get it out. Mattia, welcome, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Baroness Amos. Thanks, Valerie. And very nice to be here. Thank you very much for having me. It's a real pleasure. And I can talk about my favorite subject, climate change, sustainability, and food. I should have had the session before lunch, so food would have been the best thing. Now it's post-lunch, so it's like I should have had a conversation about coffee. But we'll touch upon that in a second. Let me just tell you what Systemique is, so that you all want to come and work with us after you graduate. So Systemique is a partnership. It's an organization that is dedicated to system change. The main reason why Systemique focuses on system change is because we are convinced that in the sustainability and climate challenge, you can't really address issues one by one because they're very strongly interlinked. And me and my colleagues, I used to work at McKinsey years ago, we realized that because we were doing projects with one client, project with another client, and we could really see the deep links, but these links weren't really explored and understood. And that's why we started Systemique, to explore, understand, and make change across systems. And this sounds a little bit theoretical, but I hope that in my presentation you will see how things are linked to each other and why Systemique was created. We do that by advising companies and governments. We do this by creating coalitions of different stakeholders from different sectors. You know, I think it was Einstein who said that you can't resolve a problem with the same people that caused it. So we are trying to bring different people around the table to try to resolve complex sustainability challenges. That's a coalition bit. And then we also invest. We have a venture capital fund. So we invest in early technologies called Systemic Capital. And it invests globally in sustainability-related tech companies. So that's what we do at Systemique. That's my pitch, so come and work with us. And other than that, let me see if I can get my slides up for the presentation.
Did you send them earlier?
I did.
Did we upload them?
Ooh, you didn't get them.
You keep talking while we...
All right. All right.
While we try and resolve that.
Okay, so what I want to talk about was first climate change, and I wanted to give a little bit of a sense of what are the fundamental drivers of climate change and what it means to get the world to net zero. You've heard a lot about net zero by 2050, so I wanted to sort of show you a little bit what it means to get to 2050 net zero, but also I wanted to show you what companies are doing to get to 2050 net zero, at least in our experience at Systemique. Then I wanted to talk to you a little bit about what the food system, what's happening in the food systems, and why the food systems are so deeply integrated to the sustainability challenge. Because sometimes people tend to distinguish between climate and sustainability and agricultural and food, but actually the two are really deeply interlinked. And then I wanted to just simply spend a little bit of time taking questions and answers. How does that sound? Will it keep you up despite being in sort of the post-lunch session? Hopefully it'll be okay. All right, so let me tell you a little bit about the science of climate change. Since I don't have my slides, you'll have to help me out. We're going to have the slides in 2 minutes. That's great. But we can start with that. So you guys are, I'm sure, experts of the science of climate change. So let's see if you can help me out. What is the main cause of climate change? Who knows that? Yep, Sophie. Carbon emissions, CO2 emissions. And why? Does anybody know why CO2 emissions will do that?
It contributes, or it has a greenhouse effect.
It has a greenhouse effect. Perfect. And what does the greenhouse effect cause? So you got emissions, you got the greenhouse effect. What does it cause? It has ozone layer, yes. The ozone layer tends to have to do with a number of different gases, including CO2, but also CFCs, yes? Global warming. That's a mic, I'm sorry. I'm repeating things so that we can record it. Global warming, or a change in the temperature. So basically what happens is that you've got CO2 emissions. CO2 emissions are natural. They happen all the time. CO2 emissions cause greenhouse gases. Greenhouse gases trap heat. So the sun causes heat. The heat is reflected from the earth. It gets trapped by these greenhouse gases, and that causes a certain temperature in the world. And that's good. We want that to happen. If we didn't have the greenhouse gases, I think the temperature of the world would be minus 30 degrees. So we're quite happy. We don't want to live in minus 30 degrees. I'm Italian. I certainly do not want to live in minus 30 degrees. So you got a temperature which is normal. Now what happened is that excessive CO2 emissions have caused these greenhouse gases to become larger, more concentrated than they were in the past. They trap more heat that is reflected when the sun hits the earth, the sea, the poles. And this heat is causing a higher temperature than what you expect. So that's the science explained by an economist. So now go to your scientist friends and they'll explain the real thing. But you know, as far as I'm concerned, that's enough for me to understand what's going on. Okay, so that's a fundamental issue. And what is now becoming increasingly clear, believe it or not, when I was your age, which was good 25 years ago on a good day, maybe even 30, when I was your age, this science wasn't clear. Or rather, the scientists were quite clear about it, but the evidence, the scientific evidence, particularly that this was anthropogenic, i.e. caused by human beings, that this increase in CO2 concentration was caused by human beings, that was not very clear. This has become clear, really, over the last maybe 15 years with subsequent studies of a very important body that is called, let's see, no, not World Health Organization. Nene, what is the body called? Yes, it's called IPCC. Ah, that's my slides. Thank you very much. That's great. Thank you. And I can run them like this?
The clicker.
Oh, that's great.
Deborah, will move, you can move and just say next. And
oh, right, wonderful. There, let's go. Next, please. Next. Okay, we talked about this. See, there's a little bit more. So yeah, that's great. So as you can see, we talked about CO2 concentrations going up. This is the more gases being trapped. And this is causing two important things. One is Greenland mass variation is going down. So these are the ice in Greenland. The mass of Greenland is shrinking. This is important because this changes the amount of radiation that is absorbed. And that is causing all sorts of issues, among which I just picked one, just to exemplify, sea level rise. So already today, from 93 to 2017, and by now we'll be almost at 10 centimeters average global sea rise levels, which may not seem that much, but remember, this is average. So a lot of what this means is surges, big storms that sort of will swipe away bits of coast. I spent some time, in fact, when I was working with Nene, right after I was working with Nick Stern, I once went to Alaska, which I strongly recommend you go to in the summer. I went in the winter, unfortunately, and I had a very interesting conversation with the governor of Alaska, who was Sarah Palin. Do you remember Sarah Palin? You're too young to remember Sarah Palin. Yes. Sarah Palin ran for vice president of the United States. For a while, which was an interesting political moment. But I had met her before that. She was just the governor of the state of Alaska. And believe it or not, so I'll tell you a little insider story, accepting that I'm recording on various cameras. So I sat down with Sarah Palin, who's a Republican, and you know, Republicans in the United States have been reluctant to understand the science of climate change. But actually, Alaska is very, very exposed to exactly this, to sea level rise. So actually, Sarah Palin was telling me how she had to spend enormous amounts of money in the state of Alaska to move entire villages from the shores to different places in Alaska because the sea level rise was making it impossible to live in these villages. And she told me that Alaska was the canary of climate change. It's like canary, you know, they sing, you put them in mines because canaries sing when they can detect an early emission of gas in mines. So when you say something is a canary of climate change, it means they were early on understanding the challenges of climate change in Alaska. And so I thought, you know what, not bad, this trip to Alaska. And then I came back. She then decided to run for vice president, maybe a couple of weeks after I met her. And one of the first things she said she didn't believe that climate change was caused by human beings. So my boss called me, Nick Stern, and said, what exactly did you tell Sarah Palin? Because this is not working out right. Anyway, next slide, please. Right, so I was telling you about how things have changed massively through this important body of research, the IPCC, which is called the International Panel on Climate Change. It's a panel of global panel of scientists around the world. And you know, they started the first assessment in 1990, and it took them up to 2013 to go from just observing that there may be some human influence in the concentrations of CO2 to actually establishing with the fifth assessment report in 2013, which I remember vividly when it came out, that it's an unequivocal that the warming and the CO2 concentrations are caused by humans. And they came to the conclusion for the scientists in the room by observing the type of CO2, that was the nature of the concentration, and they realized that the type of CO2 was linked to fossil fuels. And that made it unequivocal that it was humans burning fossil fuels that was causing climate change. I'm saying these things because it's important. The science is the fundamentals of this. And you will see that still to this day, there's challenges to the science. And we've got to be very strong on that, because now the science is unequivocal. And we created a body, global body, balanced with people from all over the world to be objective about this. And they've come to this very important conclusion. And still, good 10 years later, we see challenge. Next slide, please. So that's what I'm saying in this slide. Scientists are now, we've done plenty of research of this, but 97% of global scientists now are absolutely certain that the evidence indicates that climate change is unequivocally caused by human activities. Next slide, please. So what is this causing? There's like 4 illustrations on this chart, but what I really want you to notice is just the shape of these curves. These are called, you know what these are called? They're called hockey sticks curves. Hockey sticks curve. I'm not a player of hockey. I can barely play any sports. But if you know what a hockey stick looks like, it's basically a massive change from trends. And this is what we're observing, for example, in this case, on temperatures. These are the concentration of CO2 and the temperature. So you can see how the concentration of CO2s are really increasing massively. You can see it in average temperatures. This is the global average. You can see it's actually from 10,000 years ago. We have a very long trend, and with absolute certainty, because of the way in which we understand the science, we knew that the trend would have meant that we would be in the direction of a glacial period. And all of a sudden, you have this enormous abnormality in temperatures. Instead of continuing along the trend towards a glacial period in a very, very long term, in thousands of years, we suddenly had a complete abnormality in temperature. So we're going through a very, very unique moment that cannot be driven by natural trends. It cannot be explained anymore by natural trends. And here's what I was talking about, the type of carbon that is in the atmosphere, and it shows that if fossil fuels is high in carbon-12, the rest of the CO2 concentration tend to be carbon-13. It's carbon-12 that is going up. So it's really about burning fossil fuels. Okay, next slide. So we talked about some of the consequences. Let me quickly move on to next slide, please. How and what are human activities going to do to this? Okay, so this is the post-lunch chart that you need to pay attention to, because otherwise it's going to, but I promise it's only one chart with bars and numbers, and then it'll be all easier. Okay, so let's start from the left. This is if you've ever worked for McKinsey, you will know this is called a waterfall chart. McKinsey invented them, they think. They're not particularly complicated, but they like to say they invented them. All right, so you got emissions. So these are 63 gigatons of CO2 equivalent emission a year, which are human-made emissions, right? So these are all the CO2 emissions which are caused by humans. Now, there's some of them that are removed automatically by nature. These are, LULUCF is land use related emission reduction. So this is the fact that land absorbs some of the emissions. Okay, so you're left with a net human emission of 52, right? So these are net human emissions. Now, what I want you to focus on is natural systems and how natural systems work on emissions. The reason why I want you to focus on this, because in a moment I'll talk about food systems, and I want to make a link between emissions, and unusually you always hear the link between emissions and how it's caused by energy, industry, all sorts of things. But I want to show you how natural systems can remove emissions, right? So you've got 9 gigatons of emissions can be actually are caused. These are as a plus on the 52 are additional ones which are caused by wild ruminants. This is cows really. So you got human emissions, and cows mostly cause quite a lot of emissions every year. This is to produce red meat primarily. When you hear that red meat is bad for the environment, it's this 9 gigatons that we add to the emissions that are produced by otherwise. Then we know that we can remove emissions through land. So at the moment, about 30 gigatons of emissions are removed by the fact that we have land that allows us to use to be used as land sink. It's primarily the scope of that land, or the role that this unused land has in the world is to reduce emission like this. Oceans absorb emissions, so there's another 9 gigatons, which are emissions reduced by oceans. And this is atmospheric removals. This is the way in which the atmosphere works, also has an absorptive capacity for emissions. So nature already removes emissions. So the point of this chart is to show you that with all of this working, with nature working in our favor by removing emissions, even if we eat quite a lot of red meat and therefore we have ruminants around that emit a lot, we still have a chunk of emissions which is left in the atmosphere and accumulates every year. These 23 gigatons a year are the cause of climate change. Having 23 gigatons every year into the emissions increases the concentrations, right? So with all our activities, and despite what land and nature can do for us, we are still left with this. And this is the challenge of net zero. The challenge of net zero is to make this go to 0 by 2050. If this was 0 by 2050, we would be a net zero. So that's a little bit the challenge we have. I just wanted to exemplify this, starting from our emissions, from all of the activities we do, understanding how nature helps us, and showing that we still are left with a problem. And this is what we're trying to resolve for. Next slide, please. I wanted to then link a little bit this to 1.5 degrees. You've heard about 1.5? Do you remember where 1.5 was declared as being the limit that the world is going to go for? Paris, the Paris Agreement, exactly. I wanted to put a picture of the people being happy at the Paris Agreement. It was a great moment. Why it was a great moment? Because basically there was a big debate in the last 10 or 15 years on what level of temperature should we try to aim to go for. And at the end, there was a consensus that staying within the 1.5 degrees would have reduced the risks of climate change. So, and this was done by calculating with scientists what kind of temperatures were linked to what potential risks and damages. So we have here the pre-industrial mean surface temperature, which is the temperature of the world when the system was working, no additional CO2 concentration, just the greenhouse gases that were keeping the temperature at a natural level. And today, we are already at about 1.2 degrees above that level. And we know that in order to stay at 1.5, we need to get to net zero by 2050 at the latest, and probably after that, we need to go into negative emission territory in order to keep the temperature to 1.5. Next slide, please. Thank you. So just summarizing what not net zero means, basically at this moment we're here. The CO2 removals, remember the nice things that nature was doing for us, is too small, and the scale is tipping on this side because our own GHG emissions are too high. What we need to do is we need to get to a point in which our GHG emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, are the same as the CO2 removal. So that red bar of 23 gigatons a year I showed becomes 0. And that's really net zero and what net zero means. Does that make sense? Reasonably clear? Okay, so how do we get companies to do that? That's really the challenge. And that's what I do on a day-to-day basis. I try to work with companies to figure out what they need to do to get there. Next slide, and I'll just be quick on this. So, so basically what we tell companies is that they have a certain level of emissions, right? And they need to reduce as much as they can their own emissions. But we are realistic on the fact that companies cannot, on their own activities, necessarily, they won't be able to reduce their own emissions to zero. So that's the big challenge. Because if they cannot reduce their own emissions to zero by 2050, say a company that produces energy or food or, I don't know, furniture, they'll be able to reduce their own emissions by changing the type of energy they use, by changing the type of technologies they use, but they are likely to still have certain amounts of emission, even if they squeeze it as much as they possibly can. And that's why they need to go into removing, neutralizing the emissions by having some way of having negative emissions elsewhere. And that's what companies are doing. And when you hear that a company is offsetting, have you heard this term of a company offsetting? Or when you take a flight, you are offered an offset. That means getting a little bit of this so that you can neutralize emissions that otherwise are not squeezable. This is a big deal and a huge political debate because many people are saying, if you do offset, we're gonna let you get away with it for free because you should squeeze your emissions more. So there's a big debate about how much can you offset versus how much you should do in-house to reduce your own emissions. And the next slide, please. That's it. I didn't put the next slide. Anyway, so what I want to say with the next slide is that companies are basically focusing very much on trying to reduce as much as they possibly can their own emissions before they go into neutralization and offsets. Let me say a word or two. Are you guys familiar with the concept of Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3 emissions? That's great. I need to explain this to you because this is a very important element of the story. It's one of bits of knowledge which seems very technical, but actually I think should become a knowledge that everybody has. And you'll realize how this links to this chart. So Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions have to do with Scope 1, with basically everything that relates to the own activities of the company. So say that you are a company that is producing this chair. Okay? So you've got a chair. This chair has lots of materials, lots of things associated with it, yeah? So in order to produce this chair, the company that produces this chair has to have a certain set of machinery and a certain set of processes. Those processes will emit CO2. So Scope 1 is the emissions that come from the actual production of this chair. Scope 2 emissions are related to the energy that is used to run the machines that produce this chair. So if the machine that produces the chair has some own emissions, they also will use some energy. The energy associated with producing this chair, that's Scope 2 emissions. Scope 1 and Scope 2 are what companies can act upon most directly because they can choose processes that emit less. They can also choose energy that is carbon-free. So Scope 1 and Scope 2 are very much what they are trying to do by reducing their own emissions. Scope 3 are complicated. Scope 3 emissions are the emissions which are related to the entire supply chain of this chair, which basically means that they probably bought this fabric. They didn't make this fabric in the factory that makes this chair. They bought it from another company. Now, the emission associated with making this fabric in the other company, it's Scope 3 emissions. Also, if you use this chair, and the use of this chair has some form of emissions associated with it, that would also be Scope 3. I took a bad example because the use of the chair itself is not going to be emissions making. But say in a car, if you make a car, the use of that car when you drive it has some emission associated with it. That's Scope 3. So it's not a direct responsibility of the company that makes it, but still it sits in its supply chain. And there's a lot of debate going on today with companies, whether who should be responsible for the Scope 3 emissions. Should it be the company that makes the chair or makes the car? Or should it be the users of the company or the company that sit upstream in the supply chain? This is very important, for example, for fossil fuel making companies. Say the Shells of this world or the ExxonMobil of this world, actually the emissions of taking fossil fuels out of the earth is not enormous. They're large, but not enormous. So the scope 1 and 2 emissions of an oil company are actually relatively small. But the scope 3 emissions of an oil company are absolutely enormous, because it is the use of those fossil fuels, when you burn them in your car or you burn them in a power plant, that will cause enormous amounts of emission. Now, who's responsible for those? The oil and gas company that extracts these resources, the power company that burns them, or the car company that produces the cars that burn those resources, or the users that use power or mobility to move around. You see how challenging that question is. Who is ethically, economically responsible for scope 3? So I just wanted to take you through scope 1, 2, and 3 because it's a very hot debate now, and it's probably the most interesting debate on corporate responsibility on emissions. Does that make sense? Any sort of burning question on this so far? Yes. In front of you, microphone.
What's your view on who's responsible?
I think companies that sit in the supply chain should take responsibility for scope 3. And the reason for that is because they have the means to change the world, because they extract a lot of value from that. And this is particularly for fossil fuel companies. While ethically I don't really have an opinion, I'm just being practical, and those companies have the resources and the means to change that supply chain. So both upstream, they can force whatever, you know, in the case of oil and gas companies, make sure that whomever provides them with services provides them at the net zero. But especially when they provide the services to their consumers, they should take some responsibility to ensure that they help the consumer change the demand patterns. So from my point of view, oil and gas companies should invest and think about how to change mobility from fossil fuel to electric, and think about what implication that has for their businesses. But they have the means to change their supply chain, therefore should take some responsibility for it. And that makes sense, makes economic sense as well, because it means that they're going to have a business going forward, which is very important. Now, I feel very bad because I said I would speak for 10, 15 minutes, and I've spoken for much longer than that.
But actually, Mattia, can I say it's such a clear explanation, which I think has helped us all hugely. So a huge thank you for that. And there are more questions, so I'll come and join you out here. And we'll take, shall we take a question from our online audience?
So yes, there was a question from Palumi. So they were asking, what is your opinion on industries who manufacture goods cheaply, like those in China, which help to provide needed goods for other parts of the world, even though that they produce a lot of the carbon emissions?
Yeah, that's a tremendous question. Why is it such a difficult and challenging question? It's a difficult and challenging question because the advantages of having companies manufacturing goods more cheaply is in our lives every day. 40 years ago, buying a freezer costed 1 month of the average salary in the UK. 1 month of the average salary in the UK to buy a freezer. Today, you buy a freezer with on average 10% of the average salary. So this has created enormous advantages to our lifestyle, our well-being, but the consequences are enormous. So what do we do about this? Now, I have some good news, and the good news is that technology is helping us massively. And we now know that we can decarbonize supply chains quite deeply, cheaply. And we can do it sometimes making goods and services even cheaper than they are today. Why do I know that? And where do I have the evidence for that? It's primarily from 3 things. One, the price of carbon-free power is coming down every day. And this is your solar, your wind, and the storage capabilities, batteries that we have to store that energy. So today, building a solar power plant is cheaper than running a gas power plant. So we now know that the energy that goes into the industrial process to build goods, we can bring it carbon-free for cheaper. Second, we know that AI, artificial intelligence, and digitalization has made industrial processes massively more efficient, and we are just at the beginning of this exponential cost curve, which is going to make industrial processes more and more efficient. So that's the second reason why I believe that. And the third reason is that the natural feedstocks that are going into the products, which we've abused for many decades, we're starting to understand about regenerative agriculture, around sustainable extraction of resources. We're starting to learn how to use natural systems in a way that doesn't deplete them. And that's the most challenging bit of this triad, if you want. But I believe that we now are learning how to be able to create those cheaper goods and services in a way that is within our planetary boundaries. Now, I tell you, there's two challenges to that. While this is theoretically true, making companies do the right thing, particularly in countries that have weaker institutions and weaker sort of structures, is very, very hard. And this is not only China. There's many countries around the world which are at the forefront of that transition. They need help to be able to embrace this triad of cheaper energy, cheaper industrial processes, and better natural feedstock system. That's the first challenge. And the second challenge is that we know that this is going to come with massive changes to labor markets. So as we move productions from traditional ways of producing things to the way I just described now, this is probably going to at least change, if not reduce, the labor force required. And this is a big, big challenge because it has big social implications. So I don't have all the answers, but I think we are on the route to be able to have the benefits of cheaper goods and services, particularly for developing countries that need them desperately as they grow, and we want to meet their aspirations for growth. But there are massive challenges in terms of making sure that countries move along with this and how we manage labor markets in particular.
Thank you. I'll take some questions in the room and then I'll go back again online.
Hi there. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was really informative. I just have a question in regards to, we're always told about climate change. We need to, reduce our CO2 emission, etc. But we've also kind of been told that we're reaching a stage where irreversible damage has been done. And you were talking about reaching a point where it's kind of like net zero, where emissions and intake are balanced out. But does that stop the impact of CO2 or does that slow it down? I'm a bit confused.
And please tell Mattia who you are.
Oh, sorry, I'm Nicholas, by the way.
Very good. Nicholas, a very good question, and I'm not very well equipped to answer your question because I'm not a scientist. But I do talk to scientists, and you're right. We have probably crossed some threshold, and we're likely to cross some threshold, which are going to create some changes which are irreversible, and they're going to increase the risks of weather events, particularly, that will cause substantial damages, particularly in certain geographies in the world. The sort of even more worrying things is that we know that there are certain areas of the world, particularly in the vicinity of the equator, which are particularly exposed to risks of climate change, as well as some areas near the poles. This is interesting, I find, as somebody who looks at climate change, and I'll come to try to answer your question in a moment. It's interesting because those are the poorest areas in the world. And there's a reason for that. Those are always been exposed to variations in weather patterns, which are more severe than perhaps the variation in weather patterns we experience at latitudes like the UK. So these countries have always been exposed to this, and poverty and development have always been linked to weather, much more so than somehow we had ever realized. So the most obvious example is just a few weeks in changes in monsoons seasons in India will cause substantial changes on the ability of communities to survive through their agricultural cycle. These are areas which are very, very badly exposed. So the first thing to say is that inevitably we will have to have a global system that provides more support for communities which are exposed to these risks. And this is what was agreed last year in Sharm el-Sheikh at COP27. what we agreed to do is globally to put together a loss and damage fund. So this would be an insurance fund that would come and kick in once one of these weather events hits a country that is not capable to, so somehow doesn't have the resources to make it through that particular emergency. So an example of this, you will remember the floods in Pakistan last year. That's a typical event when a loss and damage fund, like the one that was announced in Sharm el-Sheikh, would be of help. A little parenthesis that besides the announcement in Sharm el-Sheikh, I was there for the conference. There was absolutely no commitment of money, and we're not quite clear who's going to contribute to this and how it's going to be structured. But we're working on this. COP28 is happening in the UAE. They have a lot of money. I was just in Abu Dhabi 2 weeks ago, so we're trying to convince them hard to put some money there. But this was not really the question you asked. You asked basically, what are we going to do about this, and will net zero resolve this? The answer is that we don't entirely know, because the science is not very clear what happens once we get the additional concentrations to zero, whether the planet will be able to rebalance itself and reduce this risk automatically. Scientists think that it's probably not the case, and we will need to reduce this concentration further after 2050. So we'll have to go into negative territory to reduce those concentrations. And that could be done through technology. You might have heard about technology called direct air capture. These are technologies that absorb CO2 and capture it permanently. So we're just starting talking about this technology. Some of these technologies are technologies we invest in with the venture capital fund we have as Systemic, because we believe they're going to be necessary to reduce those risks post-2050. Does that make sense? And I'm sorry, as I said, I'm not a scientist, so...
That's fine. Thank you very much.
That was pretty clear. Thank you. Yep.
Hi, my name is Hilary, and to echo what everyone else has said, thank you so much, because that was really informative. I haven't learned science in a while, so that was good to refresh my memory on everything. The question that I'm going to ask is kind of like, it stems from like a microcosm that I've been seeing online. So a lot of people have been talking about like the idea of de-influencing, so us consuming less, basically. That's the principle of it. And you were talking as well before about how agriculture is so closely linked to climate change, and how, I'd learned recently that the big reason why cows and stuff contribute so much to CO2 is not because of the cows themselves, but the opportunity cost of the land that is used. I'm not sure if I've worded that correctly, but do you think that, of course, what you're doing is very impactful and important, getting corporations to evolve how they're behaving, but also do you think there's a space for governments, etc., to push us consuming less? Because if we're consuming less, so we don't have as much cow production, we don't have the issue of methane, we don't have the issues of, for example, I was just wondering your thoughts.
It's a very, very good question. Thank you very much. It's a very, very good question, and I don't have an easy answer. So, you see, we are a generation difference, right? My generation was a generation where the challenge was energy, and was getting the world to a low carbon or zero carbon energy system. Your generation's challenge is nature. And how do we get nature systems to produce what we need to live, but also to increase their absorptive capacity and be within planetary boundaries across a number of sustainability issues, which climate is one, but there's others, such as biodiversity, local air pollution, or simply accessing intrinsic value of nature. And this is a very complicated, it's a system change challenge. So I'll try to answer the question that you asked by saying that, first of all, you're absolutely right. We use more land in the world to grow food to feed animals than we use land to grow food to feed us, right? So more land in the world is used to feed animals than the land in the world which is agriculture to feed us, and this just makes no sense. And cows in particular are the internal combustion engine of nature. They are yesterday's technology. It makes no sense to carefully grow a cow, feed a cow, make sure that the cow doesn't get illnesses by giving them antibiotics, and to then take the cow through a very complex process of slaughtering to then produce proteins for us to eat. It makes absolutely zero sense. The amount of emission associated with that process, the amount of water use, the amount of land use, which then has an opportunity cost because that land will not play its role of absorbing CO2, which would naturally play in the world. Those processes make no sense. And this doesn't mean that I want to take away your nice Friday night steak. You can have that steak, but just have it on Friday night. For the rest of the week, you can eat alternative proteins, which will go into your pizza. You won't realize that the ham is not real ham, but it comes from alternative protein. It will go into your nice lasagna, that minced meat that used to be red meat. You won't notice the difference in maybe alternative proteins. And that alternative protein will be much healthier, will taste exactly the same, and will be zero emissions. And that alternative protein will mean that there's no cow out there using no land, using much less water. So there's obviously a direction of travel. Which comes to the second question, we need to consume less. I think that, it's very easy for us in, a nice room in the middle of London, privileged by the circumstances of life, to say, yes, of course, you consume less, that's not good, fly less on holiday and so on. There's billions of people out there that have aspiration of having better well-being. We need to offer them a prospect of growth that is attractive to them. So we can't just say, oh, let's all consume less and we'll be all fine. We have to think about how we consume better, how we produce goods that satisfy the ambitions of people for a better life, but at the same time have a footprint that falls within our planetary boundaries. And as I said earlier, the good news is that we know how to do that. We start having a sense how to do it. And we know it on energy, we start knowing on industry, and that's why I'm putting on your generation the challenge of knowing how to do it on nature. Because that we haven't quite figured out.
Thank you so much.
I've got a couple, I know, but hold on. I've got one more online, and then and we're running out of time. So I will try. Yep.
So, Matthew, I think you already answered one of the questions that one of our audience members, Ali, was asking about whether or not we should be putting as much of the blame on slightly less developed countries such as Bangladesh, when a lot of their economy is very much based in producing a lot of these Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions. But they're also asking if you believe that electric cars are the future and that electricity required from electric cars run on initially fossil fuels would be seen as something which could help to reduce emissions, especially when compared to diesel cars.
Okay, it's an easy one. That one I have a clear answer, which is electric cars are the future. And again, ask your scientist friends for a better explanation than mine. My simple explanation is two things. One, an electric engine has efficiency of 70, 80%, i.e. you put 1 unit of energy out, you get 0.8 unit of energy to propel the car. Internal combustion engine have efficiency of 30, 40% at best. You put 1 unit in the car and actually get 0.3, 0.4 unit of motion out of it. The rest is heat. It's heat. So electric engines are intrinsically more efficient. Reason one, as I understand it, again, ask your scientists, physics friends for a real explanation, but that's second reason, internal combustion engine cars have, on average, about 300 moving bits and pieces in the car. Electric engine cars have about 30. They're simpler, they run for longer, they cost less to make. So despite the fact you may think, oh, fancy Tesla costs a lot of money, actually we know that over the next decade, electric cars will cost increasingly less than internal combustion engine cars just to make, let alone to run, given they're more efficient. So I'm pretty certain that electric cars are the way for mobility. The second part of the question is, if they're fueled by fossil fuel, isn't that a bad thing? The answer is probably in the short term, no, because even if the electricity is produced by fossil fuels, still the more efficient level of electric engines instead of internal combustion engines means that the emissions, even with the current mix of fossil fuels in the power production, still are lower. But without any doubt, we've got to accelerate the decarbonization of the power systems to make sure that as the number of electric cars increases, the power system gets less and less carbon intensive, eventually get into net zero. Good news is that both Europe and the US have a target for a zero carbon power system between 2030 and 2035. So we're talking about 10 years away, not 50 years away. So we think that as the number of electric cars increase in the share of total cars, electric system will also decarbonize, and the mobility system will deeply, deeply change.
Thank you. very quickly.
I have so many questions. But I'm just going to ask my one. My name is Sophie, as you already know. But one of my questions was, because one of the things that you were saying was you are not asking us as a generation to, you know, how do we battle nature, or how do we use nature for our advantage to get to this net zero? And I wanted to ask you, how do we get young people to care about these things? Because a lot of the time I feel like because as someone who's really interested in this topic and is very concerned actually, and but a lot of my peers are like, that hasn't got anything to do with me, or like, you know, young people are still trying to enjoy themselves. Like, they're trying to take flights, they're trying to buy stuff, they're, you know, at cheaper prices as well. And so how do we now incentivize young people to be like, okay, this is something that we genuinely need to care about, and not only care about but invest in? And especially because young people may not have like as much money and like to do certain things. So yeah, to make it short, how do we make young people care about stuff like this?
You know, I can try and give you an answer, but I'm not a young person. I almost would love to turn the table around and ask you guys how you think you can influence your peers. I have some ideas, but I feel I'm a bit too old to know how you change young people's minds. Can I turn around and ask you guys?
What do you think? Yeah.
I think like with the
grab the mic so that those online can hear you.
I think with like, I think what you said was actually really like a significant part of it, because I think it's a big balance of our generation is known for the generation of like self-awareness or quote unquote wokeness, understanding social issues, but then there's also that contrast where you still feel like you're assimilated into a society where you're expected to do certain things at a certain age. I think at this age it's more so about traveling, enjoying the world, exploring things, which people see as a rite of passage. So it's now a thing where even though people do probably care to some extent, they wouldn't care enough to sort of abandon, it's a thing where you can recognize that something is wrong, but to implement change to that is a bit more difficult. So I think it's definitely a cultural thing, and not just cultural within like the black community, but like also like community as a whole in the UK, where maybe addressing that might make us view consumerism a bit differently and make us less concerned about consuming things constantly or living up to a certain standard that's placed on us, because there are alternatives and human beings live before planes and all the other stuff. I mean, now it's hard to see it that way, but it is possible. So
I just wanted to add really quickly as well, a lot of people from communities such as these are coming from very impoverished backgrounds as well. And so when we start moving up the social ladder, or when we start getting more disposable income, doing something that we enjoy or something that, you know, we have to do, it's like we want to enjoy those things without the liberty of thinking, without having to think about, you know, oh my gosh, there's a climate crisis, let me not catch the second flight of this year, or like let me not buy that designer thing, or let me not buy stuff from Shein or stuff like that. So I feel like, as well as it is our responsibility to think about all of these things, what options are presented to us, and how are they cheap, how are they accessible? Because I feel like even when looking at, I remember looking at this climate thing done by the UN, and they were like, oh, make sure to recycle, make sure you do da-da-da. But it's still like, there's still very, very small things that don't really change us, and they don't really like make us think about it. And cheaper options, and cheaper, more sustainable options for clothing are not accessible to us and stuff like that. So I think there's something to be done from the top down, saying here are your options and let's move with those options. But yeah, that was just kind of my addition.
We're running over, but I've got 2 more interventions and then I'll come back to you, Mattia. So 2 on this table.
Yeah, it's just to quickly answer your question that you asked earlier on, which was what I would think would be beneficial, or how we would be able to persuade our peers to take it on. I think it's given us kind of like painting a clear picture of the implications of global warming on our lives. As in, like, we're told all the time, you know, global warming isn't good, the sea levels are going to rise, this, that. But if you're able, or if people, scientists, researchers, anyone is able to paint an image of the impact it's going to have on my generation's life, maybe not now, but at a later stage, and we could actually see that, wow, if we don't change, we are not going to be able to do X, Y, Z at 25, 30, 40 even, you know. And if it's obviously something that's, I don't want to say fearful, but if it's something that we look at and we see we clearly don't want to do that, we will definitely make the changes now to make sure we don't do that. Because a lot of the older generations, especially people like elderly, they say some of their regrets were not making changes to either bad habits or bad things at an earlier stage. And a lot of them said they didn't simply because they didn't know how bad it could get when they got to that stage. So I feel like if we could have a realistic picture of the implications of global warming and climate change, that we would be more inclined to make changes.
Okay, thank you. Very quick.
I think for me, it's a common situation whereby you cannot force people to be interested in stuff that they're not interested in. But what you can do is show how sort of the challenge of climate change and sustainability is relevant to their initial interest, right? If you speak about sort of climate change, sustainability, and AI, I might sink in my chair a bit because I'm not a tech person per se. But if you open up the frontier of development and agriculture and that frontier, then you've got my attention instantly. And I think, you know, over the past few decades even, it seems as though the frontier is only the political sphere. And even sort of Greta Thunberg, it seems like a political spat rather than something that's relevant to all our lives in many different ways. So I think actually how to make this relevant to young people is sort of translating that actually the challenge of green growth, the challenge of climate change and sustainability opens multiple frontiers in which you can sort of situate yourself in. Thank you all for those contributions. Mattia, last word goes to you.
Thank you very much. It was very, very insightful to hear your views on this. I must say, I'm less concerned, particularly from this crowd, whether you take an extra flight a year to go to a city and be exposed to a different culture and meet people from a different bit of the world that are facing different constraints and will give a different perspective. I'm less concerned about that. I'm quite happy for you guys to get on a flight and do that. I'm more concerned to make sure that your brains, your businesses that you will start, what you will study, the governments you will work in, the companies you will work in, you will use that insight to push the frontier of the economy forward as fast as we possibly can. Frankly, for the level of skills we have in this room and the opportunities that you've had, thanks also to the Amos Bursaries, I want you to use those brains for that more than I want you not to take an extra flight. So that would be my message on that.
A lot of relief around, around the room and online, I'm sure. Mattia, thank you. That was so clear. I think we've all learned a huge amount. If at all possible, would we be able to share the slides?
Of course.
Because I know it was a little difficult for some of those online to actually see them because of the glare. Of course. From the lighting. But thank you. That was extraordinary. Thank you so much for spending your time with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
So for those of you online, give us a minute while we change around our speakers. And also remember my challenge to you and to those of you in the room of earlier, when we come to talk about the multilateral organizations, please come with your thoughts about what you know about those organizations, whether you think they're positive or not, and why. So 1 minute, you're just going to see the Amos Bursary logo, and we will start again. Thank you. Mattia, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Oh, no, great. Thank you so much.
I think being a black man, I think being a black young man, I think that what is taken for granted and it's kind of surface level and all friendships. But brotherhood means honestly that I can cry on your shoulder, even though you might banter me like 2 weeks time about the fact I cried, but I can cry on your shoulder and you will understand what I'm wearing. Because the struggles that a young black man goes through in this country, in the world, is mad. And to have someone that can understand that, be like, bro, listen, I'm here fighting with you. I'm here sharing in your struggle and we're gonna make it through. I think that's priceless.
Hi, I'm Adesina. This year, I decided to make a documentary that addresses the current narrative of the young black man. So, I'm focusing on the charity called the Amos Bursary, which is founded by Baroness Amos and her assistant police. The Amos Bursary has played a key role in the development of some of the country's most influential black boys. And I'm here to discover exactly how they've learned to thrive in a society that works against them.
Keeping your own space and taking up space, for me it was very difficult to...
What makes the Amos Bursary way different is mindset. So being surrounded by a lot of like-minded young black men, they're all aspirational, they're all trying to achieve the best that they can. I'm not saying that there aren't other boys that are doing that, but I don't know what it is, it's just that environment pushes you to another level.
I think it's the fact that we're all similar ages and we kind of we get to go to different events which kind of bring us all together. It's kind of like that kind of brotherly kind of atmosphere that you get.
I feel like we get the polish that a lot of young black men get. So for example, whether that might be dinner in the house of Lords or a networking session at an investment bank, we manage and can learn through people's advice and through mentoring and through presentations and workshops how to kind of like facilitate ourselves in those situations and how to make the best of those situations.
Can't ride without the training wheels. Can't ride without the training. Them man can't ride without the training wheels. I said them man they need training. Can't ride without the training.
Looking through your window, maybe you're not home.
Can you just tell the camera what you were doing?
Huh?
Can you just tell them what you were doing?
So basically they're doing a 24-hour session of volleyball to raise money for charity. So they want to get involved. And my friend that went to my sixth form, he's now second team captain for the volleyball. So good man.
Hi, my name is Victor CBK. I'm a final year student at the University of Warwick where I study politics and international relations. So obviously I was the best student during secondary school. So secondary school I got excluded quite a bit. So I got excluded from that year 7 to year 10 about 25 times. Like different things, fighting, aggressive behaviour per se. And what happened is like year 11, that's when I kind of like found my primary aim that year that I found more, and it was basically the thing that led on from that. It was the turn of 2013 and I was on Google and I was basically like after night vigil, you know that one's night vigils, and I was like I need to change, like I need to be better. So I typed into Google opportunities for young people in London, and I just remember I went through like Google, I went on the first page, didn't like opened a couple tabs, didn't see anything, and I think it was on the third or the fourth page that I found Excel free, which is, and then basically that led me to the Amos Bursary. So I was like, wow, okay, I've never heard of this, but it looks sick in it. So I said I'll apply. So I quickly made my application, applied, then I got an interview. And in the interview, it was weird because this is the first time that I went to central London. I think it was like they told me to wear business attire, but them times I didn't have business attire in it. So I thought I would want jumper and like chinos or something, but they were like mashed up chinos. Then I went to one session and I was like, wow, this is pretty cool. This is really, really interesting. And through that, I got to go to New York. I've got to go to Nairobi to intern. I got the opportunity to speak at the House of Lords, where I met Anthony Jenkins, who was at that time the CEO of Barclays, and it builds confidence. It builds the fact that I can walk into places now and it's like I belong here. There's a seat at the table for me.
Victor has clearly grown into himself and is comfortable in professional environments. He's definitely not forgotten who he is or where he's come from. However, getting to this point is not an easy process. Many boys are aware of how hard they have to work in order to attain their goals and to break social barriers. Resilience is a term that comes to mind when they describe their journeys.
You're more than whatever you're in. So whether you're struggling through school, you can be at Cambridge, you're still more than what you're in at that time. Because the harsh reality is that you'll be judged.
Welcome back, everyone. We're getting into our final sessions, and here's a particular session I've been looking forward to, where we're going to talk about soft power, the kinds of stuff that goes on sometimes behind the scenes, but sometimes in parallel with all that kind of noise that you very often see and hear on the media when politicians are talking about global affairs. And we're particularly going to focus on diplomacy, on culture, on communication, on social media. And we've got two great speakers for this session. Nene Awuji, who is a career civil servant stroke diplomat, has most recently been the British High Commissioner in Mozambique. But also, some of you may have seen Nene's work on Netflix because she's also a writer, and she has written for that series African Queens, which is on Netflix. I'm also delighted that we have Vera Kwakofi, who is from the BBC World Service. Vera is a senior news editor with the BBC, and last year spent a year away in the US as a Yale World Fellow. That is so competitive and so hotly contested. Huge congratulations to Vera. We're going to start with Nene. Nene, over to you.
Okay, watching the time. All right, hi everybody. Those in the room, just tell me you're still alive. Hi. Okay, that's nice. Okay, I didn't come with any slides. I used to work with Matteo and he did the best slides, so I can't follow him on slides, so I'm not going to compete. I'm just going to speak directly. So first and foremost, it's really nice to be here. And when Baroness Amos reached out to say, could you do this talk on soft power and diplomacy and culture, it's such a big topic, I didn't know where to come in. So I'll start with the word soft power. Do you know what it means? I guess. Yeah. Go on. Influence. Influence, yep. I'm gonna hold you to that. Anybody online guessing?
No, but I'd say accountability.
Accountability. Okay, that's interesting. We're going to come to that in a minute. All right. So if you look up the dictionary definition of soft power, particularly from my perspective as a diplomat, I find that you have definitions that I feel don't quite capture all of it because it's such a big thing, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But the closest I could find, and I'm going to paraphrase it, is one that says it's an approach of persuasion, also a persuasive approach in international relations using economic and cultural influences. Yeah? But in reality, any diplomat will tell you that actually soft power is bigger than that. But let me break down this basic definition in terms of what does that actually mean? How are you using a persuasive approach in international relations using economic and cultural influences? So if we're talking about economic, like a simple one, trade. If you have a trade treaty with a country, if you do business with a country, that's soft power. And we do a lot of business and trade around the world. In culture, that's everything from our universities to our movies to music, you name it. So anything that falls into that cultural space is also influence. And for us in diplomacy, a big partner that has helped us with that is the British Council. How many of you have heard of the British Council? Anybody heard of it? Right, so usually you recognize the British Council more abroad, and that's pretty much what used to be our main engine for doing soft power. They were responsible for promoting British culture abroad. So people like of my father's generation, when they first came to the UK or were thinking about coming to the UK, it is the British Council office, for example, in Nigeria, that would tell them, this is what it's like to live in the UK. Here's how you apply for universities. Here are some of the best universities. This is what British people do every day. This is how you assimilate into the culture. So culture is also a big tool in soft power. And then if we're looking at a third word I feel gets missed out in definitions of soft power is the word values. Like, what are the core values of the UK that we feel connect with people abroad, or that we want to demonstrate to people abroad that this is what's important to us? And if you look at the economic tool, that there's a tool around the economic influencing that I think straddles economics and values, which is around aid. So for example, part of our foreign policy in soft power, one of the tools we have is aid. We've invested billions in developing countries around the world for many years, and we're known for that. And that's everything from investing in infrastructure to water and sanitation to health to girls' education. We do all of that. But then also, if there's a crisis, like we saw with Turkey and Syria, our aid kicks in to support survivors and of huge crisis like what happened in Turkey or Syria. Or when I was in Mozambique, Mozambique got, in my first year there, got hit by 2 of the biggest cyclones the continent had ever seen. And I was so proud to see that actually we as the UK were one of the first countries that work in partnership with the Mozambican government to respond, right? And so when you're a diplomat and you have all these embassies abroad and you think, oh my God, what do these ambassadors and missions actually do? From a UK perspective, we do soft power, right? We promote business and trade with between UK and the countries we deal with. We make sure that our aid and the money that we're investing, we try to make sure is invested in the best way. We promote UK culture. We promote UK as a place to come visit, study, do business with on that front. And we've become quite well known for doing that in certain aspects. So it is because of soft power that you have a significant amount of foreign students choosing the UK to come and study, pay a premium to come and study, rather than elsewhere. It's because of soft power that, you know, countries will look to the UK in a crisis to partner and to support on that front. And it's because of soft power and promoting it through diplomacy in terms of how we do it as well that countries might prefer to do business with us. Okay. But coming back to the challenge that Valerie gave me to speak about, if I want to make it looking at where we are right now, that's not the end of the story with soft power, which is why I feel that the definitions don't quite capture it, right? Because the key word in the definition of soft power, I'm not going to repeat it again, the third one, but we talked about is one word, relations. And when you talk about relations, it's about relationships. And if I'm going to break it down, it's about meaningful friendships, okay? So if I ask you now, what are the qualities you look for in a friend? When you think about your best friend, who you consider to be your best friend, and I'll explain this in a while, what are the qualities you look for? Reliability. Mutual. Sorry? Mutual. Mutual what?
So what you're putting in, you're also receiving.
You're receiving. Okay. So mutually beneficial relationship. Okay. What else? Compassion. Honesty. Trust. Any more? Empathy. Yeah? But in addition, all of those words, if you as a friend trust me, or if I feel that you as a friend trust me, that you have compassion for me, that I can rely on you, that you're dependable, I would sum that up as one word, that there's the respect, right? So that whole thing of, and the other thing that you mentioned about mutual, there are certain values that you have in common. And as I think in diplomacy more and more with soft power, those two things are becoming increasingly more important. Mutual trust and respect. Why? Because soft power only works. The hardest part about doing soft power is that you could have the best universities in the world, you could have the best businesses in the world, you could have the biggest check for aid in the world. But soft power only works when it lands and is perceived by the person you're giving it to or you're exchanging it with in the way you want them to perceive it. Does that make sense? So I could be a friend. I mean, we all have friends and aunties and uncles, let's put it this way, who give us the best presents. Doesn't mean you like them. You're still going to take the present, but doesn't mean you like them. It doesn't mean you're going to buy them a present on their birthday. It doesn't mean you're going to turn up to their parties or whatever. Because there's probably not that. Just throw me the word. Respect. Okay? All right? So increasingly for us as diplomats on the ground, one of the things that I found as a diplomat that the only way I was going to be successful at my job is if I was able to build that connection that would enable what I want to land, to persuade and influence, to land in the way that I wanted it to, right? So if my counterpart doesn't trust me, if they don't feel that I respect them, I can get so far, because at the end of the day, yeah, I'm an ambassador to the UK, but that can only go so far. Is this making sense? Okay, so let me give you another example. My family's originally from Nigeria. I was born here, but I grew up in Nigeria till I was 12, and then I came back to school here, right? And one of the things that really struck me in school was how people thought about Africa, okay? First and foremost, thinking about Africa as a country, not a continent, okay? My friends were surprised, even though I was in a private school, to learn that when I flew home, after paying the same school fees as you, that I was going back to a house and not a hut. I'm not making this up. And then when you think about it, coming back to what we're talking about, culture and media, you found out that a lot of them, their experience about Africa and African countries came from what they were seeing on TV. or reading in the news, right? And when I was growing up, the most positive thing about Africa was Bob Geldof, right? And aid, right? And it wasn't about, Band-Aid, the song, Do They Know It's Christmas Time at all? So there was this kind of perception that was very one lens, very, very narrow. And even as a British African growing up here, I had that sense that actually there were other stories to be told, and it didn't feel like people were actually perceiving that. So if that's me growing up in the UK here, we're now in an age where you have social media, where in your phone you can find out what's going on in the UK, what the UK is saying about this or that, but more importantly, what the UK thinks about you, all right? So we as diplomats on the ground also have to be very mindful of that. So for me, when I became a diplomat and when I was coming out to Mozambique, I was very clear that actually I could have if I'm coming to you and saying that, look, you're my friend, and we're looking to bring more business here, we're looking to bring more investment in aid and development here, we're looking to link you up with our colleges. But what will matter is how I say that to you. Like, if I feel I'm bringing all those things and the person on the other side is not feeling the respect, that only goes so far, okay? So soft power, I guess the main message I'm saying here is soft power will work when people feel that it is, when people are drawn to it because they feel a connection, they feel the trust, they feel the mutual benefits that stand over and beyond, okay? And I think that's going to be increasingly important as we move forward because in this age when we're all connected, if I come back to, for example, what Matteo was talking about in climate change, right? It's a no-brainer. We all want this earth to survive. We want to survive for our children, right? But as diplomats, if I'm only coming out to it at the table and I'm discussing with you and I'm talking about it from a UK perspective and I don't hear the other side, we can only go so far, right? So that's why soft power is really important. That's why it's really important as a tool for diplomats. And I think increasingly as we move forward, that ability to be able to engage and tell a story that people can connect to becomes very, very important, okay? What was the last thing I was gonna say to you? So what I would actually like to hear from you in your questions, if you have any questions on that front, is I'd really like to understand from you how this has landed in terms of when you think about soft power, because I think your generation, a generation where as you're growing up now, because of media, because of the social media, because everybody has information at their fingertip, it's going to be easy for people to see whether what you're saying, you live up to it, whether it's true or not, whether you're holding true to those values. But I think one of the biggest assets we have as the UK that will be increasingly important in our diplomacy is our diversity that we have here, our cultural diversity that we have, because that's what's going to be able to help us to engage and to be able to understand the people on the other side of the table that we're going to be relating to through diplomacy. So my way of saying this is that in the past, if diplomacy has been more about what we bring to the table concretely, whether it's our universities, our business, our trade, I think behind that, people are going to be looking to see what is the value, as in what are our values, our common values that link us, where is the respect in terms of how we engage with people, and do we do what we say when we're going to do what we say we're going to do, okay? And that's the same thing in friendship. I don't have to see eye to eye with you, but if I feel that you respect me and we have a common value, and at the end of the day, you'll be there for me when I need you, you're more likely to turn up for me as well. Is this making sense on that front? So it's a difficult one to present and to say what does it mean in practice, but soft power is increasingly, it's important. It's going to be increasingly important as we move forward. But I think the aspects of it which we don't see so much in the definition of it that are going to become more important is about that human element that connects one person to the other. And that's about respect, is about our values, how we live up to them, and how we connect with other human beings. And I'll leave you with one thing, that one of the best examples of soft power that I see that I used in Mozambique that helped me a great deal. And you won't believe this, Afrobeats. You might ask that question. So you have this musical phenomenon that has come from Africa, from Nigeria, Ghana, South Africa. People singing as they would sing at home, not pretending to be American or from wherever. And that thing is busted across the world, right? You have people like Burna Boy who are ambassadors for Burberry, not Burberry Nigeria, but Burberry the world. You have artists who are singing on what's it called, on major Hollywood movies doing their scores, because those companies know that they want to reach people like you, and there's something about the authenticity of that music that connects on that front. That's huge. But a lot of these artists are also British Nigerian or British Ghanaian, or they have dual nationality. You have those who are not, but a lot of the big ones have that connection. And they're telling a different story about where they come from, right? That's actually opening up the world's eyes to see them in a different way. That is the power. That's what I'm talking about, connection and authenticity. And that crosses borders, it crosses borders, it crosses language, it creates that connection that we're talking about that brings people along. So how did I use it in Mozambique? Well, for me, when we used to have parties at the High Commission, I was told that in the past not many people would come. Or when they came, they'd be like, okay, I'm going for 5 minutes and I'm coming. And I remember being in my garden, I was like, okay, if this is a party that we're having, I need my Afro beats in the background, okay? And people would come, and it's not just about the music, but it's also about other things that go with it, like the food, like the gorgeous food I could smell down the corridor before I came in here today. But that bit was actually quite important, because they were like, wait a second, I'm going to the British High Commission and I can hear Burna Boy in the background. What's going on here? But then, I'm not saying that that's what solved the whole diplomacy, but that actually, it's a connection. Does that make sense? Somebody can see some of them in you or your space, and that creates the space for you to have the access, to have the conversation. If you don't have that access, you can't build the trust, and if you can't build the trust, you can't influence. And if you can't influence, it comes back to our definition of soft power, you can't persuade. Okay? So it's not rocket science, but it is an art, and it means that that's something you're going to have to, it takes time, it takes investment, but also it is worth it when you land it right. Okay? I don't know whether that covered that, but that's...
It did, thank you. Nene, thank you very much, and we'll come back to questions in a moment, and I'm sure that some of the questions will be also about what it feels like to be only the second black woman to... There have only been 2 of us as British High Commissioners. But I was a political appointee, so actually Nene broke through a different ceiling, which is that she is the first career diplomat, black woman, to be a High Commissioner. And Vera is another woman of many firsts. And Vera, I'm absolutely delighted. We actually think that Vera should be running the BBC. And it would be in much safer hands, but she doesn't agree. But Vera, thank you so much for being here. And you've been at BBC World Service for such a long time. You were in charge of BBC Africa. You did incredible things there. So we very much look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Thank you very much for inviting me, and such a tough act to follow, Nene. But I wanted to pick up on one of the things you talked about. How do you build influence? And one of these tools is culture. And I think that's where the BBC has a role to play. So I'll start by asking this question. Who knows Gary Lineker? Good, lots of hands in the room.
Well, I not only know him on TV, I have actually met him.
Oh. Why has he been in the news lately? Can someone tell me? Use your mic, please.
We need a mic. Yep, thank you.
Gary Lineker's been in the news recently as he has been using his social media platform to sort of speak out against like some of the more disparaging policies of the government, and more particularly what people are kind of like, what people took a lot of notice to was him comparing like the government's rhetoric around immigration to that was used in 1930s Germany.
Perfect. And why do you think that his Twitter use and the suspension by the BBC made an impact? Not necessarily you, but anybody want to pick that up? Because there was a big national outroar, wasn't there?
I think it was a response from, I don't know, it was like the response from the BBC was like, as someone who's so public in that sphere and who has such a platform, they wanted, it's two sides. Gary Lineker wants to speak freely. He wants the free will to speak about things that he thinks are important without the backlash of the organisation he partly works for, which is the BBC. BBC are, I feel like they try to be quite, attempt to be quite like apolitical in the things, and that's reflected in the people who they work with, maybe. So it's like two sides of the sphere, apolitical and someone who wants to speak up.
Do you think everybody else would have got the kind of response that Gary's suspension got? Other sports commentators and reporters refused to fill in, and so the BBC was left to drop lots of programs. Lots of people went on strike from the sports community, refused to speak to the organisation, and within a week the issue was solved. Do you think everybody else would have got that kind of response? And so why do you think Gary got that response? Yeah.
I think it's definitely his commercial appeal to the BBC. And that might be quite a cynical perspective, but I'm pretty sure Gary Lineker has become such a big part of not just the BBC, but sports journalism as a whole. And because he's a freelancer, to keep him with the BBC is big. It will offer them a lot of cultural, influence and capital. So I definitely think that the BBC made attempts to keep him because they knew that without him, it would give them more problems in the long run. And also because he's quite a popular figure in the UK, just aside of like sports journalism. I don't know anything about sports, but I knew who he was. So I think that's definitely a part of it. Someone that everyone knows being axed on the BBC would just not look good.
Yeah.
I think it's the thing we go back to sports, soft power. He has meaningful relationships with his co-stars. So alongside Gary Lineker refusing to do the show, his co-stars also decided not to do the show without him. So it was the fact that he had respect from not just his co-stars, but the people who watched the show. Yeah. So it could have been ignored, but as she said, it would have probably been more hassle than it was worth.
Absolutely. Gary Lineker had built a career worth of respect and a legacy as a footballer and then as a sports journalist and reporter. And so he had that currency that carried a lot of people with him, not just his colleagues, but the general public, mostly silent. But when he was in the front line of an issue, the government or the people who were propagating that policy found out they had met their match in Gary Lineker, who many people saw as an ordinary person, but he was speaking on behalf of possibly a lot of people that hadn't possibly made their voice known on that issue. And so he had currency. He had built soft power because he had a constituency that is largely invisible, but still visible at the same time. And that's why there was a political reaction, there was an organizational reaction, and there was an ordinary people reaction to Gary Lineker's comments, as well as his sanctions by the BBC. And so to some extent, I would like to equate what Gary Lineker is to what the BBC represents for a lot of people. It's an organization that whose identity is tied to the identity of this country, Great Britain. It's an organization that has built that legacy through many spheres, so either in content creation or just being a part of a pillar of the institution or the identity of Great Britain. And so that's why we all have a shared ownership of this organization, whether we want to or not, whether we like to or not, but also because we have to pay the license fee. And so we have a stake in this organization. And so its soft power has been built over decades, over generations. And in doing that, and not just by its existence, but by the things that it has done, whether it's its news coverage, whether it's in its programming, which have set a global standard, that's how it's maintained that soft power. And so for an organization like the BBC, it's important for us to, especially with our identity so intrinsically linked to Britain, to be clear to the people that we serve about that relationship and how that relationship then is perceived back on us. So you notice that for a long time, the BBC was the British Broadcasting Corporation, but very quickly you notice that it's the BBC and less so the British Broadcasting Corporation for a lot of people, particularly outside the organisation, outside the UK. And that's because of the legacy that comes with being British. And we can't deny that in the room. There is a narrative that comes with being British, especially if you're abroad, the colonial legacy, the legacy of slavery. And so the work that the BBC does cannot be tarnished by that legacy or by that association, because the BBC does really good work. And so as an organization, it needs to be a part of the soft power that Britain projects around the world, but also at the same time separate from that organization to assert its independence as a public broadcaster, to assert its independence as one of the biggest international broadcasters in the world, to assert its independence as one of the most trusted news organizations in the world. And that's especially important in this time of misinformation and disinformation. The BBC needs to step forward outside of that bubble of soft power and create its, and sort of lean into its own soft power that it's built over the years based on that legacy. And how do we do that? You do that by reflecting the communities that you serve. So if you notice, more recently, the BBC has been making an effort to diversify its on-air talent, its productions as well as the content that it makes. Why? Because it has a contract with the people of Britain and the people of the world as its premier broadcaster to reflect their stories back to them, to reflect their identities back to them, to reflect their values back to them, and to uphold those tenets and those values. And so it's becoming increasingly challenging because of the competition. It's becoming increasingly challenging because of the political pressure, not just from Britain, but from around the world. But how then does the BBC continue to leverage that soft power through the content that it makes? By making sure that the people that you serve, so it's beginning to lean into the contract it has with its audiences, the public, more than on the stakeholders. Because ultimately, if people switch off watching you, people switch off listening to you or reading the pieces that you write, that's the biggest judgment of your value versus what the politicians will say. And so for the BBC, its soft power is now having to leverage its journalism and its content making to maintain that link, to retain its position as the cultural representative of Britain, but also the cultural representative of the BBC in Africa, the BBC in Asia, the BBC in the Middle East, the BBC around the world. So there are lots of challenges, as you have seen with the Gary Lineker situation. There is the pressure of politics and politicians, especially in the currently highly polarized environment we're in, for the BBC, because of that soft power, to speak for different interests, to represent different interests. There's a lot of pressure from competition from media. There's a lot of pressure of competition from audiences around the world who are consuming content on platforms that are not radio or TV. There's increasing competition from audiences in the past 3 or so years who have experienced news fatigue. And so people have switched off to a large extent from consuming news because the news has been depressing. The news has been challenging. And so people are leaning more into more entertainment-based content. But it doesn't stop the world from moving. So how do we, as an organization, reach people who are switching off the news because the news is too depressing, but need
information to be able to be informed about what's going on in the world, what's going on in their lives, how policies are affecting them, and what the future has in hold for them. So I'll leave it there for now, and then we can pick up with your questions. Thank you.
Vera, thank you. Lots for us to think about and talk about. Let's bring our chairs into the middle for this bit. I think if you two share that one, and then we have one more that we will take around. So you're trying to fix it. Thank you. Questions, comments? Okay, anything online? I'll start online first.
There was one question.
Yep.
Thank you. So there was another question from Alam, and they were asking, how much do you believe that soft power relates to the most recent definition of femininity? They didn't specify it here, but they were talking about it especially in terms of being a black Gen Z female.
I'm not sure I understand that question. Does anybody else understand the question?
I think it's talking about how soft power relates to being a woman.
Being a woman, yeah.
Itself.
Okay. So essentially, is it? No, I'm okay because I'm wired up. Is it more straightforward or not? Are there advantages to being a woman when you're trying to exert influence?
Yeah. Well, do you want to go first? So you got the mic.
No, you go.
Okay, caveat, I don't 100% understand the question, but if you're asking, all right, from my experience as a diplomat, is it harder or more or easier to be a woman in diplomacy? I think it really depends on the context, okay? It is, at least in British diplomacy, has traditionally been a male space. But over the last few years, particularly within the Foreign Office and now, Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, there was a conscious effort to have more women at the top. So I think at the moment, does anybody know what 5 eyes are? Do you ever heard that expression?
Is it the intelligence communities, well, the sort of the premier, that being, now I have to test myself, but UK, Australia, France, America, I forgot the 5th.
Germany. Well done. Sorry, that's a round of applause. I didn't know what the 5 eyes were before I joined the Foreign Office, to be honest. So basically, traditionally, those were like, you can imagine in diplomacy, you have the top jobs. And these were those countries were considered the top posts to go to. And they were traditionally male. But following the effort of the Foreign Office to say, look, actually, we want to see more women at the top, I think all those 5 eyes, I think until recently, were actually in the last 2 years, have been held by women. Right? So we, for the first time, if you can believe it, we had our first female ambassador to Paris, to France, based in Paris, obviously, and to America as well. So I think it depends on the context. So like I was saying, diplomacy has traditionally been a male space. There's a lot of effort being done within UK foreign policy to change that. For me, I found that there were times when it was an advantage for me to be a woman in the room and to be a woman of color in the room, particularly in my job in Mozambique, compared to if I'd been a man. But that doesn't mean to say that you still don't have incidences of sexism or misogyny. But I think the mere fact, the soft power in itself is actually the physical, having physically in that space somebody who looks like me or looks like Valerie, or having a woman in that place. That's our soft power that says, actually, we as the UK believe in gender equality, and we're going to put our money where our mouth is by placing women in these, not giving, because all of these women have earned it, we've all worked hard, we're all qualified, but if you're qualified and ready for the job, we're putting you there, and that in itself is a message when you step into that space.
I think for me it's about the awareness as a news leader of whether we're reaching the audiences that look like me all across the continent, because we know that women make up 51% of the population in Africa, but are served the least in media because most of the media is consumed on mobile and men have the most mobiles across the continent. And so when I'm commissioning stories, we want to make sure that, the woman who is spending her days on the farm is able to listen to the radio, whether it's on her phone or, have a transistor set with her, or if she comes home, she has access to consuming the content to sort of look at what the world is about, but also not just consume the content in a way that works for her, but in a way where she sees herself in lots of the stories. So we make a deliberate effort to commission women-centered and youth-centered content, and that's something that I've led in doing at the BBC, because I want to make sure that the people who are like me are seeing themselves represented in the narrative of the story of the continent.
Great, thank you. Lots of hands went up here, so we'll start on this table, and then we'll come over to this table.
Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. And my question is, inherent in many of the forms of soft power is of course geopolitical influence. And I was wondering, and obviously we're on camera here, so we may not be able to say the good stories, but when you've been in instances whereby the soft power that sort of the UK wants to project really goes against what you think is healthy for sort of maybe your ethnic background or Africa, what have you done, or how do you rationalize your role in that space?
Okay, I would flip that a little. I completely understand where you're coming from. But for me, maybe the closest one I could say about how I strategically use media in line with UK values that I'm supposed to represent as a UK ambassador, but to also make sure that it wasn't detrimental in the way that you said. Okay, so first and foremost, you need to recognize that actually there's some of the things that we do that we do it with the best intentions, but it doesn't land well. Okay, so put it simple, when I went to Mozambique, I'm very interested in obviously the creative arts and media, and from my childhood experience, it's always really annoyed me how we were presented in the media, on TV. That point you said about seeing yourself in your story, and that's the show that Baroness Amos mentioned is actually inspired about telling stories from our perspective, where we see ourselves, especially as women, in there. But when I got to my embassy, lots of great people, diverse embassy and whatever on that front. But what really struck me was that how we presented Mozambique to the rest of the world was not really landing with how we wanted Mozambique to see us as friends, because we were friends. We were one of the second, one of the second largest investors in the country. I'm talking about through development assistance. We had links with universities and our scholarships on that front. But if you went to our webpage when I arrived, you only kind of saw one story of Mozambique. Right? It wasn't portraying Mozambique like the Mozambique we knew on the ground as diplomats, that this is a beautiful country, that yes, there is poverty and it's climate prone, but oh my God, amazing music, amazing fashion, amazing creativity, amazing potential for agriculture. It could be the food basket of the region, amazing opportunity for energy, including renewable energy. That story wasn't being told. If you went to our website, you'd be, oh my God, I wouldn't want to visit Mozambique. I'll donate money. Next time there's an appeal, I'll put money in, but I don't want to visit there. And so one of the first things that we did while I was there was to change that, to say, look, there's not just one story of this country. There are many stories, right? Just like some of the negative you might talk about here in the UK, but that's not all we're about. All of us sitting in this room show that there are other stories. So the challenge to my team was that for every one story that we tell that seems sad or stereotypical, we need to find 3 that tell a different story, so that if I'm a businessman looking at where I want to invest, am I going to invest somewhere where I'm only seeing cyclones and war or poverty? Or am I going to think about, oh my God, I didn't know there was agricultural opportunities here. I want to invest here. I didn't know that there was business opportunities. I want to invest here. So to answer your question, the best way I found of handling that is through that whole thing I said about respect, right? Even if it's something I don't see eye to eye with you or agree, I engage with you from respect and use the tools that we have in soft power to actually do what we say it's there to do, to build strong, meaningful relationships. And I think it's not that difficult to approach it that way.
And I'll add, this is working now, and I'll add that, I'm in the position I'm in because my organization recognized that it couldn't continue in the way it did, operating on the continent, one of its largest audience markets, and still have people who didn't look like the people on the continent or understand the continent. The other thing that happened was that we decentralized our operations for Africa out of London into the region. So we've now got a bureau in Lagos, which has got teams who make programs from that area in Nairobi, in Johannesburg, in Dakar, in Abidjan. and we're doing stories out of those regions with journalists from those regions. And what that's done is that it's improved the quality of journalism from that country and created a whole new ecosystem for media in those countries that we've served. So that's how the soft power has directly led to the training and skilling up of journalists in those countries. One of the programs that I commission is called Africa Eye, which is one of our investigative documentary strands. And the exposés and the investigations that have come out of Africa Eye has led to prosecutions, has led to changes in, you know, a lot of laws and a few things like that. And we've brought a certain level of accountability journalism to the continent, but also encourage journalists to pursue their governments to be more accountable because of that work, because they can piggyback back off the work that we've done and say that, look, the BBC has done this, we're picking it up, without the level of risk that they would have faced without the BBC fronting those investigations in the first place. And so that's how we see our soft power working. We've created employment opportunities, we've created skilling up opportunities, and we've created avenues for better accountability for governments and for people in authority as a result of their work. And that's how we're propagating British soft power of accountability, of a respect for your audiences, and for skilling up in a different way, but even impactful as well.
And you could really see that shift, I think, with the BBC, and that shift to those reporters in the region during that couple of years of COVID.
Yes.
Because people weren't able to fly out from London as the expert on whatever country or on the continent. They had to use those reporters who were there, who were good, who actually understood what was going on, knew the people to talk to, and the reporting changed, but also you were able to really see the impact of having those actual voices.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, I thought it was noticeable.
Yeah.
I mean, all these people in this room, they probably don't even watch.
But
I saw it. I saw it.
Thank you.
Well, a couple of hands at the back there. Are you holding the mic because you're going to ask the next question? Okay, we had a couple on this table.
Hi to both of you. First of all, I just wanted to say that, like, thank you so much for coming today. I really enjoyed what I got to hear. And I want to be a journalist in the future, so it's really cool to hear from you and your experience and your journey. Especially because BBC Africa, like, to me, it was a big reason why I wanted to start doing journalism, because my dad always told me that it was the first time, like, hearing it on the radio when he was younger, that he ever got exposed to the news. What I wanted to ask was about the kind of conflict that can come with soft power. So we were talking, and you guys were talking a lot about how Africa can utilize its soft power to kind of make the global community realize our potential and what we can offer. But I wonder what you guys' thoughts are on the flip side, and perhaps an element of self-preservation, and if that conversation, because you see it on social media a lot, this idea of how much of Africa do we give to the world? And especially if we are going to give to the world, how much, like, should we do for free? And what should we do at a price? And that sort of conversation I find really interesting. So I just want to hear your thoughts on, like, how much of Africa should we use as cultural export, whilst also maintaining a level of, like, I don't really know exactly what the word is I'm trying to use, but yeah, I hope that makes sense.
Yeah.
Ozan, I'd like to hear your opinion. Okay, one thing you don't realize, right? I think you might realize it, but I think I'm increasingly conscious of it, and we all need to be increasingly conscious of it, is most of the countries in the world use culture as soft power, okay? Even your father or my father at the BBC World Service, do you still have the song?
The Lily Bolero.
Oh my goodness. That was the childhood music for me. Like, so why is it that you have somebody who's sitting thousands of miles away, who's never been to the UK, never set foot in the UK, but can tell you everything, tell you more about the UK than anyone in the UK knows about where they're sitting? Do you get what I'm saying? Why is it that, I mean, apart from everything else being equal, If we think about something like during the Cold War, does anybody know whether you guys are, you were in the spirit world when it was happening? Do you know what the Cold War was?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Right. Movies from both sides of the fence were used to influence both the public and the world about which side you should be on. So if you think about the Rocky movies with Sylvester Stallone that have turned to Creed now, those were blockbuster movies because you'd have Rocky going, Rocky 3 or 47, he went to Russia and fought a Russian in Russia and won.
Was that the Dolph Lundgren one?
Yes, yeah, beautiful Dolph Lundgren. But that was what that film was about, and that's why people would be talking about it. Whose side are you on? Are you on Russia or America? America is so powerful. You haven't been to that country. You probably don't know anyone from there. But a lot of the influences you have about what you think about a certain place, whether you're close to it or whether you can see yourself there or whether you have any kind of affinity, that's the word I'm looking for, is from what you're consuming culturally about that place. And for a lot of places that we don't know about is because we're not really consuming anything culturally from those places. So coming to your question about maybe what people are concerned about is like, how are we doing it consciously for good? Yeah. Okay, so the other example I'll give to you was like in the 90s, in the 80s, 90s, there were all these violent movies coming out of Hollywood where it was just about young black men shooting up each other as something that was cool, right? And that really had an influence in communities across it, right down to the Caribbean and parts of Africa as well, where kids were emulating what they saw on the screen because of a culture thousands of miles away. And that's an example about how something can be used negatively. I think, personally, from my perspective, I am so in awe of what's happening culturally coming out of Africa. That's where my expertise is in terms of music and fashion, and how that's happening regardless, and how that's having this positive influence and impact about how people see the continent, right? And not just from a certain perspective, because at the end of the day, if people don't, culture can be used constructively and I think from the African perspective, to answer your question, I think it could be consciously used to attract the kind of attention the continent would like. So this is a continent you can come and invest in media. This is a continent you can come and invest in creativity. You can come and invest in technology, right? It's got bright, innovative, creative young people. If you're in the question that Matea asked you about how do you get young people to care about energy and climate change, culture is a way you do it. In Mozambique, we use sustainable fashion. So we could have gone to them to give them the statistics of, this is what's happening and why it's bad. But if we could flip it to tell a story about actually, this could be something that in finding the solution could not only be fun, but could generate jobs in an area that you're interested in, that made a difference. So I think it's not only crucial, but it's important that your culture is consciously used to kind of promote the kind of values and life you would like to see, and hopefully that's positive. And that if it's done in that light, it can only be a good thing, and you can't get enough of it because everybody's doing it. Yeah.
A lot of the comments we get when we post an Africa Eye investigation, you invariably go, why are local media sitting down and not doing this? Why does it take the BBC to come tell this story? What kind of propaganda does the BBC want to propagate about our country? They're only picking up on the bad things. So there's a perception narrative about, if it's something that's negative, we should be the only ones to tell it about ourselves. We shouldn't let the visitor know. I mean, they forget that the BBC is local as well as global these days, but that's beside the point. But that's, I suppose, a challenge to our local media to step up and make the content that the people want to see. And I know it's sort of easy to say this because we are able to access resources that a lot of local media can't access, because media is owned by politicians or it's owned by business moguls who want to use it to promote their individual interests. And so it's really hard to be a journalist, a working journalist on the continent, to make impactful content that can change the way people view society and can make profit as well without the backlash. And so we're stepping into the breach at the moment. And I think our place, my view of success is if we're able to step in the breach at this time, help, develop people's skills, and hopefully some people within the continent invest in media that allows the freedom to create that kind of content, then the BBC stepping back would be seen as a victory because the local media is at a level, a standard, where they're creating the kind of content that the BBC would have been doing and doing it to the same level of impact that, you know, we would like to see. I mean, I'm consuming a lot of Korean content at the moment, from dramas to music and stuff. And one of the latest news stories I saw was Hybe Entertainment, which is the parent company for BTS. They've acquired Scooter Braun. They've acquired some of the a label in the US which represents a lot of the black and underground hip hop artists, and they're going into Latin America to acquire a lot of labels in Latin America. And that's because the owner of Hybe, the chairman of Hybe, says that that's where the growth music is. He was talking recently, is that the growth music is in Latin music, is in Afrobeats, and not necessarily in K-pop in terms of the growth trajectory. So they've managed to create this monster economy out of K-pop, and are seeing the growth potential elsewhere and are looking to invest in that. Why aren't we building that kind of capacity for ourselves in Africa or in the Caribbean, and then exporting that culture? We already know there's a consumer base for that culture outside of the continent, and then looking to acquire outsiders as well.
Can I add to that? I think that is...
Please hold the mic up.
Sorry, it's such an important point, right? If you're not seeing the value in the culture that you have, if you feel like I'm going to hold it and keep it secret, somebody else is coming in there. And they are on that front.
Oh, absolutely.
And there's a reason, it's business sense. If you're going to look at the population trajectory over the next decade, 20 years, 30 years, your youngest population is going to be coming from Africa and Asia, right? And maybe Latin America behind that on that front.
1 billion people between the ages of 18 and 25 by 2050 from Africa.
From Africa. So if you're thinking about who's going to become, is the young that consume most of the culture that we have out there. So if you're talking about the Black collective, are not conscious of the value that is in our culture and how we shape, own, and put that out, somebody else is business. Somebody else is going to come in there on that front. So there's opportunity in there, but we need to really be awake to it and strategic about it. And to add to your point, I think there are people on the continent who are aware of that and who are investing in that and who are protecting it. But you know, we need to value. There needs to be more value in seeing the value in that moving forward.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Daniel, I think you have another question for us from online. Yep. And Mike, we'll lend you this one.
So yes, there was a question from Jemima. So she was asking about what your thoughts are on, well, this is more UK based, but based on what's happening with Suella Braverman and her partnership with Rwanda. I guess partnerships
with Rwanda.
Kindest way to say it.
Yeah.
With asylum seekers.
Well, they probably can't answer that question.
Oh, I could.
No, I can answer it. I think it's a tricky question to ask in relation to soft power, because I think that I think what has happened with this issue of, you know, sending refugees and asylum seekers to Rwanda is that there are two different aspects to this debate which have become elided. I think to the detriment of Rwanda, actually. So the one side of the debate, which is where I stand, is why can we, as a G7 country, why can we not process our asylum seekers more quickly? Yeah? Why is it that we have to put in place mechanisms to send asylum seekers to another country to be processed and pay them to do that, or indeed pay the French to do certain sorts of things? What is preventing us as a nation actually putting in place the mechanisms we need to put in place to ensure that we are living up to our international responsibilities, and if somebody has crossed the channel as an asylum seeker and actually doesn't have a right to be an asylum seeker, to say you're going to have to go back and there are other routes. There may be other routes, they're probably all closed. But you know, there is an issue, I think, for us where you know, lots of people want to come to Britain, but we have international responsibilities in relation to people who are fleeing asylum, and we are not living up to those responsibilities. I think the other side of the debate is the piece that, in my view, is challenging for Rwanda and for Rwandans, because it's then become a kind of debate. It's become a kind of thing is, you know, people are saying, Rwanda, you don't want to end up in Rwanda, as if Rwanda is somehow a terrible country to live and work. In fact, it's not. And so I have really tried to think through, and I don't know what the motivation is of the Rwandan government, how they are feeling about this kind of negative perceptions that people are having in Britain about Rwanda as a country, when actually the reality of Rwanda is very different. So I think that there are two different kinds of things going on here. And I think there has been a negative impact on the perception of Rwanda, which is not justified. And I think that there are serious questions for us as a nation as to why we can't process a few thousand asylum seekers seeking refuge in our country more quickly than we do. Yep, you need a mic.
My name is Elijah Olani Perkin. I'm from the 2020 Amos Bursary cohort, and what I wanted to ask was, I guess in the first part, it kind of sounded like to me close to a contractor in terms of having another country have that responsibility of, you know, processing those asylum seekers. What I wanted to ask was, don't you think there's an opportunity cost to the UK not using the resources elsewhere, maybe in more productive ways towards, you know, those Rwanda asylum seekers, and allowing the other country, I didn't get the specific country, but the other country that's in charge of processing to have that responsibility, if that makes sense?
I'm not quite sure I understand the second part.
He's agreeing with your first part of what you said about the processing.
Okay.
Yeah, what I wanted to ask was, what's wrong with another country processing the information?
Oh, doing the processing on our behalf?
Yeah.
Because I think that what we're doing is, I think we have a responsibility as a nation. We have signed up to international treaties where we have said we are going to protect asylum seekers. Asylum seekers are seeking to come into the UK. I don't see why we are saying that another country has to do that processing on our behalf. So they are arriving into Britain. We're then saying we're going to put them on planes and send them to another country to be processed.
Continent.
To another, a country in another continent to be processed. It just doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me in terms of our international obligations in relation to refugees. It also doesn't make sense to me in terms of cost. You know, we are one of the richest countries in the world, although we are rapidly managing to fall out of that. Yeah. Did you want to come back at all?
Yeah, I just wanted to.
Have you got the mic?
Okay, yeah, I've got the mic. Yeah, I just wanted to ask, you know, what are the specific, because I'm new to this, what are the specific costs that we're missing out on, both financial or, you know, non-financial, that we're missing out on having another country that's handling the processing?
So it's not that we are missing out on a cost, we are paying.
Okay.
So we are paying, well, it hasn't happened yet, but we would be paying for flights. We would be paying to put people up for a short period of time in the UK, having security around that, then putting them on a plane, then sending them to another country, and then we're paying that country to do the processing and also to do the second piece, which is that if those people do meet the criteria, then to actually look after those people.
Okay, and that cost is higher than doing the processing ourselves?
Well, my view is yes. I mean, if we had proper processing centres, trained people and did the processing quickly, the people are waiting for more than a year right now, and I just don't understand why. I don't understand what it is. You know, you build a facility, you train people, you get people through. Why is that such a major problem for one of the richest countries in the world? I don't understand it.
Thank you for answering.
I genuinely don't. Yep, we've got a couple more. Please bring the mic back to this table. I'm also very conscious of time. Are you two okay for time? Yeah, okay. We'll keep going for a little bit.
Yeah, thank you. This is still on the same point, but it's more of like an observation that I kind of like would want to see thoughts on. I think in the whole discussion about having the Rwanda plan, I think while the government tries to promote it as this this very viable alternative and a solution to the perceived immigration problem, I think the rhetoric that you see the government use around Rwanda is quite disparaging, which is like very like it's very contrasting to how they're trying to put it across. There's moment like I think Suella Braverman can be like even quoted saying that like it's her dream to like see like illegal immigrants get on the plane to Rwanda. So I think the narrative around that plan, while they're trying to push it forward as like something that's viable, in the similar way, the way they speak about it, it just gives all the subtext that there is to that they believe that like sending immigrants to Rwanda is meant to be a deterrent, which then in turn like tarnishes the reputation of Rwanda as a country. So I think, yeah, I'm just trying to think of what would Rwanda's what could Rwanda do in order to sort of fix their image that's kind of associated with this plan?
Yeah, I mean, and I think that's a really difficult one because you will see, you know, those of you who have an interest in sport, for example, will have seen it in some sports stadia. There's lots of advertising to visit Rwanda. You know, Rwanda is a tourist destination. We all know that you can go to Rwanda, for example, and see the gorillas. I mean, there's a lot there to see and do. And this does seem like messaging which runs counter to that. I think that one of the things that perhaps the government could talk about is that they see themselves as a country of refuge, you know, ultimately. So that, you know, yes, people are they're fleeing persecution, they are ending up in Rwanda, and they have become a country of refuge. Maybe that's one of the ways in which they can try to counter that narrative. But I think the more negative narrative is drowning that out. But I also have a big concern that, and you know, Nene and Vera have talked very positively about, you know, soft power and how it can be used, and the ways in which if we are respectful of our partners, we would see them differently and they would see us differently. I am very conscious as somebody who worked in, you know, global affairs, was a minister in the Foreign Office, was a minister in development for a very long time. I'm very conscious of the way in which, you know, there are people talk about the hypocrisy of Britain and of British foreign policy. And what do I mean by that? That, you know, if you are a leader from one of those countries and you come to Britain, you are not necessarily received in the way that you would wish. You know, I as a minister, when I went to many of those countries, I would always be able to see the president or the prime minister. I would always see very senior people. I was always received at the airport. It doesn't work the other way. When you arrive at Heathrow, we now have a system in Heathrow where if you are coming from a country, there's a delegation of you, you have to pay to use to go through you know, the VIP channels. This is not the case in those countries. I mean, the number of complaints I got about that from, at a very basic level, from dignitaries, as to how that felt for them as ministers, when ministers going out from Britain would be treated in a very, very different kind of way. That it would be very hard to get a meeting with the Prime Minister. Now, we know that systems are very different in different countries. So you have countries where you have a president that doesn't have parliamentary responsibility in the same way, and so on and so forth. But it is about the perception of the lack of effort to have, excuse me, to have a more equal relationship, which is much more like a partnership. And they would say to me, very frankly, the only time we hear from you is when you want our vote at the United Nations. Now, you know, all the points that Nene and Vera have made about relationship building are so important, because if you have the relationship, then it isn't about turning up at the last minute and saying, can we get your vote? And then Britain having a shock because the country that they have assumed will give them their vote doesn't give them their vote, because actually they don't feel treated right. So there is a lot, I think, for Britain to think about, and the way that we are perceived, the kind of respect that we had, the way even the way the BBC is perceived, I think has changed significantly in the last few years. I mean, it's a while ago since I was a minister. At that time, people, particularly people in politics and particularly opposition parties, really valued the BBC because they felt it was the only voice, it was the only channel that they had to be an opposition political voice in their country. I mean, so much of that has changed. So I think, you know, if we want to talk about ourselves as Britain as a global power, we should perhaps be a little bit more humble. We should think about, you know, where we actually now sit, what kind of influence we have in the world. What are the areas where people still continue to think, oh, actually, there's thought leadership coming from Britain on that. But people also want a degree of recognition that there is stuff that goes on in those countries where, through the Commonwealth and a number of other historic associations, there has been significant contribution made to Britain, and that domestic and global, our domestic and foreign policy actually need to align, and they need to connect. So anyway, that's a bit of a rant from me. Did either of you want to say anything?
Well, just to add to you, I think that's why, as I said, where soft power is moving comes down to those areas that you've mentioned. It's that whole thing of the respect. Yeah, people feeling that they're respected and recognized, because I think one of you said it's a crowded field out there.
Yeah.
There's competition, right? And it's not just like before where you had maybe 2 choices in the world you could go to. There's more of that. And so that's where I think soft power, that's the evolution of soft power, is stepping into that value, respect, and mutually beneficial space, even if we don't always see eye to eye. So I agree with that.
Yeah. Was there another question on this table?
Quick point, and it echoes what you actually said about the way we use the soft power that we have, especially now that it's changing. We're not the same historical, like Britain, that the UK was about 100 years ago, or maybe let's say England was 100 years ago. But I was also going to say, in terms of the Rwanda policy, it kind of reflects what we were talking about earlier about this review about this neoliberal short-termism, this idea of like, we'll just get this out of the way and we'll deal with this quickly because it's going to look good, especially because it's a highly politicized issue, this immigration discourse. And it's very beneficial for the Conservative government at the moment because they need something to kind of go into the election with. They don't really have the economy, which they usually would. So yeah, I was just going to say that in terms of Rwanda, like, it's obviously good to look at it from the perspective of how nations will come out looking at the other side, but it's also like a humane issue. It's the issue of humanity and making sure that we are upholding an example. If we want to stand on the global stage and say that we are a global superpower, but we are treating migrants in that way, I just don't think it is. And also another side thing that I was going to say was that, like, I do agree that like Rwanda has faced a negative attention in the media, but I had heard that there was some human rights issues with LGBTQ rights there. So I think that also kind of colours the picture, because I don't think any country in this is black or white. The Rwanda government probably also has a vested interest in some way for taking the migrants. So it's not necessarily a case of this country is good and that one is bad, but it's just more so finding in that grey area the best decision for everyone. Yeah, that's what I had to say, really.
Yeah, you're so right about grey areas. Because it's this thing where, you know, countries kind of jump up and down and you know, about, you know, rights and responsibilities in other countries, and do not necessarily want the spotlight on them in quite the same way. And you will have seen that there have been a couple of, you know, UN investigations into the UK, for example, one of them around an issue of child poverty, which our government wasn't particularly impressed with. And I have to say that, and I don't want to make this a party political point, because I have to say that I don't think any government wants to be perceived in a negative way around, you know, an investigation which points up to, you know, child poverty, children in homelessness, that kind of thing. So I think whatever the political colour of the government in Britain would probably have reacted badly or in a very similar way. The key thing for me is when a report like that comes out, what do we do about it? You know, how do we openly recognise that there are things which actually aren't right, and we know that they aren't right and we need to work on. You know, we have a homelessness problem as a country is one example. You know, we are seeking to do our best in relation to those, you know, targets that Matthias spoke about in relation to environment and climate change. But, you know, we are not, we're not going to hit those targets. What does that mean? What does that mean for us as a nation? Where will we hit them and where not? So a little bit more transparency and honesty is I think, and recognising some of those shortcomings. And you mentioned migration. I think it's a major shortcoming for us as a nation. I would be much more impressed at our leadership if we showed some more openness and honesty about some of the challenges that face us as a nation before we go out and try and lecture other people in relation to that.
Yeah, and just to add that I think Britain had a moral leadership on a lot of issues, whether it was human rights or immigration or anti-corruption or governance, etc. But what we find, particularly in our coverage of stories, is that we get a lot of pushback and feedback from our audiences when we pick up these issues in the countries that we cover, and they say that, but this happened in Britain, and why aren't you talking about the thing that's happening in Britain? That's because people are consuming news from all over the world. And so it's no longer a silo where you think that what happens in Britain stays in Britain. They're reading the news from all over the world because of social media. And so people are up to date on what's happening everywhere. And so one of the things that came up as a bigger surprise for us was during the coverage of the Queen's death, we did a story, as everybody did, about the Queen's relationship with different parts of the world. And so we did one, a video about the Queen's sort of engagements in Africa, included her meetings with Dr. Nkrumah in Ghana and other people. That video went viral and caused a huge backlash because the assertion of the feedback was that we didn't talk about the detriments of colonialism and the impact of the British establishment on colonialism, slavery, etc. Never mind that that was probably not the forum for that to happen and that there will be subsequent content, but we got a lot of pushback on social media on something, you saw that, on what was something, just something that commemorated that relationship that existed. And so we're seeing more and more of that kind of pushback, and it's quite interesting. So we have to think a lot around how we pitch content on a lot of various issues because of that. Yeah.
And just can I add, that comes back to your word around accountability. When you were talking about soft power, it didn't used to be the case because the dynamics were different, the relationships were different. But now, for exactly what the reason you mentioned, because we're in a global world, because of technology and digital footprints and social media, that people have access to everything, both the truth and misinformation. In the future, it's not, I think Jonathan Nye, who's like a big expert on soft power, said, it's not just gonna be about, you know, who has the biggest check or the biggest army or whatever. It's about who tells the most compelling story that people can believe, right? And and part of how they will judge you, I think, is part of what Baroness Amos said, which is around, are you living up to what you're saying, right? Because I have access to information where I can go check. So in terms of what you put forward there, right? They're saying, okay, well, you're just telling one side of the story. We want, because we got a similar thing on where I was based on that front. So soft power is still relevant, is going to be important, but this element of people are better informed, especially your generation, whether it's information or misinformation, that people are always going to ask. They're not just going to swallow the first thing that's presented. Yeah.
We've seriously overrun.
Yep.
And I've also eaten into the break that you're all due to have. I'm going to ask each of you just to end with the one thing you'd like them to take away from this session.
I think don't underestimate the power of media and the power to change minds. I work in an environment that creates content for Africa, where a large percentage of the population is still highly underserved, is still relatively poor, is still relatively semi-illiterate. So I see the role we play as media very differently. We need to be media that speaks for the people and gives them a platform to educate, to continue to inform, and to make decisions about their lives. And I know that while a lot of people will see that as unsexy, the onus is on us to make it attractive and put it where people want to see it happen. But I think that as consumers of media as well, it's important for you to educate yourselves on misinformation and disinformation so that you are not intentionally disseminating misinformation and disinformation. And so that I think media literacy and awareness is really, really critical in this generation where truth is under pressure and is under fire, because the victims of those truths are people, like with climate change, who are not the creators of the disaster, but they will be suffering for it either through misinformation or disinformation. And we saw that during the COVID crisis where people died because of misinformation. And so it's really important for us to up our media literacy in this room. Yeah.
Thank you. Nene?
I would say value your cultural capital. That's whether you're going into journalism or diplomacy, which I hope many of you will be thinking about, because like the figures that Vera shared with you, a huge part of the world's population over the next decade are going to be people who look like you, right? Who sound like you. And they might not be in Britain, but I'm talking about outside of Britain. A huge part of the world population will be people who have more similarities with you than with most of the population of this country. So you are going to be an asset for the UK. The cultural capital you're going to bring to the table is going to be an asset for the UK. So coming back to your question about being strategic around culture and soft power, don't undervalue what you already bring to the table by virtue of the fact that you're here, and think about how you can use it to influence and change the world and bring about the kind of world you want to bring forward, because most of the world is going to be looking like people who look like you in this room, and they're going to need you to be switched on and conscious and shaping how we engage as UK with the rest of the world. No pressure.
Yeah. They've had a lot of pressure today because they've also got to look after nature. Yeah. Vera and Nene, thank you very much. That was absolutely fascinating, and thank you for your stories and your insights.
Thank you very much for having us.
So rather than taking a break, because we are supposed to finish by 4, I'm going to suggest that we just go straight into our final session, which is to talk a little bit about international organisations and whether they're fit for purpose. And also just to hear from all of you your views of international organisations. But before we go into that, are you both okay to stay, or would you like to slip away? great because you can contribute to this session too. And Mattia is here too, who is, oh, you have to go. Did you have a question for us for this last session?
Oh, wow.
You need a mic if you're going to ask a question.
Thank you. Sorry, I apologize. I have to run.
Well, thank you for staying for such a long
it's
time.
great. I really was really impressed with Vera, and it was really lovely to be reconnected. One more added advantage of this. No, if I had to leave a question for the next session, given that we go into a period of reform of international financial institutions, I would really like, and I'll make sure that I follow up with Baroness Amos on the answers that we get, I wish I could stay, is to ask young people what do international organizations mean to you? Given the challenges that we've laid in front of you of how to use soft power, how to resolve the nature question, what kind of international organization would you like to see? That would be great.
Yeah, that is absolutely the question. Thank you.
Apologies.
I'm not sure we have enough time, but so just bearing in mind that international organizations were established to set a set of rules and norms and so on that countries would abide by, the United Nations being the most obvious examples. But think about the fact that international organizations have been set up to help with military security, to help to bring economic stability to countries across the world, for those wanting to promote rights. They're also there in terms of cultural organizations. They are both global and regional. There are a lot of them out there. What do you see as their purpose? What are they there for? And are they fit for purpose? I asked you to start thinking about this from this morning, so I hope that I've got some reflections from all of you. And those of you who are online too. We've got one already?
No.
Not yet? Okay. Yep. Anybody in the room? Yep. Go for it.
So international organizations like World Bank, that's included, right?
Yes, it is.
United Nations. I think that in this world, it takes a village for something to be achieved, and if we want the world to be better, we'd have to work together. And these different organizations kind of help us work together to find solutions for the different problems in the world. And also other countries superpowers like US, China, they can help less developed countries. Let's say I'm from Uganda, and recently we needed the World Bank to help for construction of roads. And if the roads are better in Uganda, then the infrastructure is better in Uganda, then people in US can come to Uganda, investment, and it's just like a cycle. It just continues getting better, and everyone's helping each other. So that's what I think.
No, but I think you made several great points that, the kinds of challenges that we face globally, and if you remember back to some of those that Steve Hopgood talked about right at the beginning, we can't deal with them as individual countries. I mean, we saw recently with the pandemic, just very recently with conflict. So we have to work together. And also that by working together and improving, working to improve conditions in other countries in the world, actually the benefit is to all of us, because it's a knock-on impact. So I completely agree. Just to put you on the spot, do you think, are there any international organizations that you think are doing better than others? And if so, why? Well, while you think, pass the mic on. I'll come back to you.
I think whilst, there are, so we need to, global values, norms, and indeed a village to deal with challenges, is, I think, for me the question, but it's based on whose preferences, and if there's a village, who's the chief in the village, and setting the terms of those discussions and the parameters. And I think for me it's still shocking how many sort of lectures or sort of debates that or just when people are speaking about it, how normal it is said that the the head of the World Bank is always an American and the IMF is always a European, right? And that's just like, it's just a normal thing. No one really says it, and so no one really challenges that type of sort of governance framework. So I think whilst there are obvious benefits that could be derived, we have to work with international coalitions. We still need to question, challenge, and push for where are those power imbalances, and how do we start leveling the playing field.
I couldn't agree with you more, and I saw this when I worked at the United Nations, when, you know, despite the fact that, you know, you have the equivalent of an international civil service, but you also had, in the way that you have with national governments, you know, the equivalent of, as it were, political appointments, despite the fact that, you know, one of the core elements of the UN being established is very much that it is about, you know, a partnership of member states. But, you know, and it's not just the members of the Security Council, they all expected to have a senior person at the UN, and I was at the UN as a British nominee, even though it was accepted that when I got there I would not be promoting a British agenda. That was not my role, but I was there as somebody who had been promoted by my country. Now, it has benefits and disbenefits, because of course if you arrive having the support of your government behind you, even though you're not running that government's agenda, there is, and particularly if it's a government, as in the case of Britain, that was giving a lot of money to development at that time, and I was doing humanitarian affairs, it gave weight when I was asking other countries to do similar sorts of things. But of course it can also be a negative if you are seen as running an agenda for your country which is counter to what the global or international narrative should be. And we've seen, particularly in the case of conflict and the work of the UN Security Council, that, you know, the way that the veto is used by particular countries, not necessarily in the interests of what they've signed up to, which is international peace and security, but is used in relation to their national interest, it becomes problematic. So it's a really difficult thing to balance, I think.
I have a follow-up question, and sort of knowing you dealt with a lot of African leaders on the continent. We obviously have the African Union, which is a sort of, you know, regional but also global institution. I was wondering in any of your experiences actually, what you feel like the main challenges is for further sort of integration, purposeful integration with the African Union.
I'll ask Vera to answer that, actually, so, because you've heard quite a lot from me.
Sorry, ask again.
It's about, you know, what are the challenges of an organisation like the African Union, integrating the African Union much more into some of the conversations around some of the global issues that we're tackling.
So my observation of the African Union's sort of power and its role is that it probably doesn't have the leverage on its members that they should do to start with. Because if you compare it to, I mean, they have different designations to the European Union, they have a common interest, common economic interest for growth, and leveraging that collective power to sign trade deals around the world. But within the African Union, you've got COMESA, which is the East and Central African region. You've got SADC, Southern African region, and these are economic zones, and you've got ECOWAS. And before the African Union, which sees itself as primarily a political union, moves, the economy has to move. And COMESA, SADC, and ECOWAS have deals with the EU separately. They're signing the Lomé Conventions with the World Trade Organizations, establishing terms of engagement in these silos, right? And so what leverage, what power does the African Union have to say, you know, you signed that really fun deal, ECOWAS, with the WTO. How about abandoning that and do the Africa Free Trade Act with us? so that, you know, we act in a different way, but we're going to pay you a little less than you would get from the EU tariffs, for instance, or the AGOA Act. You'll get less on trade. You won't have access. We can't guarantee you access to the US markets, but please come work so that we build this thing. So that's where I think, so the economics have trumped politics in that sense. And even on politics, you have to have credibility in the leadership of the African Union for the politics to move. So when the political assignments of the African Union president becomes a rotating role, and you end up in a country where there is no belief in the governance of that country, does not have the respect of its own neighbors, who are you to ask me to stop moving around and doing what I want to do? So, I mean, who can influence the Malian junta to not give itself a 3-year transition from a military regime? Nobody's been able to do that. In the past, when you had ECOWAS, when Liberia was in turmoil, ECOWAS leaders stepped up to Charles Taylor and said, we're going to find a way to get you out of the country, we're going to do it militarily, and we're going to do it politically, and you won't have a choice. They drove him out of the country. He's in prison in Belmarsh now. They didn't give him political cover. They didn't give him, you know, security to be able to get away after creating turmoil in his country and find peace elsewhere. But that required a clear political leadership and heavyweight politicians at that time. And in Ghana, I think it was Jerry Rawlings and other people who came together and made that happen.
It's actually Abacha.
And Sani Abacha, you know, with all his... But look at ECOWAS now. The leadership have not been able to tell Mali that you can't have a 3-year transition after staging a coup, because Mali will turn around and tell you, I kicked the French out, I've got Russian mercenaries with me, what can you do?
And it's more complicated than that because, you know, Mali is part of that belt that has you know, terrorist organizations are operating across the continent that aren't controlled by anybody. You know, so there are all kinds of tensions here. So the African Union is trying to do something sort of the other way round, which is to bring these, you know, big beasts of regional organizations into a continental structure to make the continental structure stronger. But of course, you know, the quality of the leadership in each of the regional organizations is important. And where we sit in terms of geopolitical realities has an impact as well. Yeah. So, you know, it's one of these conversations that I think we will continue to have. Yeah. But, you know, the African Union, you know, at least, you know, over the last few years, we have seen a bit of clarity about, you know, what is the vision, you know, the idea of having a continental free trade area. Yeah. So, you know, this is not just about the different blocks. It's going to be important for the continent that, you know, there are, I don't know if you know this, but there are, you know, the West African countries that have their currencies, have historically had their currencies linked to the franc, to France. You know, all of these are networks and political realities that need to be, these connections need to be weakened for the African Union to become strengthened. And that's not going to be straightforward. Have you got an example for us yet? No pressure.
What was the question again? Like, what's the best
never mind. I'm going to pass on you. You did that deliberately. I'm going to come over here.
I have quite a few thoughts on international institutions. And obviously, I want to be careful because I've got Baroness Amos here.
You can say anything you like.
Okay. I don't know how popular my viewpoint is, but I think
it hasn't got to be popular.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just quite cynical of the international institutions we do have at the moment. I think the question that was asked before about having a village, but like who is the chief is
Yep.
really important part of it, because like through my study of international institutions, I've been able to understand why they were formed and what purpose they were to serve. So NATO, for example, was kind of formed in opposition to the USSR, and then even AUKUS is kind of like a reflection of that sort of retaliation against China. Then the Bretton Woods, which is the IMF, the World Bank, and the WTO, was also a big part of America re-establishing itself as like the richest nation, the most powerful nation in the 20th century. So all of these things were done with vested interest, and that is why so much of the power in the UN, in the IMF, in WTO is concentrated in West, particularly in America and Europe. Like from my own, I don't know too much, but I know that the IMF has had a lot of problems with its structural adjustment programs and kind of furthering this American liberalism, forcing countries to privatize themselves or kind of go back on their economic policies in order to make it easier for Americans to make money in the simplest form. So yeah, I think there has been important work with the UN. I think Sierra Leone, they did some really, and if I'm correct, Rwanda as well. But
well, Rwanda after a very tricky start.
Yeah. And even that is another point to make, that because of the way that the UN is formed with the Security Council, it's got 5 members, but all 5 of the members have very different approaches to how they kind of view the international stage. So there's always gridlock. And yeah, even the ICC again, I'll stop at some point, but the ICC, a lot of nations haven't actually ratified it, and some are not even part of it. So for example, Russia is being held to the ICC, but Putin can't actually be stopped unless he goes into a country that has ratified the ICC, and that's when they can arrest him.
Yeah.
The US isn't part of the ICC as well. And if an American was to get tried at the ICC, they would take that as an aggressor.
Yes.
So all of
they've
these
been very
things,
clear about that.
Yeah, with I think the Hague Agreement, all of these things kind of show that in theory these things are there, but they're not actually doing what they should be doing to stop things. So yeah, I think I am quite critical of the institutions we have, because I think they kind of represent things that we all want, but are very inadequate in fulfilling those things.
Yeah. I think all your points are absolutely excellent. And on the ICC, India's not part of it either. Neither is Israel. There are about 42 countries that have not signed up to the ICC. And I think all your points are absolutely valid, because it's about when were these institutions formed, what were they formed for, how have they changed in the intervening period, and crucially, what are the power blocks now? You certainly would not have, as permanent members of the Security Council, able to use a veto, which is, China, Russia, the US, but France and Britain, you certainly wouldn't have that group of countries now. And the fact that so many parts of the world are not reflected in the UN Security Council, and how you will ever get reform of that, because you can't see that any of the 5 ever giving up their right to exercise that veto, which is why there is much more use now of the General Assembly than of the Security Council. But your points about, what is the learning from these organisations after all these years, and of course we wouldn't start here if we were starting today. The question I posed was, are they still fit for purpose? I think if you look back to their original missions and now, I would say in the case of many of them, we would say no. But the next question is, would we get them if we started now? The answer is probably also no. So then it becomes, how do you do reform? And how do you recognise that we need some kind of vehicle or vehicles that allow international cooperation, international debate and discussion, which is not out of the barrel of a gun. And I have to say that we focus a lot on the sort of peace and security arm of the UN. And I think there is a lot of positive work that's done through other arms of the UN, which we don't talk about. And lots of standards that we now have that have come in the wake of having those organisations. So I absolutely agree with your points, but I also think that sometimes we need to talk a little bit more about, you know, we have clean water, we have clean air. I mean, all of these things have happened as a result of what has gone on in international organisations. There's a lot to be critical of, but there's also a lot that I think that we should, you know, when we're being absolutely honest, recognise that we would not have without them. You know, human rights has changed significantly.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
Yeah, just to quickly add on to that, I think that's another part of it, because you asked about, our guest was asking about what these international institutions mean to us as young people, and I think that's definitely a part that we don't really get to see. I think the nature of the media sometimes is like the sensational stuff is the stuff we get to see, and when we learn about it in school, we obviously have to learn how to critique things, so we learn about the negatives, and sometimes it's kind of hard to understand that despite these organisations having flaws and sometimes fundamental flaws, they've also contributed so much to the sort of norm that we see today.
Yeah. Just pass the mic. I know that you wanted to ask a question. I'm going to come to you in a moment. Just,
This is not a question. Just
well, it could be a comment.
Yes, just to add on to that. I don't know more on international like planes, but like definitely more locally. Like there are charities that have youth boards, which I think are really important, because the narrative is that we are the future, but we are also the present. So I feel like it should be important to put us in places of power now, so that we can make these changes as we grow and learn. I think the UN have been making strides to do that as well, with V and her projects and lots of other young people in different countries set up to influence.
You have the young United Nations as well.
Exactly. And I think that's important to recognise that there are strides to that, but I think it should be pushed, that agenda should be pushed further. Instead of portraying us as the future, we should also be notarized as the present as well.
Couldn't agree with you more. Let's move the mic.
Thank you.
Oh, did you want to come in?
Yeah, after this, I'll
okay,
add,
right.
So pass the
Just
mic
pass the mic back, and then we'll come back this way. Back there. Yeah, thank you.
I didn't really have a question. I wanted to kind of respond to the question of, you know, the mindset towards international organizations. And I guess one thing I would really like to see our international organization, they've definitely done this to an extent, is to see more situations where people pursue more win-win scenarios. I think, obviously, a part of our economy, even if it has its bad elements, is that, like, I guess in a natural exchange, someone buys something that at a price point that they're happy at, and someone sells something at a price point that they're happy at, so it's kind of like a win-win situation. So I think that if large international organizations looked at situations where there's win-win situations, and usually those things are more long-term sorts of things. So just look at long-term situations where there's an opportunity to have win-win situations, even if it's a situation where the win may just be improving the relationship that you have with other people, and maybe leveraging that on a long-term basis, maybe later in the future. But I think that one thing that should definitely be focused on and at the forefront of the mind is just trying to pursue win-win situations where one person can win and the other person can also win, and not having like a zero-sum mindset.
Yeah. Yes, it may be more a compromise situation than a win-win situation, but I absolutely agree with the point that you're making. But you can only get to that if you have the mechanisms to have the discussion and the debate. And you know, one of the things that's been really important that I've seen around the kind of whole peace and security agenda when there is conflict is that there are still channels for conversation. They're not public, but it is really, they can take years and years, but it's all about trying to just get a sense of what would help one side to move, what would get another side to move. So your point is absolutely right. But it can take such a long time that people can feel that actually what is the point? But there really is a point. I'm going to take one last comment.
I was just going to say, and that's why it's important in this day and age for us to understand nuance, because we're in this environment of hyper-visibility because of social media, where people expect solutions now, and you've got at the touch of a button, and you've got, you know, pressure campaigns and all of that. And sometimes in these, and people also expect high-stakes confrontations to be made public because you want to see drama on the timeline kind of thing. And real life doesn't work that way. And I hope that, you know, as a generation, we're not setting people up to expect that everything has to be high stakes, everything has to be a win all or a lose all situation, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to engage in diplomacy that has impact and that has resonance for more people. Because to be able to come to that agreement, somebody has to give. And if you're, you know, posing for the public, there is no give and nobody wins in these circumstances.
Couldn't agree more. I'm going to take one more intervention and come to you and then wrap up. Daniel, from our online audience.
So yes, there were a few comments which were mentioned, and I think ripples of those comments also were shown through by the in-person audience. So they all, well, from here, Ali was talking about the African Union and how that international organization, sorry, it's been a very long day, how that international organization has been set up to solidify democratic policies throughout the whole African nation. And he did note that one amazing thing that they've done has been the development of infrastructure, especially through steam engines. But he did note that one issue that they have is that leaders, well, the instability with leaders and how they tend to hold on to power longer than they necessarily should. And there was also an amazing comment by Denise, and it's probably going to be the last one, who was talking about the ICC and was mentioned how, well, not only about the ICC's amazing work, which was obviously spoken before, but also about how no international organization has isn't entirely good or bad. It's more about that grey area that was spoken about by Vera before. So it's very, very interesting to see.
Yeah, and also it's made up of the sum of the countries that make up that organisation.
Exactly, and how much power they have.
Let's just remember that.
They have especially.
Yeah.
I think it's just to echo some of what Valerie said, and to come back to your point, when I was your age and coming through, I was quite cynical about international organizations. I straddled Nigeria. I was young in Nigeria when the World Bank came in and seeing what happened before and what happened afterwards with structural adjustment programs that many countries didn't recover from or are still recovering from now. The point I'd like to make is I just want to echo really strongly that sometimes the best stuff is done not in the view of cameras, because sometimes if people are in the glare of cameras, they can't be themselves. There's an audience you're playing to yourself. Some of the most unsexy stuff you see that's incredibly important is done without fanfare and behind the doors. And there's a lot of that happens, particularly with the UN on that front. And more importantly, like I mentioned before with soft power and how we're moving more into the relationship, values, trust building, you're going to need a space where people can sit around the table and do that. And a space that everybody has signed up to. Because whatever we think about the UN, for example, people have signed up to the UN Charter, which says that we are committed to doing X, Y, Z. And I think what's interesting at this time, looking forward, is that there is a recognition that if we're going to survive, we're going to have to evolve, right? We can't carry on like this, right? And it might not happen overnight. It might be painfully slow. It might be like turning a tanker. But it's in times like this, with all the crisis that we have, particularly from climate change to you name it, that you recognize that's why you need that space to be there to have that conversation, and that's happening. With the AU, and I would add to that the Africa Development Bank, there's a lot of stuff that we don't see that they're doing. But the Africa Development Bank is actually under the right leadership, which I think they have right now, is doing some amazing stuff. That's an African bank that is investing in Africa, in infrastructure, in education, in soft power.
Actually, they've funded the biggest infrastructure growth on the continent.
Yeah, but they're not very good at publicizing what they're doing more and more. But if you need that space, because collectively is shifting things forward. And even the AU, as we speak about the AU, the principle, or the, how should I put it, the energy under which it was created, that idealism that they have is still a good thing. So no institution is perfect. The EU wasn't perfect on that front, as we know. No institution is perfect, but that doesn't mean to say that it's wrong and it can't be better. The AU, for example, in Mozambique, it was gratifying to see they have something called Silence the Guns, right? Which means peace. Put down all the guns across Africa and get behind that. Now, it's not perfect. It's not going to be easy. But I saw in Mozambique where the senior leadership from the AU turned up to the peace accord signing. But that's because also they were behind the scenes having conversations that we weren't privy to on that front. So I just really want to echo, and it comes back to rounding up the point around being discerning about what you read about, information, misinformation, to not escalate, but sit down and get into those gray areas and the nuances, because these international organizations, they're not perfect. But I do believe that they can evolve, and some of them are evolving faster than the others. Even WTO is headed by a Nigerian woman, right? Yeah. On that front. And that in itself has to have some kind of impact and make a difference. So they are not perfect. They've got a lot of things wrong, but it doesn't mean to say that they don't have the potential to do better. AU is being discussed as potentially joining people are advocating for it to be part of the G20. And even if it's not perfect, it means that finally an organization that represents, 1.5 billion of the world's population will have a voice at one of the most powerful economic tables that there is. So I think the focus should be more on how do we make them better and more fit for purpose for now. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm going to wrap up because we've gone slightly over time. It has been a long day, but I hope an inspiring and interesting one. Lots of challenges thrown out there, but also lots of opportunities and lots of challenge to you in terms of what you as the present generation are going to be able to do about some of these major challenges. I think we'll pick up over the year on some of the points that we talked about. I saw that you were very, very engaged around some of the issues in the Africa session, for example. The sustainability session, this session on soft power. So there's lots for us to come back on and maybe do a little bit more in-depth interrogation. But thank you to those of you who are here with us at Linklaters, and to those of you who